Hi guys, how you doing? Like, thank you guys. The guys that attended my class tonight from different parts of Africa. I also want to thank Temi Benaboy, sound engineer, for being part of my special guest tonight. I also want to thank Davide, Andrea Bocelli's sound engineer, for being part of my class tonight. Thank you guys for coming through. People have been speaking to me via different channels. They need assistance in consultations and also making the right decisions in buying equipment. So now it is official. I'm available for consultations. You can basically invite me to your church organization, technical company. You can bring me in and I can help you through the steps of getting the most value from what you currently have, and also help you move forward in also investing in the right equipment that is the best value for the money spent, basically guiding you through the right steps so that you get to a place where you've got professional equipment that can last for a very long time, and that's also very, very efficient. So it is official, guys. I'm available, and you can send me an email on live@remember.africa, or you can send me a WhatsApp on +27 78 53 11181. I'm available. You can basically call on me and I'll come through to help you out. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. We're very, very excited. I'm looking at that chat box and I can see how people are coming from all different parts of Africa to join us for this masterclass. I am Novisa Binase and I am the MTF program manager. So I look after MTF group, which means all your MTF academies that you know of, one in South Africa, Zambia, Nigeria, and Kenya. We are so glad, excited that you've joined us today. We're excited at the many people in the different places that you're coming from. This is our first ever masterclass in live sound. So this is an exciting first for us. And we are also so thrilled by the number of people that have registered it. Why didn't you tell us, guys, that this is something that you want? We're so grateful that we've really just come in and put up a masterclass, or the person who is going to be presenting it has just offered us something so amazing that most of us are really looking forward to having or listening to. I don't want to take up much of your time. I know that our facilitator has a jam-packed masterclass for you that is going to, I don't know, give you some insights, give you some knowledge, give you some practical understanding of what live sound is all about. And you're really going to walk out of here thinking, it's a great decision for me to come in. Keep the love going on our chat. And we will have Q&A sessions. If you can please put those on the box that says Q&A, so that at least it doesn't mix up with the chat part of the Zoom function. So anytime you do have a question, pop it in the Q&A. I will keep that for our host when he does join in. So without further ado, I would like to introduce a renowned sound engineer. Remember, Chaitezvi. He says to me, I'm saying it as good as I could say it. I'm just going to take that. But in any case, he is going to join us and pronounce it correctly. We're excited to have him on board. We're excited that he is in this masterclass with us. We can't wait to see what he has. But if I can just give you a sneak, he has great things. He really has great things coming for us. So as I said, he is going to introduce himself and go straight to the presentation. He will have slots in where he's asking questions. So feel free to put those on. I don't know if, maybe most of you have joined our master classes before. We normally have the Q&A session at the end, which is the last 30 minutes of the master class. But in this case, he says that just to keep the conversation going and, just so that at the end we don't have too many questions, he will try to slot in some questions in between his presentation. But all the best. Remember, come in. Hello. I am signing off and giving the reins to you. Unmute for us there.
All right. Unmute. You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Awesome. Awesome, guys. Now, thank you. Like, I'm really excited to be here. Thank you to you, Navisa. I know me, sometimes I can also murder your name like crazy. Thank you to MultiChoice Talent Factory. I'm really excited. I'm really pumped to be here, you know. And for some people who have never been in any of my classes, my class is like high energy, pumping, having an amazing time together. And at the end of every class that I do, you know, I just seek to leave someone inspired to basically thrive, to be the best they can in life sound engineering. So for me to be able to be here today, I'm like in this beautiful space, you know, and I've got people behind the scenes, you know, who basically made this possible. Yesterday we basically came in to do the setup the whole day, finished at 8 p.m. This morning again we were here, you know, getting ready. So the first thing I just want to do is for me to be able to do these things, there are people who support me. So I just want to, you know, give my thanks to these people. So first of all, on my sponsors, I've got a company called DWR. You know, so DWR is a company that it basically represents different international brands. It is one of their ethos is it's all about the people. They basically prioritize people and service in everything they do, believing that strong relationships lead to the best results. They provide comprehensive technical solutions for the commercial, broadcast, and entertainment industries, from high quality lighting and audio to video and rigging. They ensure their clients receive not just products, but ongoing support. At DWR, they believe in putting people first and always going the extra mile to meet their needs. So DWR, you know, they've been instrumental in me being here today. And also the mic that I'm using is an Audix mics. It is supplied by them. And the light that you see at the back, they are stereo lights. They've also been sponsored by them. So thank you again, DWR. The next sponsor is Splitbeam. Splitbeam, is basically one of the group of companies under Gearhouse. They mainly focus in the theater industry. So they basically offer long-term equipment rentals for theater and school productions, training institutions, and also shopping center displays. Splitbeam ensures quality through expert maintenance and can source additional equipment as needed. Their services include system technicians for installation and operation, technical support, and comprehensive technical director services. And also they basically offer dry hire services of equipment. So this company Splitbeam actually supplies technical equipment to some of the biggest theater shows basically around the world. They have different shows happening, and it's also one of Gear's group of companies. Now, my next sponsor is Into Structures. So if you can look at those images there, they're like those so there is something that I need to do. Okay, just give me a sec. All right, cool. So this is DWR. If you can see that, let me see now. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is DWR, cool. And then this is Splitbeam, the one that I just spoke to now. And then this is into structures. So into structures, if you can see those like dome structures, whatever, they basically make some of the best venues and structures for some of the biggest events that also happen on the continent. And basically into structures is also part of the Gears group, which is basically one of the biggest technical suppliers on the continent. So it focuses on theater and music by designing, manufacturing, and renting custom structures and staging solutions. Key innovations include the maxi and flat truss dome, super dome, and upcoming mega dome venues. After selling the first flat truss dome in Cape Town, Zigzag Circus in 2007, Into Structures expanded into sales and rentals, developing comprehensive systems, training riggers, and maintenance personnel. All new structures undergo thorough engineering and verification and load testing. The company also offers site layout consultation, collaborating with architects and extensive after-sales services, including on-site training, maintenance, designed for easy transportation into structures, ensures reliable support for the touring for the touring productions and large-scale events. Now, my last sponsor, or second from last, is Ella Acoustic. Ella Acoustic is basically one of the top leading brands in the world in terms of live sound. They are basically the people who were very instrumental in designing some of the most advanced technologies we use now as live sound engineers. And also, I just want to thank Sci-Fi. They're the ones who have provided the internet that I'm using right now, and also Squatchbiz, who also sponsored some of the music I was using promoting this class on a live throughout all my social channels. Now I have paid the bills. Let me get to business. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Now I'm just going to talk about some of the things that drive me. So 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 basically, one thing with me as a live sound engineer is I've always seek to understand the history of things, because when you understand the history of things, you understand what was the problem and then what is the solution. In that way, you are not cramming information. So one of the key things is basically understanding that live sound started in the 1940s. And basically, from the 1940s until to date, we've had the development of different best practices. So it is important, as you as a live sound engineer, as you get into this space, to understand that. And also, live sound, you need to be able to work under pressure, being able to maintain a clear focus mindset, which is basically what professionalism is. And the more you learn the right things, the more you have the right foundation, it will help you on that. And also, guys, as I'm going through my presentation, just write down your questions. When you get to the Q&A section, I'll be able to take them. And also, foundation of innovation. Solid technical knowledge enables pushing industry boundaries. So for me, I always say, for you to be able to be creative as a live sound engineer, the first thing is you need to have solid technical knowledge. Then you can be able to create on top of that. Cool. And then technical proficiency, mastering the basic of life sound engineering. Basically, mastering the basic of life sound engineering is basically the easy part. Most of the times when I'm speaking to people, to like sound engineers or people who aspire to be sound engineers, I say to them, learning the technical part of live sound engineering is the easy part of the process, because the most difficult thing is being able to work with clients, connect with clients, being able to have uh, personable, people like you, and also clients rely on you being able to provide a reliable service, and also being able to have good technical skills and also be able to develop good interpersonal skills also work very well. And that way, people are more not looking for just any engineer to do the job, but they also connect with you as you are also their guy or you also their girl. That way, they also want to see you work on their projects, because you connect with them on being very good technically and also having a good interpersonal skills. Very, very important. One other thing is you need to have a teachable attitude, being open-minded, because sometimes like now, as I'm going through this class, I may say like 99.8% of things that you know already, but 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 the key thing is the 0.02% or the 0.2% that you don't know can be the key thing that actually changes your life. So it is very good to always have an open mind. With me, with my mentors, I can sit and they can teach me about concepts that I already know, but because I know I need to continue listening attentively, I know when I do that, they might just say something that I didn't know before, and I know that's going to change my whole outlook. So basically, just having a teachable attitude is very, very important. And also learning from different mentors. I've got mentors from Italy. Andrea Tanglia, he's the head sound engineer for Andrea Bocelli. I've got mentors from South Africa, Johan Crimso. I'm like one of the top engineers basically on the continent. I've got engineers, mentors, Andreas Andrea Fatner, he's from Germany. I've got a mentor, Cedric Stew, he's from Zambia. I've got a mentor, Semi, he's from Ghana. So for me, having all of these mentors, helps me to keep on edge, helps me to keep on learning. And basically, whenever you see me today, when you saw me 3 months ago, the version you're seeing of me of a life sound engineer, it is different because I'm constantly engaging with like different mentors, learning to be better. And all of these key things are very, very important for you as a life sound engineer to be able to thrive and continue thriving, and clients actually get in a way wowed by your services. Adaptability, staying flexible to handle pressure without breaking. In life sound, you need to be able to adapt. Like one of the things which I would speak to into more detail in another time is I did an event for I need one of the events I did was Trace Music Awards last year in Rwanda. I was the head sound engineer for that. Now in this Trace Music Awards, because of customs and everything, our mixers were supposed to be in the country a week before. Mixers I was supposed to use to basically mix the sound for that award event. So now the mixers only managed to arrive the night before the event. But what I done was I was so calm. I prepared what I want those mixers to do on the software of the mixers on my laptop, and then when they arrived the night before, I just moved my files from the laptop to the mixers, and then ran the show live on TV for about 3 hours. But the ability to be flexible and adapt is very, very important in live sound, because you can get frustrated and say these things were supposed to be here a week ago. Now they're not here. It's going to be a disaster. The show won't work because you need so much time to prepare. But understanding that the mixer is not there, it is customs. Everyone is doing their best. So what can I do in this particular situation to be able to get the best results? So that is the key thing of being able to adapt. And literally all of these things are the key things that drive me as a life sound engineer. And I just hope as I'm going through them, you are picking something, you're learning something that you'll be able to apply with yourself. So again, on my mentors network, I've got mentors from basically different different forms of life, different parts of the world, and they all have different approaches at looking at things. And that in itself gives me an advantage, because when I'm looking at a problem, I don't only think like remember Chaitezvi. I think like remember, I think like Cedric, I think like and Andrea, I think like Johan, I think like Semi. So it means when I'm looking at a problem, in my head, I've got 8 perspectives on the same problem. And some problems, the way that I like to approach something may not be the answer. But because I am open-minded and I basically look at all of those perspectives, it helps me be able to find some of the best solution in problems. It basically then gives me an edge on problem solving. Flexibility over rigidity. So again, being flexible on your mindset, continuous improvement. So again, as I said, with all of these mentors, you basically continue to basically stay relevant and also continue to also innovate. Cool. Empowering sound engineers. So for me, one key thing with me is about empowering sound engineers and really focusing on developing others, so that knowledge is not scarce. So my teaching philosophy is basically offering many, many classes for free to make knowledge accessible. That is one key thing that I do, and it's very, very important to me, because now I've been a sound engineer for the past 22 years. I know there's another remember somewhere in the world. He's just starting. This week is his first week. He does not have the money to afford to basically go and learn something. So for me, with the free platforms where I'm able to basically share what I've learned in the past 22 years, I can be part of that remember story. That is something that is very important to me. And now I am so happy as I have more and more partners who come to help me, because to do all of these things, it costs money. So I'm very, very thankful for that. And also one thing with me is to lead by example. So whenever I do something, I always push to use some of the best products on the market, so that I can lead from the front, show that it is possible to also inspire that across Africa people are able to also invest in the best equipment possible. Personal journey. My own personal journey has been a continuous reinventing of myself. I used to stutter. I couldn't speak properly. I was so awkward around people, you know. And it's been a continuous thing that I do on myself, so that I continue pushing my boundaries, so that I can become the person who's able to achieve the things that I really want to achieve in my own lifetime. Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna get into something. So I've just spoken about some of the things that drive me. Now I'm going to talk about what it takes to make it as a live sound engineer in Africa. So for you to make it as a live sound engineer in Africa, you need to understand that in Africa we face unique challenges as compared to Europe, Asia, or America. Those markets are developed. Those markets, they have found a way to make entertainment make sense. They've basically quantified, how much is the market value of the industry. If people invest in equipment worth millions in US dollars, they're able to get their return after this much. They've gotten into deals, with international artists, so that they whatever the artists charge, whatever they charge at the gate, the whole ecosystem, it is solid and developed. But in Africa, those systems are not in place. But we are gonna get there. So understanding that we've got those differences, it is very, very important, so that you don't just want what you see in a show in America in Africa. It is possible. I do those shows, but there are few and far of those shows across Africa. But don't lose that. We're gonna get there. And then we've got also the different community environments. Different community environments. Some places people don't buy a ticket in advance. You only know how many people are coming when you actually on the day of the show at the gate. And again, also how much people can actually pay for your show also determines as well, what kind of equipment you'll be able to also afford. So, and also when you're working in Africa as a live sound engineer, you need to grasp the entire sound system operation. So that you'll be able to deliver depending which market you are in and what skill level is on the ground. Essential for effective live sound management. So when you understand the whole picture, you'll be able to manage the system a bit better. Cool. Roles and versatility in the African markets. So unlike developed markets, when people are working on a show, in like America or Europe or Asia, for example, when people are working on a show, sound engineers have like clear, defined different roles. There's the mixing engineer, there is the system tech, there's the monitor engineer, there are sound techs, and everyone is basically doing their different roles. Also in Africa, specific shows, you'll find that. But when you do other shows in the different markets or different budgets, you need to be able, as a live sound in Africa, to be able to handle different responsibilities, so that you can see where's the leg and basically cover that. So some of the key skills required is basically you need to be able to mix front of house, you need to be able to do equipment setup, you need to be able to do system design, you need to be able to do stage mixing, you need to be able to also do microphone management. It's basically, so when you know all of those things in a holistic form, you are more likely to basically make it as a sound engineer in the African context. Then again, you need to be able to adapt and problem solving. Few skill gaps. So yeah, wherever people are lacking, you come in there, you cover. Yes, being an all-rounder, being able to understand all of those different disciplines that I mentioned before. Cool. And literally it is basically just saying you need to have that big picture awareness. You need to be able to see the big picture, because as a live sound engineer in Africa, if you think what you know is just to mix, how to EQ a microphone, how to basically do the settings of a piano or a keyboard on the mixer. If you think that's the only skills that you need, you will see that your results are not consistent. If you go to a place where there's a good team, your results are amazing. You go to a place where your skills are lacking, your results are not that great. But for you to be able to maintain consistent results is you being able to understand those different disciplines, yeah, cool. And then striving for excellence. Something that is very, very key as a live sound engineer is basically to thrive for excellence. And this is basically you need to align with industry standards for high quality. So because live sound engineering started in the 1940s, there's been systems, there have been things that we have learned, like it's we can call it a group thing. There are things that we have learned since the 1940s. So there are standards that we have now in how do we EQ a mic, how do we EQ a guitar, how do we plug in this, how do we mic something. So it is very, very important as a live sound engineer in Africa to understand all of these different principles. This is through mentors, this is through reading manuals, this is through attending classes like these. It is good to understand those things. Those who basically push your standard of excellence, and also being able to basically like case study other shows, what equipment are they using, what system are they using, even way before you're going to get that equipment big. Because for me, if you don't prepare yourself now, in when the moment comes, you've got access to a high budget project. If you do not understand those systems, when it's time for you and they say you are the one in charge, you need to deliver, it's going to be a disaster. So it is very, very important for you to do that, to basically have that continuous learning and improvement, learning from all of these systems. Yeah. Cool. So that's it. Researching. Basically, those are the case studies, seeing how people do things. Looking at the different system, and basically picking from there what works for you, what does not work, what works for your particular application. But the key thing is this: you can only be creative once you've understood what is the industry standard. You can start basically thinking out of the box when you know what is the actual box, and then you understand what were the limitations, and also be able to put context, and then you'll be able to put context in your own system as well. So here I'm just gonna take two questions. If there's anything at all, you can just tell me.
I remember.
How are you?
Yeah. There's a few questions. I think you're really just hitting the nail there in the head. So a lot of people are already just having so much questions to ask, and thank you so much. There's a lot of nuggets there for everyone, and the fact that you're starting from the basics, like how do you start? How do you survive as this person, as an individual, and as a person that wants to work within this field within the African context? Okay, so let me see what we have here. So I have a question firstly that says, is sound engineering the same across board, e.g. TV, radio, and events?
Cool. So
From
so the
Zinhle.
Cool. So the principles of sound engineering are the same across board. Because and you see, as I go into my other slides at the end, you also see that point. The principles are the same. The key thing is, with sound engineering, there's always the source of the sound. And the source of the sound can be someone's voice, someone singing. That source needs to be captured, and we capture it with a microphone. That microphone needs to get into a system where we need to process it so that it sounds good. It's like a telephone, for example. When someone calls from a telephone from one end to the other end, that voice travels through different things. But for that voice to sound natural on the other end, all of those systems, it is basically called equalization. So be it live sound, be it sound for TV, we all use the same systems. but the destination will be the only thing that is different. And different destinations also have their own standards. Like, for example, if it is a radio station will have different standards on how loud do we want the input to be before it gets transmitted. If you are streaming to YouTube will have its own limits on how loud the sound is supposed to be. When you are doing it on Amazon, also has its own standards. But the key underlying umbrella that covers everything, it is literally the same. Yeah. The next question.
Awesome. Yes, I'll take two more questions. So everyone who's got a question, can you please put it under the Q&A box? It tends to be a bit busy under the chat option, so we might miss it. So it's best that you put it under the Q&A box, right? The next question is, sorry, thank you for the opportunity. This is Olanwaju. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity. I often face challenges with keyboardists regarding the master volume setting, such as on the Yamaha montage. I suggest that it should be at least halfway for some keyboards. However, they prefer it to be at 9 o'clock position. Could you please clarify the correct approach to this one? This is a higher grade question.
All right, cool. So one of the key things is this. Yeah, you know what? This challenge happens at different levels. So the more professional the keyboardists are, is the more they pick a level and they never change it. I think the biggest challenge is you test something, the level is on 9 o'clock. Now you're doing something, the level is now on 12 o'clock. Now it is during the service, the level is now on 6 o'clock. It is the variation of the levels. But the key thing is basically whether it is a level of a fader that goes up or it is a knob that you turn is basically just make it be like at 80%. 80% maximum level, just take it to 80%. Because at 80%, if the person decides to change the level in the middle of the show, the level change will not be that drastic for everyone. And you'll be able to pick it up and fix it, even if you take longer to fix it. But now if the level is set a bit low, like for example, 50%, if the person decides to change that level in the middle of an event, it's going to be a drastic change. So basically the key thing is literally just having levels set at basically 80% from the instruments. That way you are safe. The only people who can set their level at 50% should be like those disciplined musicians, the ones that know that when they are doing checks or tests, they are basically playing at their show level. Anyone else who doesn't have that particular discipline, you set it at 80%.
Now we've just entered a serious sound engineering masterclass. Here's another question just to close off the question for this section. How does one practically go about building their mentors? This is from Rumbizai. How does one practically go about building their mentors circle, especially in a Southern African context?
So one good thing about mentors is this: you don't have to even know them personally. Like people always feel a mentor, I must speak to him, and I'm like, you don't even need to know them personally. You can just do a case study on someone. Like who's Remember? You Google Remember. Who's Remember? Okay. Oh, he's got a website. Ah, okay, cool. Oh, so what is going on? Oh, he's got a YouTube channel. Oh, okay, cool. What is there? Or if there are artists that you like, you Google those artists. Who are the artists? Who is their sound engineer? It's like you basically just seek out people and then seek out information. And then one of the easiest things with live sound is when you basically go to live events, you can kind of see where is the sound desk and then see when there's an opportunity after the show, go say hi, exchange contacts. Most of the times people are open to exchange contacts. You know, people go to a concert, they see their superstar on stage, they're all excited. Their superstar finishes, they're all going home. You know, so a few people actually interact with like technical people. So just walking up to them, saying hi, saying, "Oh, your work was amazing." You know, say that. You know, like make them also, appreciate them. You know, exchange contacts and then get in touch with them. But don't be sending them messages every day. Just manage that. And then also for me, what I did for me was I'm from Zimbabwe. So in Zimbabwe, I basically did my list of which were the top engineers in the country. I basically seek them out, went to them, and then basically they became my mentors. But in the beginning, I didn't ask them to become my mentors. They were just people I would ask questions and learn from. Most of the people that are my mentors, I didn't even ask them to become my mentors, but they are people that I ask questions, that I learn from. They know that I am their understudy. They know that my mind is always open. Sometimes even when they discover new things, they know, remember, is like open to basically learn this particular concept. So literally, you need to basically have a list of which are the best engineers in the country by going to some of the shows that happen in South Africa, and also seeking out which are some of the technical companies in South Africa that supply equipment to these events. When you start getting into that circle, you'll be able to find people and then be able to get mentorship. Cool.
Thank you. Remember, I think we will allow you to continue. There's quite a few more questions on there, but I worry about your presentation. We will take them in the next section that you open up.
Okay, cool. So what is live sound? Okay, live sound is basically sound reinforcement. And sound reinforcement, as I said earlier, is literally saying, like, now I am speaking in a room, and if I had a live audience in this room, for them to be able to hear me, and if I have 500 people in this room, for them to be able to hear me, we need to find a way for my voice to be picked up, and it goes through different systems for people to be able to hear. So live sound is just about reinforcement, and also we've got studio engineering, and then which is what I was saying before, that the principles are the same, but it's just what is the destination. Studio engineers mostly focus on mixing something to be delivered, to be listened to through streaming platforms, or through someone's radio at home, or hi-fi. Where live sound engineering is focused on amplifying sound for an audience, be it in a room or in a stadium. Broadcast mix is also an element which is basically like the very close brother to live sound, because broadcast mix, you need to mix live what is happening. It could be an award event, it could be watching a soccer match, so you are mixing live what is happening, so that an audience that is also watching live, or it could be something that they watch delayed. But the principles of live sound also apply to broadcast mix, because you don't have all the time. It's like, for example, in a studio scenario, you can have a week to work on a song, but in broadcast, the show is from 9 to 12. So if you're not ready at 8, you know what, you will not be able to deliver what people are expecting you to deliver. Cool. So basically, reinforcement is basically just amplifying sound, so that the sound is able to reach a large audience. And the components are basically microphone, which captures the sound. And again, the input things are different. It could be a microphone, it could be a computer playing sound. So the sources can vary on what is the actual source. And then we've got the mixer that basically balances this sound, and then we've got amplifiers and speakers, which basically vibrate the air to be able for people to be able to hear in a room. And basically, sound reinforcement, one of the key things about live sound is my voice. When I'm speaking through a mic, when you hear me through speakers, it should sound like my voice, unless you have done creative altering. But at the most basic level of live sound, the output must sound like the input, like the source. And this is very, very important, because some people not understanding this principle, if they get a PA that is very harsh, their whole mix sounds very harsh and painful to the ears. If they get a speakers that have too much bass, their mix has too much bass. So basically understanding all of the different elements that make up the ecosystem of live sound is very, very important, because then you then know what do you need to alter so that the output sounds true to the actual source. And only when you're able to achieve that can you really go the extra mile being creative. So one key thing in live sound is we have something that we call our signal flow, and the most basic things in that signal flow is input. This is where everything starts. First starts in the input, then we go to our processing, the mixes and everything, then we go to our output, the amps and the speakers, and also this is how the signal actually flows. So whenever there's a problem, you can identify it by basically just going this signal flow. If you don't have something in the output, you check, is the mixer getting the sound? If there's no sound on the mixer, then it means the mic is not working. So this is also what we also use to also find when we're not getting audio on the other side. And also understanding this basic signal flow, input, processing, output, understanding this basic signal flow also helps you not to feel overwhelmed with the live sound when you then see so much equipment. When you understand how to do sound for 50 people in a room, and then now you need to do sound for 100,000 people in a stadium, the underlying principles are the same. The only difference is the other things are more bulky and other things are more specialized to be able to deliver in a more efficient way. But understanding this thing just helps to basically demystify what live sound is. And basically evolution and best practices. So basically, as I said before, it's been around since the 1940s. And what happened in the 1940s, before people would go to a concert and the only thing that they amplified were voices. People could hear the guitars and the other instruments from their own amps or a keyboard amp, But then audiences became bigger and bigger, and then people saw, no, we need now a bigger system that is able to basically amplify all the different elements being used by a live band, and that's how it started. And then with that as well, that's how we've got the different standards. And also in terms of technology of the actual speakers, before we used to just have lots of speakers just placed next to each other, on the ground or like 2 meters high. And over the past couple of years, we are now in a season where we use line array systems, which is basically when you go on the internet of some of the bigger shows right now, you see the speakers are flown and it's like one big line, so these are the line array systems. These systems are more efficient and they have an even coverage from back to front of a venue, And the key things in live sound is basically having purpose-driven equipment. Identify the role of each piece in the signal flow. Every piece in the signal flow. When the event is like 400,000 people, we have more pieces in the signal flow. And identifying what each of those pieces is doing is very, very important, because if you don't understand it, it can actually not add value to the end result, which is basically the output of the speakers. And again, the continuous learning. Yeah, cool. And I'm gonna take some questions now. I am doing good on time. 20 minutes left. Okay, cool. Talk to me. If there's a question, I can take two. I can take two questions.
Awesome. Question is, what are recommended? Okay, so what are the recommended sound recording machines to the house industry standards? Some to microphones. Okay. Anonymous, can you please rephrase the question so that we can hear?
Try to read it again.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I can understand.
Are you getting it? Okay. So it says, what are Or perhaps what do you recommend? Or what are the recommended sound recording machines to the house industry standards?
Yeah.
Some to microphones.
Got you.
That is
Okay, cool.
anonymous.
Okay, got you. Yeah, okay, cool. So, recommended recording devices. So, for example, there's a company called Sound Devices. There's a company called Zoom. They basically make amazing recording devices that are basically used as an industry standard. And then on top of that, we've got computers with a sound card, and then you use software like Reaper, which is very light. Like for example, for live sound, when I'm doing an event live, and I think you could have said house of worship. You know, when you're doing sound in a house of worship that is in a church, if you want to record that, one of the best systems is basically using a computer with software called Reaper, because the software is light. When the software is light, it means your computer is not working too hard. Like for me, for example, I own other sophisticated softwares which are very amazing, and they also record, and I pay a lot of money on them, but I don't use them to record live because they've got so many features in them. And when I'm recording live, I want something to just perform one task. It must just record. So softwares like Reaper are like some of the best to use when you are recording live, and they are also free as well. One more question, and then I'll continue.
Awesome. Next question is from Daniel. What's the best way to align subs with DBX? And then it's XOVERS with
Got you,
no
yeah.
software analysis.
Got you. Okay, cool. Some of the best ways to basically align a system. So you've got a DBX signal processor, which is basically doing your delays or doing crossovers between your tops and the subs. So if you don't have software like smart software that can analyze, the key thing that you can do is actually measure. So for example, when you see where are your subs placed and where are your highs placed, which one is in front, which one is behind. So for example, let's say you've got your speakers on top of the stage, and then you've got your subs in front of the stage and they are on the floor. So sometimes it means the speakers on the stage are 2 meters behind where the subs are, because they are in front of the stage. So because there is that 2 meter difference, cool. So that 2 meter difference in your signal processor, if it gives you the option to delay speakers in a distance, you just put in 2 meters on the subs so that they are delayed by 2 meters. In that way, it's like the subs have been put back to where the highs are. And then if your signal processor only allows you to delay with time, basically a basic thing is this with the speed of sound. A basic thing is this is for every meter sound travels, it is 3 milliseconds. So if you saw there's a 2 meter difference, the subs are in front 2 meters is compared to the highs, so it means 3 milliseconds times 2, that's 6 milliseconds. You basically go into your crossover into your processor and then put in those 6 milliseconds. In that way, it basically means your subs and the tops are now aligned, and it's going to be more efficient than you not putting in those times. And then now when you've got the software now, it then helps you to be more and more accurate, because just aligning tops and subs is not only a matter of are you correct in distance, it's also a matter of those particular speakers, the speakers inside them, where they put the right way in terms of phasing. But software will help you basically see that. Cool. Thank you on that. I'm gonna go on to the next part. Cool. Okay, remembers blocks of live sound. So basically, years ago, I came up with like a way to break down live sound in a way that is just easier to understand and break down. And I'm just gonna go through this very quickly. But for me, this was just a way to just help my mind break down live sound, whether it is in a stadium, whether I am doing it for like 10 people in a room, but just to really break it down. Okay, cool. So this is just a framework of understanding live sound engineering, and basically just to simplify the complexities. So first block, you know, and guys, if you're writing notes, this is where you need to start writing them even more. This is like really key. And I even call these remembers blocks. So the first block is the input. Cool. That's our source. And we have covered that before. And here it is basically just focusing on capturing the sound that needs to be reinforced. Second block is about processing, you know, and this is where we are basically doing manipulation and balancing of the sound signals. And here the components are basically we've got we've got our mixers, we've got our signal processors, you know, different of them, equalization, you know, cool. And equalization, when it started, it was basically in the telephone era. That is basically the history of it. When someone made a call with the landlines, when it go to the other side, people couldn't hear properly. It was they just had too much bass, too much madness. It wasn't clear. And then what they then did was then equalize the voice. They just added more highs on the receiving side so that the voice would sound balanced. And that is where equalization comes from. And from that point, equalization is basically used first of all as a corrective measure, and then secondly for creative purposes. Like for example, you're doing a skit and someone is wants to sound like the voice of God, so you want them to sound bigger and they have more bass. So you can basically use equalization for creative processes. And this stuff happens in the processing place. And basically for me, the processing block is basically the heart of live sound. This is where the magic happens. This is where I know I can do things and people can cry. This is where if I'm doing sound for a church, I can do things and people can say the spirit is in the room. This is because processing and manipulating sound happens in the processing block. Cool. Output. Output is basically where amplification happens. This is where we've got the amplifiers, we've got the speakers, and here it is basically just to ensure that the audience hears a powerful sound as compared to what it was on the source, which is basically someone talking on the stage, and then now you've got 100,000 people listening. So the amplifiers, this is where this happens. You know, people think for sound to sound bigger and to be loud, it's about taking up the volume. Really is really about having more amplifiers and more speakers, you know, so that you don't go into the red on the mixer. But here now in live sound, you have to be very, very careful, you know, that you don't run into the danger of just having things too loud and damage people's ears. Cool. Now, block number 4 is the environment. Yes, you can have things correct on the microphone, things correct on your mixer, things correct on the speakers that you are using, but where you've got this equipment also has a way that it affects what people hear, and that's block number 4, the environment. So a venue can have echoes, reflections, you know, it can have this thing that it is actually coloring your sound in a way that you don't like. So when you are in a venue like this, you may need more speakers than you'd normally need for a venue that size, you know, so that you can focus on placing your speakers in areas where you basically focus on the audience where they are listening, and basically minimize reflections from the actual venue. So environment has a big impact on live sound. So this is why, for example, if you see something on YouTube, they say EQ a mic like this. When you come in EQ a mic like that, it still sounds horrible in your venue, because what you are watching on YouTube does not include what you are facing in your actual venue. So environment is very key to the thing that you then do in your processing, the speakers you use, you know, but on the input side, most of the time, everything stays consistent. People, this is the most complex of all the blocks in live sound. You can be the best sound engineer and you know what you're doing on your mixer, setting up sound design, you know how to speak to your artist, the band, please put your volume here on the keyboard, you know, you can have everything is correct, but the people block is one of the most challenging, because now you have to deal with people's feedback and people's perspective on on what the sound is, or is the sound good, is the sound bad. They all have different perspectives. So you being able to recognize who is the decision-making power is very, very important. Because when you know who's the boss with the final say, it means as a live sound engineer, your job is literally to basically make those people happy. And if anyone comes and what they are asking takes away from the show or from the quality of the sound, you then have to direct them to the person who is actually in charge. And one of the challenges across Africa is people want things loud. They want the sound to be loud. They want more bass. And one of the challenges in Africa is most shows, they are underspecced in terms of sound equipment. So now you've got a small sound system and you want to play it loud because someone is listening from the back of the venue. He wants it loud there. It means when you take it that loud, the people in front, you've got chances that you are going to cause hearing loss. And for me, this is something, as a live sound engineer, is like you need to not be an enabler for hearing loss, because once you cause hearing loss, you know what, they can't be repaired again. You know, someone is, yeah, you know, so that is very, very important. So cool. So here I'm gonna take questions again. Cool.
Yeah, the questions are coming in. Remember, they're coming in. Here is a question from Andrew. They're asking, between digital and analog mixers, which one would you recommend?
Okay, so basically, analog mixers is basically where we come from. You know, that's where we come from. Even now, analog mixers are some of the cheapest mixers that money can buy. So so for me, I recommend to only use an analog mixer if what you are doing requires that. Like, there's an event that I was doing last year almost every month for one of the biggest companies in the financial industry. So this event, all they needed was one mic, handout, one lapel. That is all they needed. And the event was for 50 people. So this particular event, I would use a very small analog mixer that had like 4 channels, you know, because getting a digital mixer for that was just a waste of resources, because a digital mixer has got so much power, so many features that would just be a waste. And again, having that, it means that it would be a cost that the client takes that is not really necessary. So basically, in the analog domain, let's say, for example, we've got someone who on the mic, sometimes they shout, sometimes they speak soft. You know, if you're using an analog mixer, it is very difficult to manage that kind of person on that mixer. You're going to be constantly taking up the fader up and down. And then if you need to solve that, you need to have an external processor that you need to connect to the mixer to be able to control that dynamic, you know. But with a digital mixer, any digital mixer, it comes with it built in those systems to be able to manage dynamics. So really, at the end of the day, it is, you only use an analog mixer when you don't have the money to buy a digital one, and when what you're doing is only spec'd for an analog mixer that it can deliver. But anything else, digital mixer. That is that is the way right now. That is the standard right now. And now you can find the digital mixers at different price levels. And some of the best digital mixers on the market right now, some of the best, I won't mention all of them. It is Digico, they make some of the best. It is Avid, they make some of the best. It is Yamaha, they make some of the best, you know. And Behringer, they make some of the most affordable, you know. So there's really something for everyone. But when the allows and the money is there, go digital. So one more.
Yep, next question is from Jamie Nakia. Any recommendations on books to learn the basics, such as which cabling to which mixer and setting up drums, guitars, or mics?
Cool. One of the best places to learn from is manuals. So like now, now, for example, I have mentioned names of some brands, right? So some people ask me, can I intern with you or be mentored by you? You know, I know several individuals are interested in mentorship opportunities, internships, or joining my team to learn directly from my experience. So
So for me, because currently I mentor more than 1,300 sound engineers across Africa, it is very difficult for me when someone just sends me a message on social media or a WhatsApp for me to then meet them directly. So that's why I have created the online mentorship platform, where basically at least 6 times a year, I've got this open class where you can be part of, you can ask any questions and you can learn from me. And also, what I also do is when you're part of that mentorship class, I have a WhatsApp group. In this WhatsApp group, if I'm in Nigeria or Ghana or Zimbabwe, whatever country that I'm in, or if I'm in Johannesburg or Cape Town or Pretoria, whatever city I'm in, once in a while, I also put in that WhatsApp group and I say, if you're in this particular location, please come through, we can meet in person. So those are like some of the ways. But those people who are consistent and they apply the things that I teach in these particular platforms, when I see your consistency and I see that you are pushing, I then connect you in my network with technical companies in your countries or basically in your cities. But I just have to find a way to manage. So yes, you can be mentored by me through the online mentorship classes and also the in-person classes. And that is really the best place for you to get mentored by me. But as you engage through all of these different avenues, I would definitely meet you and I'll definitely be able to plug you into other systems, provided, you've got the right motives, you have developed also a good character to also best represent me when I also recommend you. Some people ask me, like, how do you get opportunities to break into the industry? And I know many people are looking for advice on networking, sourcing clients, marketing themselves, obtaining more profitable work opportunities. One key thing I say to people, getting work, especially when you are starting in the industry, in live sound engineering, it is less to do with marketing or networking. The first thing you need to focus on is actually developing your live sound engineering skill. That is the first point. That is the first thing you need to focus on. Me, I remember earlier on in my career, I made 200 business cards. I was handing them out to people, And I can tell you this, I didn't really get many calls from all of that effort. And one thing I then realized was like, you know what, and one of my mentors also taught me, he's like, engineers who don't know what they're doing, they talk a lot. And engineers who know what they're doing, they talk less. And for me, from those conversations with my mentor, one thing I then realized was like, you know what, I need to focus first on my skill. So basically, I have to look at myself, like if I'm working on a job and I'm engineer number 3, or I am a sound tech, I am observing the main engineer, and I'm looking at what is their workflow, how are they working. And basically now, from there, I'm also thinking about how can I do it better? Because anything anyone does, there's always a way to do it better. So by basically developing your skill and becoming better, it then means clients have a better experience with you. It then means your results are also consistent. It then means you are now a professional, which then means there's going to be a lot of recommendations. So really, once you knock at those doors and you find a place where your career starts, now when you're in there, focus on developing that skill. And then when that skill is developed, recommendations will come. And now, only now when you are at that place now, when you then want to scale, then you focus on marketing. This is why, like for example, at a personal level, I am active on all my social channels, but initially, my social channels were only meant for my clients. You won't really find any personal stuff to do with my own personal life there because they were basically only for my clients. So I might have 3 likes or 1 like or like 5 views, but those people were my key clients. It was a way for them to see that I am active when I'm not working for them. So they also see that I am also thriving, and people want to be associated with people who are also thriving. So that's really it, yeah. Many people also ask me, like, how do I minimize errors, deal with pressure during events and also overcome challenges, like in my career. One thing about live sound is it is a high pressure job. That is just the way it is. It is a high pressure job. And in terms of challenges and mistakes, someone taught me, you do something wrong the first time because you didn't know, that is called ignorance. You didn't know, but now you did it the wrong way. Now you learn the right way. So it's okay, But then now you do something wrong the second time, right? But you know how to do it right. That one, it's a mistake, It's okay. Mistakes happen, But you then do your best to do better next time. But you do the same thing wrong the third time, you're just not serious. I'm like, this is something that someone taught me. And for me, those things, they help me as I work as a live sound engineer. I know in the world of live sound engineering, an event starts at 2 in the afternoon. The event is going to be done at 9 p.m. I know I just need to focus for these couple of hours. So the ability to be able to focus when your event starts to when it ends, that in itself reduces the amount of mistakes you make, and it also reduces the amount of pressure you also face. Because now imagine your show is not going well, clients are not happy, artists are not happy. At the same time, you're trying to run the actual event and people are constantly talking to you. It makes it even harder, So being able to preempt potential challenges or potential disasters before the event starts, whether it is communicating to the clients or artists the limitations of what you have, so that in a way you are basically managing their expectations. That is also very, 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 very important, So that way you minimize the amount of pressure that you're going to face during the event, because that way now it also increases your chances to have a successful event as well. But basically that's it on that. Some people are asking, how do I maintain consistency and continue improving over time? People are basically interested in what drives my motivation and how I keep on growing in the industry and the techniques I've implemented in continuous improvement. I'm like, some of the things, that has helped me in my consistency improving over time is one of the key things. Number one is hungry. I am hungry, and I am hungry because I have observed how other people have basically impacted the world, and I've basically set it upon myself to say, what, I also want to impact the world in my own way, So that hunger, helps me to want continuously to continue growing. It's like, for example, my current workflow now, I started working on it sometime in 2023 January, and I developed this workflow. And then I saw the same year around from November in my industry, products were developed, products started rolling out that did what my workflow does, And for me, it is that desire to continue to want to push boundaries so that I can make my contribution. So that hunger, it really helps me. And then the other thing is mentors. I have different mentors from different parts of the world, and I'm constantly having conversations with them, and constantly every other time as I walk my journey of live sound, I get to different crossroads. And as I have conversations with them, they give me advice, specific advice to go with that crossroad. Sometimes I say to sound engineers is the best way to learn and to grow as a sound engineer is you must be specific in your questions. When you are specific in your questions and your challenge, it means the answers you also get are also specific as well. And then you overcome that challenge. That way you are also continuously growing. these to me are like some of the key things that have helped me. And also, like at the back of my head, I've always desired, I've always had this goal that 100 years from now, I want people, when they talk about the advancement of the entertainment industry, I just want my name to be there, And because I've seen other people do it, and these people, they were not any more intelligent or any more wiser, or they had everything that they needed. But I saw from the work that I do, doing work for some of the most influential people in the world, some of the people that have made the most impact in the world, like impacting people's lives in a positive way. Some of these people, the key thing that they have is really, they've really set their minds, on that particular goal. And also, I've also realized the more pure your intention is the longer you're going to stay at something. Because now I've been a sound engineer for 22 years. Now in 2024, I've worked with other engineers that they only did it for like 5 years or 10 years. Some only did it for 3 years. To be able to stay longer, it just takes more. So for me, I know the more pure your intentions, the more bigger the goal that you want to achieve at the end of the day is what will keep you motivated for the longest time. So for me, these are just some of the things that basically inspire me to keep on pushing. Other people have asked me, how do you train your ears to develop your skills? And people want to know the practical methods, I use to improve my auditory skills and also overall mixing approach. So something I was taught by one of my mentors was basically just have a mic and a speaker and a graphic EQ. Nowadays, if you have a digital mixer, you can basically use a graphic EQ on the mixer or just use the parametric on any channel. But what he taught me was I have a mic and I take up the gain, take up the level on the EQ and do a frequency sweep. So I'm going from the bass up to the highs. So as I'm doing that sweep, I'm hearing the feedback of the mic into the speaker. That way, I can get to basically learn randomly. Okay, cool. This is 80 hertz. This is 100 hertz. This is 500 hertz. This is 200 hertz. So by just doing that exercise, like every other week, it then meant that when I hear something, I can easily tell this is low frequency, this is mid frequency, this is high frequency, but this is also 800 hertz, this is also 2 kilohertz, this is also 1 kilohertz. So there's a practical thing you can do like that, as you are starting, just to help you just have a reference, And then also the listening to also good produced music as well, and also just watching really good produced shows, because it helps you have a reference in your head of what is good sound. Because for me, I basically always say to people, some people do not know what is good sound because they've been exposed to really bad sound. There's a guy who said to me, in Africa, some people, all they know it's working and it's not working. It's on and it's off. There are places where when you go, the speaker is so loud, the voice is so distorting, but everyone is sitting so comfortable, and the sound engineer believes he's also killing it, But that is only because the references he has, maybe it's only that particular experience. But when you go to big budget shows, when you can afford, if you watch also big budget shows with a bit on TV or YouTube, you just get an idea, of what is good sound to help you develop your ears, so that when you're also mixing now, you've got a reference that you are working from. And one of the simplest things I was taught was live sound, the first thing is, before I switch on the speakers, someone's voice must sound like their voice. A guitar must sound like a guitar. like the way it is sounding on stage when I then switch on the big system. So basically giving yourself time to learn what is the original sound source like, so that when you then are now mixing that sound source into a big system, your first target is to get that result. And then on top of that, now you can then become creative. But basically, these are just some of the ways you can train your ears. Just do as much as you can to have a good reference that you are always constantly listening to, so that when you're now in a situation where you're doing live sound, it's more like muscle memory. But basically, that's it. So I know many people as well, they've asked, how do I tune and optimize sound systems? There's a strong interest, in my methods of system tuning, including dealing with different venues and equipment and equipment limitations. So one of the key things when tuning sound systems has to do with alignment. So system alignment is very key. So how I can elaborate this is, so for example, this can be your top speakers, right? And this here can be the subs. And this here can be someone standing, listening to the sound. So now, one of the first things is, before we tune we tune the system, we need to optimize it. So as we are optimizing it, we need to know that, okay, if our subs are there, from here to there, it is longer than from here to there. So which means sound is arriving at different moments. So we need to measure what is the distance from our person in these top speakers. So for example, in this example, this might be, let's just say this is 5 meters, right? And this is for our top speaker. Then we need to measure what is the distance between our person and the sub speaker. For example, this can be, let's say, 8 meters, because these subs are like under the stage or something. So we can see there it is 5 meters, here it is 8 meters. So if you do 8 minus 5, we end with a difference of 3 meters. So now we know, just because of the placement of our speakers and in relation to our person listening, there is a difference in the sources. And we know if the sound arrives at different intervals, we know it's going to cause phasing issues. Okay, that different arrival is going to cause phasing, because our speakers here on the top, they are also playing some low frequencies. Our speakers here at the bottom, they are subs, so they're playing low frequencies. Because there's that distance difference, is going to cause phasing, which means our low frequency is going to be less efficient. So now, to optimize this system, we need to basically move this top speaker so that it is in line with this one. So we know there's a 3 meters difference. So all we do is we put these 3 meters delay time into the tops. So one of the simple ways to do that is basically 3 meters times 3 milliseconds, which gives us 9 milliseconds. And if we go into our processor, or it could be a mixer output, we put 9 milliseconds on the output of the tops. And remember to do the same for the left and the right. We put that time, it means we have virtually moved these speakers back. And now, after we put in the delay time, our speakers are literally just above the subs, which then means this distance now, and that distance is now the same. So our speakers are in phase. So which means the low frequency is going to sound good. So this simple thing, this is basically system alignment. it is part of that tuning process. It is part of that optimizing the system to get the best from it. So after you have done the optimization of the system, and you must understand, before all of this, you must make sure you've got the right presets. Okay, and then after you've done the right presets, we fix that everything is aligned. And then there are other tools that we use, like, for example, smart software. Smart software, what it does is, I can have a mic and send this a signal to this speaker, send a signal to this speaker with a reference signal. It will tell me the difference again in distance. And then I can also check with this software to see how are these speakers interacting as far as low frequency is concerned, because that is where the phasing happens. And then from there, with this software, I can then align it. It gives me again this time. I can align it. But sometimes what happens is different speakers, different manufacturers, they've got different times in their processing. Like, for example, for a sub, for a processor to be able to process the full range audio signal, to have that low frequency, it may take 10 milliseconds. So you just looking at the physical, you see the 3 meters, but you won't be able to know that this particular speaker internally also has an additional 10 milliseconds. So that's where software comes in to help you further analyze and further optimize. So for me, I use software now to get me to be even more efficient. But in your own case scenario, if you don't have the software, you can just do these physical checks, and you are basically technically aligned in terms of phasing, because more and more manufacturers, they are making it very simple, such that if you just do the physical checkings and you make it aligned, their system is already more efficient. So for me, after all of that, what I then do is I play my reference music. So I play a John Legend song, and then I play this other guy's song. I forgot his name now. So the John Legend song helps me just see how is the vocal clarity and trueness, because it is just a vocal and piano song. So there must not be too much color in that voice. It must sound clear, not muddy, not harsh. And then the second thing that I do is I play my second song. My second song gives me a balanced reference between a vocal and low frequency. There's like a nice beat to that song. So I can hear the vocal and the low frequency. And then there I can then set my ratios between the tops and the lows. And after that, I know whatever I bring into the sound system is going to sound true. I do these things where I will do an event. There are 20 choir mics. They're all wearing headsets, or they've got handles, and there's like 40 of them, or it's a 400-piece choir. Like, I know if I check one mic and I do my high pass properly and I fix any other color from that particular mic, I know when the 400-piece choir comes or the 40-piece choir comes on their handles, it's going to sound true to the source. But all of that happens because I've basically optimized my whole system. So really, one of the key things in being able to optimize a system for you to be able to have good results on a system is basically the efficiency of your tools. And smart software is like one of the references in the market. There are other softwares, some for free, some less expensive, but for me, I prefer to work with the industry standards, because I know they will spend so much money in their research and development, so I don't have to worry about other things, because they've done all of that work under the hood already. Respect experience and embrace mentorship. One of the things that I say like over and over again to the people that I mentor, or people that I just meet at random, one of the key things that I always say is respect anyone who's been doing live sound for longer than you. If you respect them, even if you believe you know more than them, even if you have done bigger shows than them, even if you have worked on some of the most sophisticated systems more than them, respect anyone who has done live sound for longer than you, longer than you. Because when you respect them, then they want to see you win. There are things that I've learned from guys, which is basically how do you connect two XLRs so that if anyone pulls the other end by mistake, it will never come out. These are things that you may never find on YouTube or anywhere else. But someone who's been doing something longer than you, who has faced different challenges than you, they have learned some skills that are not in textbooks, but when they teach you those things, what they want to see you win, that then adds on to your wealth of knowledge. So for me, like being able to respect people who have gone before me has been like one of the key elements and also key building blocks in my life as a life sound engineer. And I'd also just want you to also learn that, take that to heart, because you must also understand all of these guys who have gone before you, they've also in a way paid some price to make what life sound engineering is today. It could be in your market or in different parts of the world. So that lesson is very, very key. Always respect anyone who has done live sound longer than you, so that they want to see you win, so that they will share their thoughts and minds whenever you're doing something and they see there's another way to do it better, so that they are able to freely express themselves. If you don't respect them, they will just leave you to your own ends. It's like if you fail or if you lose, they'll be like, we saw that coming. So for me, understanding live sound is already challenging. It is already a challenging, stressful environment. You really want to have as much support as possible. So that is something that is very key. What advice do I have for someone aspiring to become a professional sound engineer? I know many people are seeking guidance on how to develop their skills, what they should focus on, and also how to progress from a beginner to a pro. If you're someone aspiring to be a live sound engineer, one of the key things to look at is you need to find a place where you are able to engage in sound engineering. So one of the first simple steps is if you have the money and the resources, find the nearest school near you, go there, enroll, and learn there. If you don't have access to money, find a church, house of worship, different religious organizations, where they've got a sound system. Volunteer there, as you are volunteering there, you are also learning the skill. Also, to step up from that, try to find technical companies in your area that basically provide professional services, in events. Go there, knock at the door, make yourself available to assist them. It could be sweeping their warehouse, it could be organizing their equipment, it could be just assisting them as they are setting up for events. And you can do this even for free, because the most important thing is for you to be able to get in, to learn the skill, and then once you have learned the skill, people are able to then see the value of your skill, and they're able to then reward you for it. So really for anyone aspiring, there are different ways you can get in. If you have the money, find a school. If you don't have the money, find a place where they are practicing sound, whether it is a technical company, whether it is a band, whether it is a church organization. But the key thing is you need to start, and you need to start now. You need to literally start this week. If you listen to this video and you're saying you are aspiring after this particular video clip, just start looking. Okay, cool. Where is the closest place where you can go to and learn? And also, I've got my online mentorship classes. Be part of those classes, because in the different countries, I've got networks in there where I can also place you in. But this is really only possible if you are active in these classes. Thank you. Some people ask me, what equipment, tools, or softwares do I use and also recommend? So for me, in my bag, I basically carry 3 laptops. I carry, these are like some of the key things that I carry as my tools. These 3 laptops, one is for my plugins, and basically my plugins are basically the software I use to basically manipulate sound going to the sound system and also manage different channels. It's like, for example, when I'm doing sound for different presidents or kings of like different parts of the world, I need to use specific tools on the mic that they use so that I've got more level before feedback. And those tools are in plugins. I've got something called a primary source enhancer by Waves, but there are also different tools that do the same thing. I've got a very good EQ called Pro Q by Fab Filter. It's a very transparent EQ. I also use an auto mixer called AT auto mixer, which is like Dendugan auto mixer, which is also very efficient because when someone is talking on those 2 mics, I want them when they're on the one mic, the other mic level goes down to avoid phasing issues, you know. So that's the one laptop. The second laptop, all it does is playbacks. So when I'm doing events like award events, you know, I have music cues. It could be walk-up music. It could be music to basically celebrate a winner. It could also be voice-over cues where I need to play a certain voice-over to tell people we're about to start in 5 minutes. So that I've got a computer specifically dedicated for that. And then my third laptop is for smart and also doubles as recording. This also doubles as recording. So every time I do an event as well, I've got the capacity to also multi-track the actual event. But I always say to clients that my multi-tracking is only backup. I don't do main recording because I know I'm more focused on the sound in the room. I may forget to press the record button. But for me, in principle, I always multi-track record every event that I do so that if something happens to the main recording, they can come to me to get the recording. So these 2 computers help me as a main and the backup recording. So the third computer, the main thing it does is smart. And smart, this software, what it does for me is, as I am running the event live, I've got software that is visually showing me how is the system responding. So that if I feel like there is too much bass in the system, so in my head I can say, okay, there is too much bass, it is 35 hertz. When I look in the software, it can show me that it's actually 45 hertz. So it means before I make my decision to make a correction, I've got my ear listening to the system, and I've got software also analyzing, and when I have to make my decision now, it's now informed from those 2 experiences. So all of these things can happen on one laptop, but I need 3 laptops because I want when the event is running, I can see all those screens and I don't have to flip through screens. Because in live sound, I always say, if you are 4 seconds late, you are late. You know, because when it's time to say, do that cue and you are late, you are late. If an MC is coming on stage and you switch on that mic 3 seconds later because you were flipping through your screen and the MC came up without you seeing them, you are late. So that's why I use the 3 laptops. Another thing that I have in my bag is lasers. So I've got lasers in my bags because sometimes when the setup is running late and my client wants to do rehearsals very urgently, I need to be able to optimize the system in the quickest way possible. So with lasers, I can easily measure distances between the main speakers, the delay speakers, the front fills, and I can easily put in times into the system very quickly, very efficiently, and I can get a result that is satisfying to the client. And then when everyone is left now, I then use the software to basically optimize. I also have an RME, DigiFace Dante. So my RME device, basically, it is the device that I use to basically get into different mixers to come into my computer that does the plugins. It's a very efficient way to go in and out with the least latency. Yeah. And then apart from that, it is different cables and different other connectors, but this here is the main system. I travel with my own Cat 8 cables, network cables, because I've had instances where I'm working in different countries and my system for the plugins is not working properly because one of the cables were faulty. So now I just travel with very efficient Cat 8 cables. So these are basically some of the tools that I use. And softwares that I recommend, definitely smart software. It is a software to really look at when you can afford or when you save up some money and you can buy it. It's very, very essential. If you work for an organization, if you can convince them to purchase that for you, it is very, very efficient, because when you know how to use this, you are basically at the level of pro audio, in the world. Anywhere you go in the world, they will know you know what you're doing when you know the software. And I think that's really it on that. Thank you. Some people ask, what is my approach to mixing live sound? I know people have questions that revolve around my mixing techniques, my workflow, and also how I achieve a clean, balanced live sound mix. One thing I learned as far as mixing live sound, or as far as live sound is concerned, is the more professional the tools that you use is also the more predictable the results that you also have. But also working across Africa, there are sometimes inconsistencies in the different countries or the different cities that I work in. So now, it is, for me, what I do in my workflow, it is a balance between using the best tools and also getting the most from the equipment available, which is basically what is a live sound engineer's job. So as far as mixing is concerned, the first thing is making sure that your system is set up in the best possible way. And how you basically achieve that is really you are using the speakers in a way that the manufacturer has recommended. So basically, this is like, for example, if you've got passive speakers, you are using the right amp with the passive speaker, and then you've got the right crossover, or basically your processor for those speakers, you are also using the right processor, and you've got the right crossover points, so that you're basically getting the most from that particular system. So if you do it according to the manufacturer, it means that side of the system, it is covered. But then now, if you're using a professional system, it could be an L Acoustics, it could be Meyer Sound, it could be D&B, the way they develop their systems and they design their systems, they are more efficient. So if you follow the manufacturer's presets, it means the speakers themselves will be able to give you good sound. And then after that now, what I have in my system is I use different softwares. And these softwares, they are basically designed by people who have spent years researching, the best EQ softwares, the best compressor softwares, so that for me, I can easily travel with that workflow wherever I go, and I can easily embed that workflow on the system where I'm working on. So all of these things then help in me achieving great sound in my mixing when I'm doing live sound. And one of my top secret things is reverb, especially when I'm working on like things to do with music. I know the better the quality of my reverb is, the better the quality of the vocal expression of the artist. So that is really something very key with me. So yeah, that's it on me on mixing live sound. What's up, good people? How are you doing? I'm super excited, like being here tonight, the first class of the year. Super excited. And I'm coming live all the way from Johannesburg. The city is looking beautiful. The night is a little bit cold though, but the city is looking beautiful. I'm like super excited. I've got some amazing guests, surprise guests that I've got lined up for you, from the city of Johannesburg. And I see you guys coming in, keep coming in. And also remember, guys, put in questions as you come in, put in questions so that you get the best value in this class as well. And also today, I just want to thank DWR and L Acoustics. These guys, they've made it possible for this event to happen tonight. They're basically making the load a bit lighter on me to be able to do these classes for you guys. So DWR basically sells some of the best equipment used in the industry, technical equipment used in the industry. And then L Acoustics manufactures some of the best speakers used in our industry as well. And then, guys, as you're in, guys, welcome. Please put in questions, guys, so that you can get the best value from the class. Oh, guys, I'm super excited. Look, like the first class for the year, and this is basically like our 1 year anniversary. And I remember this time last year when we came into the class, the system kept kicking us out. But really, just to really kick it off, I've got an amazing guest, and he's there waiting for me backstage. And also, just before I get into that, I just wanna give a shout out to Gear Split Beam and also Gears Infrastructures. Gears Split Beam is basically a company that focuses on providing technical equipment for mostly the theater industry across Africa and also different parts of the world. Infrastructures is a company that focuses on supplying stages and also even manufacturing stages. They basically do some of the biggest stages that happens in most of the events that happen in South Africa and also different parts of Africa as well. Please put in questions. I've got an amazing guest tonight. His name is Temidayo. And he's basically the sound engineer for Burna Boy. So I've got him backstage. Temi, you can basically come in, my brother. Okay, cool. So Temi is
Yeah,
now on stage.
okay.
Cool, 100%. Cool. Temi, how you
Hi,
doing?
boss. I'm good, and you?
I'm good, man. Thank you again for basically taking the time to be with us today. So now I want you to look very fine on this camera. So I just want you to
Yeah.
wipe that camera a little bit because
Oh,
I can
yeah.
see there's some
You can
smudges.
see.
I want you to look.
Yeah.
I want you to look good. Cool.
Let's clean that up. Is that
Yeah,
better
man.
now?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I see you now. You're looking fresh. So you know what? It is really amazing to have you, Temi. Like in this class. And last year at this time also you were my guest in the class. And I remember you had flown down somewhere and your internet was bad and you kept on coming
I
in,
think I think
going
I
out.
think it was somewhere in Norway or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I know right now you are also in the middle of sound check. So please tell
Yeah.
me, where are you right now? Right now, as I'm
We're
talking to you.
actually we're actually in London.
Okay.
We're setting up for rehearsals.
Okay.
For those who follow us, they know we've got a show in Kenya next week, Saturday, on the
Okay.
1st
Cool.
of March. So
Perfect.
we've got set up, ready to go. Band are coming in tomorrow. Today is just 10 guys. If you can see, I don't think you can see much. Let me see if I can turn a bit. That's
Cool.
my front of house desk there in
Cool.
a control room. The band are in another room.
Got you.
So
Got you. Got you.
we're line checking at the moment. We're line checking at the moment.
Perfect. And that this is Burna Boy show in
Yes.
London, and then you're gonna be having another show in Kenya.
Yeah, this is rehearsals. We're in rehearsals
Oh,
for the next
rehearsals.
3 days.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesomeness.
So we'll
So
bring all
now,
our kits into rehearsals and then
perfect.
we ship it.
Because
Um,
that's something I really wanted to ask, right? Okay, cool. So I've worked with you different times, and you also know
yep.
how the market is in Africa. Like
Yep.
in Africa, sometimes it is very difficult for a band to have rehearsal times for their show, you know, before they basically go out to do that particular show, you know, in a way of actually having the right mixers to create the proper show, you know, all of those things. Sometimes when they do rehearsals, they're using a very small mixer, not enough monitors, not even enough mics. So I just want you to talk a bit about the importance of rehearsals, using, you know, almost the same system you're going to use on the show, and how that also helps you as a live sound engineer.
To be honest, there's no comparison. It takes your show from 20% to 90%. It's just basic. It takes a show from 20% to 90%. The ability to have the same gear, same backline, same mics. So imagine changing microphones, your gain staging will change. But if you have the same mics, the same capsules, once you set your gain, you're making minute changes, you know, on the road. Your show is like the same. The quality of your delivery stays the same. There are instances whereby things happen, you can't get your full time on sound check. You know, you can't get your full time on sound check. But if you have the same gear, you can virtual sound check, you know, knowing fully well it's the same kit, it's the same keys, it's the same drums, it's the same mic. You can virtual sound check and have your show ready 80%. And let's say the first song, when you come in, the first song is your sound check per se. You know, by the first song, 2-3 minutes into the show, you're ready. You're ready to go. So to be honest, it takes your show from 20% to 80%. And where possible, it's an advice for people to work with it, even if it's a Midas M32 you've got, and you have that consistency, you know. It just makes your show better.
Yeah, and then another question for you as well is this, right? Like, you've also seen across Africa people who use like amateur equipment or you know, like very, very cheap equipment, and still the same people expect very high results. Can you speak a bit on the difference between how professional equipment works and its output as compared to amateur equipment? You know, because sometimes people keep on changing guys because they think it is the guy's problem, and then they bring a new guy. But can you also just speak on the element of what professional equipment actually also brings to basically creating a good show as a live sound engineer as well?
So the best way I can explain it, let me take it in medical terms. In the past, when people want to have surgery, like you want to have a stomach open surgery, they would cut you from top to bottom to see what is inside your stomach. Right? Fix it, and so you would have one large scar on your stomach. Now, these days with technology, you have what you call keyhole surgery. They put 2 dots, cameras goes in, you do the operation, camera comes out, you don't even know that you have a scar. That's the easiest way to explain it. You know, so it's like it's one thing. Yes, there's the other side of it in terms that people need to learn their gear. It's not about buying new gear and buying new gear. You need to learn it. We've when we did that, our last show was in October, right? But we've improved our outboards, our system. We've added some extra stuff to it. Now, that's one of the reasons why we're in rehearsals, because we had new stuff added to our rack. It's not because we added the rack, we're just going to jump in on the show and just start working on it. No, we have to like learn whatever we've added to it, see what addition or what beauty it's bringing into the mix. You know, so that's very important to learn your gear. But the honest truth is, if you have access to better gear, it gives you. So let me give a typical example. Now, one of the things we've done is our playback. We've moved our playback from analog into digital. Right. So by moving our playback from analog into digital, we've removed one SD rack from our package. That's reduced the weight of the things we're carrying.
Got you.
We've
Got you.
removed copper, which is our split that splits it into all our mixes. We've moved another 32
Yeah.
channels of copper. That's less
Got you.
weight. So now all of a
Got you.
sudden we're flying to Kenya. We're
Yeah.
flying with less weight, but with
Yes.
better productivity.
Got you. Yeah.
You get,
Makes sense.
so
Makes sense.
playback now, we want to set up playback. It's just 2 Cat5 cables, primary and secondary from Dante, boom, ready to go. Before,
Got
you'd
you.
have to plug in 24 channels and that's testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Got
But
you.
now,
Yes. Yeah.
you
Cool.
know,
Yeah. And
so
then yeah.
you can't underestimate the power of technology, to be honest.
Got you. Got you. And then now, in your work now, I know in your work you've basically had the experience and exposure to work with different types of mixers, to also work with different types of speakers. I just want to know, for you personally, right? What is your preferred mixer to work on as a personal preference, and why?
Okay, it's double-edged. I'm a Yamaha person. I love the
Okay.
tone on the Yamahas.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
But at the moment, I'm traveling with digicals
Got you.
because it kind of, in terms of what I need the desk to do, the
Yeah.
digital does it.
Got you.
Yeah. So in terms of productivity, it's the digital. So that's what I'm traveling with at the moment.
Got you.
The digital is also very universal. You know,
Got you.
we had a smaller show sometime in Paris early
Yes.
this year, and we had to go with a smaller rig.
Got you.
So I used the 852, the Condom 852 at front of us normally, but we needed a
Got you.
smaller rig, and all I needed to do was convert my 852 to a 328.
Got you. So it's basically
338, sorry.
Yeah. So it is basically digital because of the convenience of being able to find it in different places. And then if you find a different model, you can change your file easily
yes.
to basically fit. Okay,
Exactly.
great. And then speakers, right? If
Right.
budget is not an issue,
DMB.
you know,
DMB.
GMP. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Last one,
Yep.
brother. Last one.
Yeah.
So again, and then out of interest, right? Like this is my last question, and then I'm gonna let you go, right? What is the difference between a proper professional brand PA system and a knockoff? They say this is DNB or this is L acoustic, but it's really not. They're like it's an exact copy. Okay, cool. Now I want you to tell me what is the difference between the copy, because across Africa people sell people the copies and they say it's a copy and it's cheaper, but it's the same thing. Please, can you tell me from your own personal experience, because you have experienced this? Yeah.
So with Kenya, we're coming to now. We're going to. They've sent us that they've got L acoustics, right? The leaders can some. I'm dreading it.
Yeah.
I'm dreading in the terms that I don't even know if it's the original or if it's a copy.
Yeah.
You know. So we're carrying all this control package, the needs, to text and everything. By the end of the day, it comes down to the speakers.
Yes.
I remember there was a trip I did to Africa. And we had these Chinese copy boxes for the gig. And I've never felt so horrible in my life. It just sounded off. And I'm listening to my headphones. I'm like, sounds right. I'm listening to the speakers. This sounds off. And I'm telling the system tech, I'm like, what is going on here? He goes, oh, don't worry, let me EQ it for you. And it EQs this thing. And we're told not to mix with our eyes, mix with your ears. But bro, the EQ on this system it scared the life out of me. But
I get you. So basically, in essence, you get a copy, you get not a pro PA system. It means you're gonna have to work harder, and even if you work that hard, it's very difficult to get
very difficult.
Good results.
It's very difficult because you can have a copy, but especially when it comes to speakers, I say, we ask preference. You tell me, DMB, L acoustic, I'll tell you, give me a good system tech.
Perfect.
Give me a good system tech.
And then you're going to get good results.
I know I'm going to get good results because a good system tech, you know, okay, I know the speakers, I know how to tweak it, I know how to get the best out of it.
Perfect.
So it's I know it's we need to get to a point where we back home in Africa we need to start investing in the right kind of. I know it's
Got you.
cheaper,
Yeah.
but in the long term, in the long run,
Yeah.
we'll realize that, especially if we want to start getting A-list artists coming into the
Yes.
country and stuff,
Yeah.
it's very imperative that we stop using those kind of boxes. Yeah.
No, thank you for that. And for me, I think I can even end our conversation on that.
Yeah.
Like in Africa, we need to do the right thing, invest in the right equipment, professional gear, because it will basically enhance the experience for people when they go to watch a show. And in that, Temi, thank you very much for taking the time. I'm going to release you now so that you can get back to
Thank
work.
you
But
so
I'm
much,
looking
Will.
forward. I'm looking forward to have like a 30-minute conversation. Me and you, we basically record that so that we can then share that. But thank you very
No
much
problem.
for basically taking the time to come through today. I really appreciate you, brother. Bye for now. Enjoy the rest
Thank
of your
you.
day.
Take care, Will.
Cool. All right,
Bye.
cool. Okay, guys, so that was Temi, Benaboy sound engineer. So I've got my other guest, Davide. Just want to check if you are there. If you can switch on your camera for me, Davide, if you can hear me. Cool. So I'm just waiting for my second guest. I see him. I'm gonna bring him onto the stage. So guys, like Davide, he's the sound engineer for Andrea Bocelli, and he is someone I also hold in high regard. So basically, Davide, welcome. you know, it is good to have you. So I'm just gonna set the stage a little bit, hey guys. In live sound, classical music is one of I'm like it's like the gold standard for live sound, because everything there is like it's about reinforcement, the real trueness of reinforcement. So it's really amazing to have you, David, to basically speak to you today. And like, where are you exactly as I'm talking to you now? Because I also know you're also busy setting up right now.
Yes, hi everyone. Yeah, I'm in Colombia at the moment, in Bogota. We just came off from an American US tour. So we're in Bogota tomorrow night. We're in the middle of setting up a show in the stadium. And then the day after tomorrow, we go to Venezuela for another show in a different cricket stadium, baseball stadium. And then we go back to Europe for a bit.
Got you. So please tell me a bit of an overview of Andrea Bocelli's setup, the different elements you have on your inputs coming from stage.
Yes, basically we have first of all it's a all live, fully live concert. So we don't have backing tracks of the orchestra. So we have a full orchestra made of 64-piece orchestras, and then we have 60-piece choir, and everybody plays live. And it's very complicated because we're reaching around 100 channels, and of which most of them are condenser microphones. So
got you. And how, please tell me also a bit about your monitoring. How do you manage monitoring for that stage? How do you do it?
Well, the monitoring is fairly basic, mainly because of the live orchestra. We try to recreate the sound as natural as possible, and therefore the orchestra doesn't really have the monitoring. So they play like they were in a theater, okay? So they can, and then the most important thing is for them to follow the conductor. So as long as they follow the conductor, we're good. And then we just have some monitoring for the singers, where they just have a bit of themselves coming back, and this is more to kill, the sound coming from the house, the reverberation, the echo, and the delay, and everything. So a bit of monitoring helps them. Also, we're dealing with classical trained singers. They're not used to play with monitoring anyway. Sopranos, tenors, they've never seen a monitor. So it's a fine balance between the live the live show and what they are used to.
Got you. And now, in terms of your mixers, I've noticed that you've got two mixers at the front, and I don't think you've got a mixer on monitors. Can you please say something on that?
Yes, we had this configuration for a while, although now we're slowly moving back to have a desk dedicated to monitors, simply because then sometimes, not every show, but sometimes we have several guests. So we generally have 3 to 4 guests each show, but then we do some big shows where we have even probably 10 guests, the big American singers, pop artists.
Yes.
So we got live on TV in America. So for those kind of events, then the whole thing changes. So the guests need to have in some monitoring, and in that case, will always be IMs, in-ear system. So they are able to, because that's what they're used to. They're used to the IMs rather than just playing, without any monitoring. So we're slowly changing, things depending on the kind of shows that we're doing. So otherwise, if we have 2 desks in front of house, one is dedicated to the orchestra and the other one is dedicated to the live band, because I didn't tell you that on top of the orchestra, we also have a pop band playing on top of it. So drums, bass, keyboards. For some songs towards the end of the set.
Got you.
It's busy.
And then what is your preferred mixer? I saw it, but I just want to hear it from you. Yeah.
I tell you what, I've been using, I probably would say most of the desks that are out in the market, and I've used all of them, and I like each desk for specific things. So it would not be fair to say, I like this or that. But I've used SSL on Roxy Music at the shows, and I've used Yamaha on Simply Red, and at the moment I'm on a Digico. And when we're in America, I'm lucky because we're on a big Quantum 852. And that's the brand new desk from Digico. Otherwise, we are generally on this production. We are on the SD7 Quantum.
Oh, got you. And just out of interest, just working on the surface itself, the Digico, is it what 85 what? The
852.
Working on the 852 as compared to working on the SD7 surface. What are some of the key differences for you as someone working on these 2 mixers, and you kind of know your way around them?
Well, it definitely weighs double of the SD7. It's really big.
No, it's very big. The screens are big. So
it's massive. It's a desk. It has really big screens, so it's easier to see. You can see, it's a very good quality screen, so you can see on the daylight as well. And internally, it has lots of new features, like the Spice Rack, which is a new option that is on the Quantum, and which are dynamic EQs and dynamic compressors of a better quality of what it used to be. And also they have a different sort of EQ called Mastered. These features are all on the Quantum series. But the Quantum 8 has, it can hold a lot of channels. And when I do monitors from front of house, then I end up using overall almost like 150, 160 channels, and it's about 30 auxiliaries. It's full on. So we need to have some good desks with some backup redundancy, which the 852 gives us.
Got you. And then one last thing: do you use any outboard gear at front of house, or you use everything on board?
Honestly, I've never been a fan of using outboard gear because, as well as plugins, I try to mix as natural as possible, and I try not to change the sound that is coming from stage. So if it's a good sound coming from stage, why do I need to change it? So I work really hard on stage with the musicians, with the band, or pop band, or the orchestras, and the microphone position That's for me is the priority.
Exactly.
Then, sorry.
Yeah, you know, and I think that that very thing that you are talking about is what makes classical music the gold like the gold standard, because it is primarily about reinforcement. Things have to sound true and avoid doing any colorations to what the natural sound would be if the orchestra was just playing in a room and no mics and no speakers, you know. And really, as much as it may sound simple but in actual practical
Yeah,
it
it's
is
not
not,
simple.
yeah, you know.
No, no.
So really, for that, you know, I just want to say thank you very much for your time today. And I know another time we're gonna have another conversation like 30 minutes long that we record offline so that we can share more, because I know
Anytime.
you have done some amazing stuff around the world for different artists. So I'm just looking forward to get to hear your backstory. How did it all start? And basically, how did you get here, you know, and also some ways to also help other engineers getting into the industry and other ones who are already in the industry, you know, finding ways for them to also upskill themselves. But for now, Davide, thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today. And may you enjoy the rest of your day further, and may you have a good time at work today. Cool.
Thank you. Thank you to invite me, and thank you, everybody. Yes, I wish you all the best.
Good. All right.
Bye-bye.
For now. Okay, guys, that was my last guest for the night. So I see you guys, you are in, and I see guys that you are putting in questions. Please continue to put in your questions. I'm going to get to them just now. So today I've got something that I decided to just start from today. You know, like every time I go live, I'm gonna try give you 2 words or 1 word, you know. So my audio words for the class tonight is, the first word is called audio dynamic range. For you who do not know what this is, basically audio dynamic range is the difference between the quietest and the loudest sounds a system can play, measured in decibels. Decibels is basically what we use to measure sound. The same way we measure distance in like meters or weight in kgs, sound we measure in decibels. So basically dynamic range, it is the difference between the quietest part and the loudest part. It is like, for example, if I am speaking to someone and I am whispering, when I'm whispering and when I'm shouting, that difference between that level is called dynamic range. So basically, when you buy a cheap microphone, its dynamic range is less as compared to an expensive microphone or a more efficient microphone. When you buy speakers, if you buy cheap speakers, their dynamic range is different from more efficient speakers. And this is also why when you see some of the biggest shows in the world, it always feels like they are using a bigger PA system than what is actually required, because the moment you've got a more efficient system is now you don't have to push up the levels like crazy so that people can hear. So it means your system, even if it's playing in its quietest levels, people are still able to hear, and it is comfortable. And when it goes loud, people are still able to hear, and it is comfortable because the system itself has got a wider dynamic range. Now, my second word for the night is called intermodulation distortion. This was like one of my favorite words I learned in live sound. And basically, intermodulation distortion of speakers is basically unwanted extra sounds created when multiple frequencies mix due to speaker flaws, making the audio sound unclear and harsh. So basically, intermodulation distortion is when you have one speaker and that one speaker is playing bass and is playing mids and is playing highs, and it's one speaker. So because sound is basically the vibration of air, the movement of air, so speakers, they move to basically create sound. But when that same speaker now is basically creating all the sounds, the bass, the mids, and the highs, in between there, when it's trying to reproduce all of those frequencies, because it needs to move a different way to produce those frequencies. It means somewhere in between there is going to be making unwanted movements of air, which then cause that intermodulation distortion. So basically, the more efficient the speakers you buy in live sound, you see that it will be like a four-way system. There's low lows, there's low mids, there's highs. So it means there are different speakers dedicated to specific frequencies, which then means that your system now does not have that thing of it is sounding unclear or it's sounding harsh. And this is why more and more and more in these classes, one thing I want to basically get across is people knowing that you need you need more and more to basically invest in the right equipment. And also that conversation brings me to a special announcement. So basically, from today moving forward, because different people, they try to get in touch with me to come consult, whether it is their church or it is a technical company or it is a commercial installation. People want me to help consult, and they want me also to assist them in getting the right gear. So right now, basically, if you have any questions and you're looking at getting equipment, or you want me to come through to your organization or church, just get the information that you see right now. That's the email. You can send your email to live@remember.africa, and that's the WhatsApp number that you can also basically get in touch with me. So in that, before I start answering your questions, there are just some things that I'd want you to do for me. Okay, cool. So today I spoke about one of the brands called L Acoustics. So I just want to know, people who don't know who they are, people who only knew who they are today. I just want you to basically answer that for me. People, do you know L Acoustics, or you didn't know it, you just found out about it today? Just answer that poll for me. Thank you very much. Okay, cool. Just keep on answering. I see your responses. Cool. Yeah, cool. Just keep on answering, guys. I see it. Yeah, because L Acoustic is basically one of the leading brands that manufacture professional equipment. Now, the other one is, do you know a company called DWR Distribution? Did you know it before this class? Just answer that. If you didn't know them, you've never heard of them, or you heard about them today, just answer accordingly. Cool, guys. Thank you very much. Keep on answering. Thank you. Cool. I'm gonna go to my next one. It's gonna pop up just now. Thank you guys for your responses, because this will also help me in the future as well, because I just wanna set the stage so that you've got access to the right things. Okay, cool. So Gearhouse split beam. Now my question is do you know Gearhouse split beam? Yes, no. If you found out about them today, just answer yes or no. It's okay. Cool. Do you know split beam? Yes, no. I see your responses, guys. Thank you very much. Cool. If you found out about them today in this class, answer under no. Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna ask you my next one. Thank you, guys, and also please keep on putting your questions. Please keep on putting your questions. I'm going to get to them shortly. Okay, cool. My next one is this. Some people are looking at buying equipment, and sometimes people make the wrong decision when they buy equipment. And one thing I want to do with my announcement tonight is I want to help people make the the right decisions when they're buying equipment. So just know that you can get in touch with me. If you go to my social channels, you'll find my WhatsApp number is also there. And also if you join the WhatsApp groups, I'll also put in my email in there where you can basically get in touch with me. Cool. And this is my last question for the night. It is coming up that it is basically coming up just now. Now, there's a company called Gearhouse into Structures. Now, I just want to know if you knew about them only today. If you don't know them, yeah, just if you only knew about them today, answer under no. If you knew them before, answer under yes, so that I can see. Basically, Gearhouse into Structures, they basically make structures that are used in the events industry. They basically do some of the biggest structures. They manufacture them and they also supply them for events. So in that, thank you very much, guys. You can keep on answering them because those pools are there, they are live. Now I'm gonna get to the questions. Okay, cool. Now my first question is, so these are some of the questions that I'm getting, so I'm gonna answer them as I go. Okay, cool. If in hybrid events mix minus is a must, what are the things in live sound production to look for beginners? Okay, cool. Yes, when you're doing hybrid events, mix minus is essential only if you're getting a feed back from where you are sending that feed. Like for example, some people, they do a live stream. It can be a corporate event or in a church, but the same computer that is doing the live stream is also playing back some AVs. So now if that computer is playing back music or graphics or videos for people to watch in the same venue, what might happen is what is the sound you are sending to them when they are streaming, they might send it back to you, and then it causes feedback. So that's where we use mix minus. And yes, it is essential. And also when you're starting out, it's also understanding that if you are mixing for hybrid and also in the venue, you must make sure that you EQ your speakers in a way that you don't have to do too much EQing on the actual channels. When you can do like an output to the speakers as a matrix and another output to the hybrid to the stream is another matrix. So you EQ your matrix for the PA so that the PA sounds true to what you're playing on the channels, so that you're not trying to fix things on the channels for it to sound good in the PA. But the moment you do that, now it doesn't sound good on the live stream. So that's also something to basically look at. How does someone fresh from college or varsity navigate into the world of live sound and start making a living? So basically one of the things that you can do is literally find a place where you can practice, whether it is a church, whether if you go to a show and you see people performing, sometimes it is possible to go speak to someone by the sound desk and say, guys, I like the stuff that you're doing. I'll just want to come and help out at your warehouse. And you basically go there, you help clean the warehouse, carry the speakers, pick the speakers, clean the cables, as long as you find your way into the space, that is the most important, because now people will get to know you and other opportunities will then happen. Cool. Now, how do you time align speakers and monitors to the stage wherever the stage is placed? So in principle, time aligning speakers to monitors, it is really it is not a necessity. It is more of like a preference, because at the end of the day, right? So for example, whenever people time align monitors to the PA, sometimes people are like, no, they want to hear the thump. They want to hear the thump on stage, so that there is no like phasing or whatever. Some people, it is because of that from the stage perspective, and some people from the audience perspective, they want to delay the main PA to the monitors, because when an audience is watching by the front of the stage, they want them to hear as if the sound is coming from the stage itself and not like separated from the front. But all of these things are very minute. The impact is not that great. So even if you don't do that, it doesn't matter. But the most important thing is to time align the main PA and the subs, because when the phasing happens there, it is going to be the most apparent. Cool. What is the best approach to mixing? Basically, when you are mixing, one of the key things is to understand that live sound at its basic essence, it is about reinforcement. So basically, whatever you're mixing must sound true to the source. So for example, it can be someone playing an acoustic guitar. You need to be familiar on how does an acoustic guitar sound, so that by the moment you then mix that acoustic guitar into the PA, if there are some frequencies there that do not sound true to an acoustic guitar, then you basically take out those frequencies. And always when you are mixing, it is better to subtract what you don't want from a channel than add frequencies that you want on a channel. Because adding frequencies is like, for example, on an acoustic guitar, you can say, the highs are too low, let me take up the highs. But the other approach is the low mids are too high and the lows are high, let me take down the lows. Then it means you then hear the highs more and you take up overall level. So which means in your speakers, you've got more and more of what you want. And as your channels add on, if you've got 2 channels, you can take things up, everything is okay. But when you've got 140 channels, when you do that approach of mixing, of just taking up what you want, it ends up just being an uncontrollable mess where you don't even know exactly where to fix it. Cool. Now the next question is, what is the best crossover frequency setting for your PA subs what is the best crossover frequency setting for your subs from your main PA? So now this conversation of crossover frequency settings, one thing I can tell you right now that is the best approach is every speaker manufacturer, they have recommendations, right? Now, the more professional the system is basically they'll create a preset for their particular system. So for you to know the answer to your question of the best crossover frequency of the subs in the main PA, we need to know what are the subs in question and what is the PA in question, and then from there can we answer. And for me, it is a simple thing of just going to the manufacturer's website and see what is their recommendation. That is the first point of call, But when I cannot do that in the old school way, okay, cool, we know that the low frequency speakers, the subs, basically 100 hertz and below, anything above, we basically take out. The high frequency speakers, 100 hertz and above, the rest we take out. But then now when you've got a 3-way system, it means now you've got lows, mids and highs. So it gets interesting and more interesting. And some speakers as well, inside them, they also have a passive crossover as well. So it is all of those things. So which is why the best approach is always to basically get manufacturer's recommendation. And this is why for me always is I basically, as much as possible, help people and advise people to get the right systems from the right manufacturers, because then they basically do all of this work in laboratories for months and years, and they create better crossover points for basically better efficiency. Now, what console do you use for mixing and why? So for me, I use different mixers because I work in different countries, and I work on different projects. Sometimes I get into a country and in there, for example, the other time I was in Dakar doing an award event, and in the country they had a Soundcraft, they had a Yamaha mixer, they had a digital mixer, but some of the mixers, they were not in good condition. So basically at the end of the day, I ended up using a Yamaha M7, you know. So for me, I can use different mixers, but right now, you know, the industry, the way it is, and if you heard from Benaboy's engineer and also Davide Andrea Bocelli's engineer, they use digital mixers. Right now, around the world, digital mixers have in a way become some of the most used mixers on events. So for me, digital would basically then be my personal preference, but I can basically work with really any mixer to achieve results for a client. And the key thing is it has to be a professional mixer. Cool. Now, the next question, apart from the environment, how is live mixing different from studio? So live mixing, the environment is the whole key thing of live sound, right? And also, it is also to do with time. In the studio, you can mix the same song for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. You can be working on the same song. You can have 400 versions of a mix of the same song. In live sound, if the event is on Tuesday, the event is on Tuesday at 3 p.m., you've got one shot at it. So understanding the amount of time that you have between preparation and sound check and delivery is very, very important. Because when you think you've got so much time and you spend time trying to get the best tone for the snare drum, and the event is about the president of South Africa giving a speech, and then you spend the least time on the president's mic, then it means you've actually failed as a live sound engineer. You need to understand what are the priorities of the event, and if you've got 10 minutes to get ready, you basically focus that time on the things that are the key priority. What equipment would you recommend a small church to get if they are to start live broadcasting services? So one of the key things is just to get a small format digital mixer, you know, small format digital mixer, and also another small format digital mixer for the broadcast section, so that you can have those two different mixers for control. But the key thing is first getting the first small format mixer. You can at first mix from that one mixer and then send to broadcast, and then grow it from there. The other elements of that, it is the video stuff, you know, and the lighting stuff, and all of that. Through my strategic partners, I can help you more and more. But as far as sound is concerned, it is really having a good, decent digital mixer, because in it comes in with so much power to help you do that. I've got a church now that I am currently consulting. They have a small analog mixer, and they also do live streaming. So it is very limited to what it can give you to be able to have a good service when you're going live. So basically that's it on that. Cool. Now, are there any websites, places, or people that I can learn what different effects do in a front of house setup with a band? So my other announcement that I did not put up today is I'm actually going to be creating 60 hours of classes where I basically go in depth on some of these things, break it down in very simple terms, so that you can experience these things. But right now, all you can do now is if you go on YouTube. So, for example, effects, we know we've got something called reverb, we've got something called delay. Cool, those are the most used effects. But then we also have signal processors like compressors, gates. Those are some of the most used. So if you're able to just look up those four, so reverb, delay, under effects, and then signal processors, you're looking at compressors and gates. If you look at those and you try to understand those are some of the most used ones. And when you Google saying that, you'll be able to find something where someone was recording and they're actually showing the effect of that. And I would recommend join the WhatsApp groups, so that as soon as I launch those different videos, you'll be able to access and also learn from there as well. Cool. Can I get the video for this webinar and other ones you've done possible? Yes. So basically, right now, when you go on my website, www.remember.africa, you see there's a tab that says mentorship. You're going to find some previous videos there, and I'm going to be adding more. And this one as well, I will also add it to that as well. Cool. Next question. And I'm also looking at my time, 3 minutes before ending. But it's cool. What are the key factors to consider when designing a PA system for a specific venue? So basically, when you are designing a PA system for a specific venue, some of the key things you need to look at is basically take the measurements of the venue, and then design that venue inside a simulation software. So basically, most amateur and professional speakers, they do have software that you can basically design those speakers in to do a simulation, so that you can see, if I place my speakers here, where am I going to get the best results, working with the limitations in the venue, because some venues, they've got a low ceiling, some they've got a high ceiling. So it's basically working with all of those limitations. If a venue is a low ceiling, it means if your PA is hanged, it can't be too long because it's gonna block people. So it means you're gonna have a less boxes on the hang, so which means you're going to have lots of hangs in that venue. So basically, that software, simulation software, then helps you to basically decide what is the best way to basically apply that system in that particular venue, basically just using software to do simulations. Cool. What's the proper way to tune speakers without software? Now, the moment you say proper way, because there is a way to tune a system without software, right? But the thing is, it is just less efficient from using software, because like, for example, when you are tuning a system, right? Okay, cool. So there is tuning, as in you are EQing your system, right? And then there's tuning, as in you are making sure that your system is time aligned properly. Those are two different conversations. And thing is, with your ear, the main thing is this is when you play something, like for me, I've got my reference songs. I know how these songs are supposed to sound. So it basically means, for me, when I play my reference song after setting up the system, I can hear my song and I can hear if there's something wrong in the PA. And I'll do the best I can with my ears to take out those things that are not making my song sound the proper way. This is after I've made sure that all the speakers are set up properly, and then I do that. Cool. And then in terms of the subs and the tops, I just measure so that the subs and the tops are like in the same line. So for example, sometimes your speakers are like in front of the stage, which is like maybe 4 meters in front of the stage. And then your subs are like under the stage or just in front of the stage, which is basically now your main PA and the speakers, they've got a 3-meter difference, for example, in terms of the actual position, what is forward, what is back. So basically, I can then just say, okay, cool, my main PA is like 3 meters in front of the subs, so which means I need to basically delay my main PA by like that difference, whether it is 3 meters or 5 meters. So basically, every meter I put in I basically put in 3 milliseconds. Some systems you can basically delay by putting in the distance. So all of this stuff, it works manually, but it is not as efficient as actually using software, because software will make you see things that your ear cannot see, and then even fine tune it to a different level. And the moment you say you want to become a professional sound engineer, you basically need to look at these softwares, get yourself familiar, even if you don't use it now, but get yourself familiar and then grow from there. Cool. I remember. I hope you are well. Thanks for putting this together for us. Please advise on some of the best practices for routing live audio for streaming purposes. How How then do you refine the mix for the stream purposes, especially when working on digital mixers? I think I answered this question earlier. If not, please put in that question if I did miss anything. How do you always mix kick and bass? So this question is like one of the longest, oldest questions in live sound, and it keeps on happening and happening again, so the most important thing is understanding that between these two instruments, the key thing is avoiding the masking of these two instruments. So the kick drum, it is about attack. It is mainly about attack and the body. The bass guitar is about the body and also being able to hear what the strings are doing. But where this attack and these details and these details are is in like different places. So the key thing is, like, for example, on the kick drum, you take out as much low end as possible. That just makes the kick drum just boomy and not give you the body and the attack. So you take out that muddiness. On the bass guitar, you need the body. So there's gonna be that bass in there because that is the body of the bass, and you take out the muddiness. So basically, at the end of the day, you'll find that when you're actually listening, you're gonna take out more low frequencies on the kick as compared to the bass. Some people, they think on the kick must make it more bass, more bass, more bass. But when you actually go and listen to the kick drum itself, when someone is kicking, it does not have that bass like that, because the kick is about body and attack. And the moment you are able to separate where the main frequencies of these two things are, then you take out where they are not. You will find that both of these instruments, they'll be able to shine very well together. Cool. Good evening. How can a sound engineer best develop their ear for critical listening? One of the key things to be able to develop your ears is basically listening to different music that is well produced. It helps to train your ear. It is also, whenever you can, attending some events, that are also well produced. It also helps, because at the end of the day, all you are doing is you are trying to create better references for your ear. That is the most important thing, because critical listening, you need to know what are you listening out for. And without listening to good music or good produced music, it is difficult for you to be able to develop that skill. So it's basically just finding good references, whether it is recorded or attending an event. It is important. So right now, guys, I am 5 minutes over time. I'm just gonna give it 5 more minutes and then I'm done for the night. Okay, cool. Let's go to the next question. Good evening. What are the basic principles one should follow when mixing a live band with electric guitar, acoustic guitar, bass, drum set, keyboard, mbira, ngoma, nehosho? Mbira, ngoma, nehosho, those are basically African instruments, like percussion. Okay, cool. Now, the key basic things to follow is you need to know what is the thing driving your particular mix. Like, for example, with the percussion instruments that you have put there, it will be most likely the mbira instrument is doing a bit of melody, a bit of a drive. So it means you need to basically create a nice bed where that can sit nicely. But also sometimes people with other people, mbira instrument, it's like just something on stage, and there are some songs where it shines and some songs where it does not shine. But that's gonna be one of your weakest links on the stage. So it means the way you mix everything is trying to maintain levels that you are still able to make the weakest instrument shine. And on that list, the weakest instrument is the mbira. So which means the mbira and the acoustic guitar is one of the things that creates magic. And the ngoma and hosho, those percussive things also create an accent that makes things even more magical. So it is just understanding that, and then everything else works to assist those instruments because they are the weakest ones on this list. Can you hear me, guys? I hope you can hear me. If you can call me on that WhatsApp number, guys, I'm just waiting for a caller to call me on my WhatsApp number. I am live waiting for a caller. Caller. Any callers? I'm waiting, guys. Standing by for your calls. I'll just play some music. Waiting. Okay, cool. I think I got a call. I got a caller. Okay, let's see our lucky caller here. Lucky caller, how are you doing?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I am good, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm currently calling from Botswana.
Calling from Botswana.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And what is your question, my brother? And what's your name?
Ask my question.
Yeah.
Oh, my name is Nkoti Chumba.
Okay.
Yeah. I would just like to start by the platform that you have. Us a whole lot. Yeah. Both on the WhatsApp channels, on the Instagrams. I would just like to shout out and all fans a big shout out. All of them remember she did the band. Guys was I think after shout out I started finding out about you this year.
Okay.
I had one of my lecturers was coming in South Africa and he was teaching us up for Botswana. And he mentioned that usually you do the poem.
Okay.
So with just that said, he made me really look into your craft and start being a fan of it. I would like to know, as a sound engineer, as a sound technician, how can I bridge the gap and really get a job that's I find myself networking?
Okay, so you are breaking a bit, but I'm just gonna try repeat your question. You are saying, as a sound engineer, how can you break in? Are you asking how can you break in into the South African market, or are you asking how can you break into the industry in general?
The South African market, rather.
Okay. So I hope you can hear me clearly, and I'm not breaking.
I don't know. I can hear that.
You can hear me very clear, right?
Most definitely.
Okay, cool, awesome, cool. So for you to break into the South African market, one of the key things I say to people is the South African market is a big market, and the market is also developed or advanced more than most of the markets across Africa. So one of the key things is, before you come to the South African market, if you're in Botswana right now, you need to basically be a shark in Botswana, so that when you come to South Africa, you were a shark in a small water body. Now you are in a place of a bigger, water body. Then it means you've got room to grow. But if you come from Botswana and you're a small little fish, when you come here, the sharks are gonna eat you, the crocodiles are gonna eat you. So if you have the opportunity to do that in Botswana, I would recommend do that first. So basically, whoever are the major players in Botswana, be in that network. Try to see how you can do work with them. And sometimes it means maybe having to do work for them, earning less or next to nothing, if they don't trust your services or value your services, depending where you are in that market. But if you have exhausted the market there, literally when you come to SA, just pick, just really like for me, when I came to SA, I did a list of the biggest companies and the biggest artists, and literally I was just going to those doors, having knocking at those doors, having conversations with those people, and then I landed clients. But I knew when people see my work, it is going to speak for itself. That's really how I break in. Yeah, I hope that helps.
Yes, sir. I have a thought.
Okay.
I'm speaking from the standpoint of I recently graduated university.
Okay.
I was studying an associate in sound technology. So with that said, my skill set in sound technology, and recently I have also gained the working on set, on a film set as a studio.
Got you. Got you.
I've, I've also worked within studios, as in producing music as well as events.
Got you.
Where would you say, as someone who recently graduated, where can I explore, or better yet still, where is the best place to start?
Okay, good. So if I get you correctly, you have just graduated, and you did
Yes.
stuff in TV and some work in studio. So you're literally fresh into the industry. So which means if
More,
so which means if you are to go to any developed market, then your focus is then literally, if you can do your research and really really get a list of what are the biggest studios that you can easily find by seeing what are the biggest productions, either from South Africa or whatever other markets. You look at what are the biggest productions, the biggest studios, and also it is good to choose which area you're going to focus on, because when you try to do in sound engineering, there are different disciplines. There is on location recording, there is studio post production, there is stuff to do with movies and TV. There's stuff to do with music. So for me, if you are able to look through all of those different things and try to pick one specific area for now, you don't have to make the right choice right now, but that will help you to narrow down your search. And then when you get in there, when you do that specific area, you'll be able to see if it rings true with you or not, and be able to then make a decision from there. Because something that can make you delay your progress is when you do so many disciplines at the same time. It can also delay your progress. You can do something for 5 years, but still you are really average in like all of them. Are you still there? Okay.
I am here, sir.
Cool. Yeah. And also, right, as you are part of these classes, we're gonna have another opportunity again to have conversations. Let me go up onto the next call. Thank you, my brother.
No, thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it, sir.
My
Have
pleasure.
a great day.
All right. Bye. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Can you hear me? Hello. My caller, I can see things moving, but I do not hear you. I'm just gonna go to the next caller. Let's see. My people. Okay. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. So please tell me your name and tell me where you are calling from.
My name is James. I'm calling from Nigeria, in Delta State.
Okay, great. So, what is your question, my brother?
Okay. Joe, I've asked you one of the questions before, but I just want you to
Yeah.
reinforce, kind of explain it in a more simpler terms for me to understand.
Okay.
Is it a good practice to do referencing, or how do you reference in live sound, or is it a good practice to do referencing when doing live sound? That's the first question. Then the second question is it a good thing to mix a song in live sound to sound like to make the sound to sound like a studio recording?
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna try answer without forgetting the first questions. Cool. So the first question, you ask me again the first. Okay. Let me answer the second
The first
question.
question is referencing. Is
Okay. Cool.
it a good practice to do referencing
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
while doing live sound?
Okay, yes. So, referencing is always important because it gives us a starting point. Without a starting point, we can think what we're doing is amazing, but with a reference, we can tell uh, if we compare whatever we're doing to the reference, we can see is it better or is it worse. So, for example, like if we are EQing a microphone for someone vocal, for example, so we know the principles of live sound it is all about reinforcement, right? So we know someone's
Yes,
voice must sound like their natural voice. So our reference for
yes,
the sound of that voice is that person's voice without a microphone, without speakers. So that is the reference.
yes,
So now, let's then say when we are now talking about Afro beats, for example, it is a type of music from Nigeria. When we talk about
yes,
Afrobeats, you need to have listened to a reference of Afrobeats. When you listen to a reference of Afrobeats, when you're now doing your mix and you're doing your balance, you are now comparing what you are doing to that reference. But without a reference, the way you're going to balance the elements may be different because key elements are different for different types of music. So referencing is always important because it gives us something we can measure up against. That's why we do referencing. And it's like, for example, some people they don't know the difference between good sound and bad sound. They know it's on and it's
yes,
and it's off. I think you've seen people who they'll be listening to speakers, they are very loud, they are actually painful, very loud, and they can also be distorting.
yes,
They are also distorting, but the
yeah,
people are happy, right? They are happy because that
yes.
is their reference. So when you're in the habit now of listening to good references, you can tell when it's not right. And then the second question, what was the second question again?
To actually mix a live sound to sound like a studio recording.
Okay, all right. So the reality of it is this: live sound is not about perfection. Studio, it's about in studio you aim for perfection. Live sound is about getting the most with the available resources. So those two things are completely different. In studio, you can work on the same song for 2 months. You can work on the same project for 8 months. In live sound, you've got one day to set up or 3 days to set up, 2 hours to do rehearsals or 3 hours to do rehearsals, and then the show needs to start. You understand? So so if
Yeah,
you try all the time to make something sound like studio work and you are trying to do 8 months of work in a couple of hours, it is not possible, right? But with that said,
yes,
in live sound, we do have, when you are using professional equipment and professional resources, we do have resources that can make us get amazing results. With live sound, it is more about creating the experiences. so you are able to create amazing experience. So if your equipment is efficient, you are able to create amazing experiences, but avoid looking for perfection, because you're going to be trying to get the perfect sound from the snare or from the guitar. You are taking 30 minutes to get that sound on the guitar, and the whole band is waiting for you. You are getting that sound. By the time you do the last percussion guy, everyone is angry and tired. And that then affects again, the whole expression. So the key thing with live sound is, if you have 30 minutes for sound check, you need to use that 30 minutes efficiently, and you need to know how do you divide that time amongst the different input sources you have. And in that, my brother, I think, thank you very much. Let me take the next caller.
Just one question. Can I just ask just one last question?
Okay, cool. Ask.
When an artist is requesting for something that is not feasible, that is, as a sound engineer, this thing it won't sound nice, it won't help the band, or a particular instrumentalist is requesting for something that's too loud or something that's not okay, what should the sound engineer do?
Okay, so the first thing, what a sound engineer should not do is fight. When you don't agree, do not fight. That's the first thing. You must know the musician didn't leave their house to say, today I'm gonna come and I'm just gonna stress the sound engineer. It is good to think about that first. Now, moving on top of
Okay.
that, so for me, I've heard, like for example, in Nigeria with a very famous artist, they wanted the talking drum to have lots of bass, right? So for me, I switched off the mic for the talking drum. I walked on stage, and then I said to the guy, with the famous artist standing next to the guy playing the talking drum, I said, my brother, please play the talking drum. He played the talking drum. The talking drum itself did not have enough low frequency information. So I said to the guy, you
Okay.
see, me on the mixer, I cannot create the low frequency. And then the guy said, you know what, I'm going to go tune my talking drum again. And then after he tuned it, there was now more low frequency information. And then when I added color on the mixer, we then had better results. But the key thing is finding a way to communicate with them, because if you don't communicate with them, and you each other understand each other, it just ends up being a fight. Like the musicians think you are not doing what they want, and you are saying the musicians don't know what they are doing. But at the end of the day, now when you get into many of those fights, that's where you find yourself without work. Because, and you're amazing, but no one is hiring you, and you don't have work, and you can't pay rent, and you can't buy groceries, and the family is not happy, and then you think sound engineering doesn't work. So really, at the end of the day, it is knowing that our job is to help other people express themselves. And even if they ask for something that is not there, we just need to explain to them so that they know it is our limitations, but it is not just me deciding. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate
Cool.
it.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Thank you. I
All right.
appreciate it.
Cool.
Thank you.
Let me call a caller who try to call me. Caller. Hello, caller. I'm just returning your call. How are you?
Okay. I'm good, and yourself?
I'm good. Uh, please tell me your name and tell me where you are calling from.
My name is David, and I'm calling you from South Africa.
Okay. And what is your question, David?
So I wanted to ask, because I'm not really trying to be like a professional sound engineer and all that, but
Okay.
I'm actually like serving in church, like in small church, but I want to find ways in which I can improve.
Yes.
And because I've been trying for like 2 years now, and it's not going very well. So like I've been doing kind of well, but it's not going very well. So I just want to know, what can I do to improve?
Okay. So And what you're doing is actually very, very amazing. And I always say to people, some people they will only do sound like in your capacity where they save, but they've got another full-time job that they do. And for someone like you, the key things to focus on is basically how to get the best results with what you have. So, for example, now it is knowing you use, like in your church, how many people are in your church right now?
If I get maximum, so maximum can go to 150 or
Okay,
175. So
you got maximum 150 people. So your
yeah,
speakers, do you have like four tops or two tops? How many tops do you have?
two tops
Two tops, cool. And subs, two subs or one sub?
and two subs
Two
and two
subs.
tops.
Okay, two tops and two subs. Are they 15 inch?
Yes.
Are they 12 inch?
And 50 inch.
15 inch. Are they powered? Are they passive? Do they have
They're powered.
powered? Okay, cool. All right. And your mixer, analog or digital?
The digital one.
Digital. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for example, in your church, maximum 150 people, you've got two speakers. So for example, in your church with your speaker configuration, some of the problems you may have is your speakers may be too loud in the front, and then at the back it sounds okay. So so for example,
Yeah.
that in itself can be a problem. So you now, some of the things you can focus on is how best can you have a good listening experience for people in the front and at the back. One of the key things we do as sound engineers is we must avoid damaging people's ears. So with the two
Yeah.
speakers that you have, it means you just have just enough speakers. So which means you have to be very good at what you are doing because your margin for error is very small. So for example, I would recommend, for example, with the two 15-inch speakers that you have and the two subs that can be in the front, somewhere halfway in your venue, if you can have two speakers that can be two 12-inch speakers halfway in your venue, then you are going to delay them on the digital mixer because it gives you that capacity. All you do is you measure from where the main speakers are. You can use a tape measure to half of the venue where you're going to put the 12 inches. You measure that
Okay.
distance, and if that distance is, like, for example, 10 meters or 15 meters, you then say 15 meters. You put that as a delay time in your mixer if it shows you in meters as well. If it only shows in time, you just say 15 meters times 3. Every meter you multiply by 3 milliseconds. Then you then have the same the delay time in time. So that now when you do that, you're going to, you will see that you don't have to push your speakers in the front that much anymore, and the whole venue is nicely covered, and it's not too loud.
Yeah.
You're not damaging people's ears. And also you need to look at the cables that you have. Are all your cables working properly? Are all your cables run properly? Also, just get manuals for your speakers, manuals for your mixer. Just see, read just stuff in there. Some of the things that I've learned that have helped my career in a big way is just reading manuals. Read those things. You will see you're gonna find some things they that is going to help you understand some things more, which is going to help you also be able to do more. And one thing that you can do is whatever challenges that you have, write them down.
Yeah.
Take note of them. Whatever challenges you're facing, take note of them. And then whenever you get a chance to speak, like to someone like me who's a full-time sound engineer, or where you go, where you buy equipment, those guys also have some knowledge as well. You are able to ask specific questions, then they'll be able to give you specific answers that you can be able to come and apply for your Sunday service. If you approach it like that, because you don't want general knowledge, you don't want to sit for 5 days learning sound. You want to know specific things to fix your specific problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and also, as you are part of the WhatsApp and part of these mentorship classes, when you want to buy any equipment, whatever, you're more than welcome to send me a message and say, remember, I'm thinking of buying this mic. What do you think? Whenever time allows, I'll always be willing to assist, and you can do that also with other aspects as well. So it's just trying not to make decisions on your own because your information is limited. Yeah, and it's okay. Yeah.
Also, I have another question as well. Just a small, quick one. So what if, like, if what I'm doing, and then I get an opportunity, like, for, let's say, what's the opportunity for mixing for like a like kind of same size venue or kind of bigger venue? Would you advise me to go and try out, or to just
I would advise you, if
decline?
If the opportunity comes and you have the time, I would advise go do it. Even if it goes very bad, it's okay because it's like trying to be a piano player. For you to become a very good piano player, you must be a horrible one when you're starting. So right now you are comfortable in your church where you've been saving with the equipment that you have, that when you go to another place, you're gonna face different things there. But the key thing is just to do the most with what you have. So you go there, you do your best. Where you see you had limitations, you research, because only when you face challenges and when you fail are you able to then learn more in advance. So for me, I would actually say, if someone calls you tomorrow and you've got the time, go do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you. That was all for today from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Okay, guys, I got a call from Botswana, got a call from Nigeria, got a call from South Africa. Guys, I am waiting for calls. I've got about 23 more minutes that I'm supposed to be online, and then I go off, and my class for 2024 are finished. So any caller, please call me. You can call me on WhatsApp. The number is on your screens. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. Where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm Tapua from Zimbabwe, but I'm calling from America.
Oh, how is America?
Yes, it's Miami, Florida.
Oh, great. I'm going to send you my account details so you can send some dollars. We need some dollars out here.
That's really true, my brother. Everyone thinks when you're American, you put a lot of money.
Yeah, no, you got a lot of money. You got on a
plane. But it's true. It's true. Yes, not much though. Okay, so I have some questions.
Yeah, you can ask.
First thing, I just want to thank you for this platform. It's helping us a lot.
Thank you.
I've been in this industry for 5 years, but attending your shows and seeing your videos, it helped me a lot. That's why I'm here in America now. I was in Dubai before.
Thank you.
So I just want to ask a quick question. So these days I'm running a bit bigger shows than that I was doing before. Yes. So I'm having this problem of I don't know when to use post fader and when to use pre fader.
Okay. Yeah.
So sometimes the singers will be like, we want to hear this in our monitors and we want this level in our monitors. Then when you want to adjust the faders, it's affecting the faders of the monitors and it's affecting the gain structure when you want to do the house gain structure.
Yes.
So tell me, how do I do the balancing of satisfying the singers in their monitors? Then I can do my in-house without disturbing my monitor mix.
Yes. So when we look at the history of live sound, there are standards that we now use. Yeah. Before, everyone was doing whatever they were doing, but now there are standards we use. So whenever you are mixing monitors from front of house, you need to make all the monitors must be on pre-fader, because yes, so whenever you're mixing from front of house, all monitors should be on pre-fader. And then what you do now is when you are sound checking, for example, let's say you are checking a mic. So the first thing is you set your gain to hear your mic inside the venue, right? First. And then after that, you
not
then
monitor.
yes, not monitors. First hear it in the venue, because then you are adjusting your gain. Once you are happy with your gain, then because the monitor level is on pre-fader, you then take up the monitor level. So that way your gain structure is set. Because if you do it the other way, where you are checking the vocal and you are first taking it in the monitor, by the time you take up your fader in front of us, it might be too low or too high. And when you adjust that gain again, it's going to affect the pre-fader. Yes, yes. So that's why, but but sometimes with musicians, they can be impatient when you're doing that. They're like, I want to hear, it's only coming from the front, you know. So that's when you're like, okay, guys, first, yes. So you say to them, guys, first I am doing it at front of house. When I'm happy with the gain level, when I'm happy with the level, then I'm sending it to your monitor. So when you do it like that, you're doing your gain front of house, great. You're happy. You do your EQ on the channel as well, because when you're doing it like that, now it means you're fixing your EQ, you're fixing your gain, and then when you send to the monitor, now it's pre-fader. You send it, they are happy, you know. But then now they are yes, it is. So now there are other things now. Let's say, for example, you are playing their backing tracks, and you're playing the backing tracks from front of house. Or let's say you are playing a video from front of house. So usually a video from front of house, that video channel, I put it on post fader, because sometimes people will say fade out the video. So if it's on pre fader, you take it down in the house, but it's still playing on stage. So that is where sometimes it gets yeah. So sometimes it gets interesting. But the good thing is this: it is better to put all monitors on pre-fader, even if you have that moment when people say take down the tracks or take down the video, is still playing in the monitors. Only a few people will hear that mistake. You see. So basically, yes. So when you're more advanced, you start adding those other things. But for now, the key principle is this: all monitors, if you're mixing from front of house, should be on pre-fader, and you can use your faders to balance the mix for the people in the venue, and then you use the sends on the auxes to balance the level in the monitors. And then now yes, and then the other scenario is when you are mixing monitors from stage. So when you are mixing monitors from stage, it is a good principle to put all monitors on post fade, because what happens, for example, is this, right? So all your faders, you put them on 0 dB. You put all your faders on 0 dB, and then you put all the monitors on post fade. So you would do all your gains normal. You send to the monitors normal. So how this helps you is this: if suddenly a guitarist is playing too loud, now he's taken up the volume, and the keyboardists, the singers, everyone's complaining the guitar is too loud. All you do now is you just touch the fader on the guitar, and you take down that fader on the guitar, and it basically takes down the level uniformly on all the mixes. So that's the only time when we want to use faders to affect monitors. Yeah. So those are the two things. Yes.
Okay. Let's follow up. So how do I also send effects to monitors? do I do it pre-fed also, or when they want to hear effects from their monitors also?
So effects are also a signal input, right? So
Yes.
so there are two things. There is sending to the effects. Sending to the effects, the principle is we send post fader. That's the principle. So that as we are taking the level of the mic, the ratio between the mic and the effects stays the same. So that's why our send to the effects is always post fader. Now, our send of the effects to the monitors, that has to be pre-fed on that channel.
Oh.
Yes. You understand?
Oh. I get it.
Yes, because it is two things, yeah. So it is knowing those principles. We always send effects post-fed, and we always send to monitors pre-fed if we're mixing from front of house. And the only time we change to do post-fed for monitors is when we're mixing on stage. Yeah. And anytime you do not do that, you must have a very specific creative reason. But most of the time, any show, if you follow that principle, everyone is happy and things go well.
Oh. Thank you so much, man. I know I got it. I'll go you right now. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye for now. Good. Thank you, guys. I got calls from America, calls from Botswana, calls from Nigeria, calls from South Africa. Guys, I'm waiting for your caller. Call. Please call, guys. I'm waiting for your caller. I've got 13 more minutes before I go off. Guys, it's been amazing doing these classes. It's been amazing having you guys in the classes. And I'm excited just to do this last class. It's been a busy week in Johannesburg. Last week I was in Cape Town. Before that, I was in Zimbabwe, and before that again, I was in Zimbabwe for like other projects. I also encourage you to join the WhatsApp groups, because in the WhatsApp groups, sometimes when I go to different cities and also different countries, I do put in the WhatsApp groups that I'm available to meet people in person. I'm looking forward next year to visit different African countries so that I can have in-person meetings. For those who are based in South Africa, next year I'm going to be opening up opportunities where. Okay, I got a caller. Let me caller. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm good. I'm just calling to ask, like, let's say you start out. Obviously, I'm still studying audio, but I come from
where you
like
calling
a
from,
church
caller?
background.
Okay. Where you calling from, caller? Yeah.
I'm calling from Joburg.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So I'm still studying audio, right?
Yes.
First year in a 3-year degree, but I come from a church background where I've met a few live proper engineers, like full-time engineers that own their own companies, that have worked for bigger events companies and such, right?
Yes.
So how would you structure your mentality around when you get to a show? Like, I've done a few stuff with them, and you just see their level of understanding and stuff, and they say it comes with experience, but how do you maximize like one show's experience to get the most out of it?
Got you. So your question is about you maximizing yourself or you maximizing in those spaces, the experience in those spaces?
I think both.
Okay.
I think both.
Okay. So the good thing about starting out is you can make mistakes and everyone will catch you slack. So that is a very, very good thing about starting. And for me, it is making the most of of you starting now? Because and now, how long have you served in church doing sound?
Since like 2020.
Since 2020. And
Yes.
how big is your church?
It's so there's two sides. So you have like the main church campus, which is like the adults, and then the youth. So that's the one I'm doing. I run the sound for the youth,
Okay.
and that's around like 150 per service.
Okay, got you. And what kind of speakers do you have? Passive, powered?
We we have powered two tops, two subs.
Got you. And
Yeah.
what kind of mixer do you use?
We use the M32.
Okay, cool. All right. And so basically since 2020, that's kind of like the setup that you've been with them most of the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now, because you are coming from that basic setup, now when you are getting into these other spaces, the setups are a bit more complicated. And I can tell you now, it would take you on average 5 years to really get your head around it.
Yeah.
So the 5 years is really where you need to observe. Like, you need to see what mixers are they using. Is it digital mixers? Is it Avid mixers? Is it Yamaha Rivage mixers? You know, like, just observe what mixers, what signal processors are they using. Okay, what PA are we using? What amps are we using? What presets are they using? Okay, with the line array system, how are they, what softwares are they using to simulate, to do the simulation? You know, how are they flying the equipment? Just learn how are they flying, so that you've got the capacity to be able to fly. With the softwares, it may take you time to understand them, but know about them, so that you've got a laptop, you've got the software, you are playing around with it. Because right now, it is the time for you to play around with all of these things and make mistakes and fail so much, because everyone will catch you slack. But when people see you now, and then they continue seeing you after 5 years, and you're in these spaces with these company owners and all of these people, and you still make mistakes, it just shows that you are not serious, or this is not for you. You know, so it is really avoiding being that guy at the end of the day. So now, when you go on site, the thing is, you need to be the person who's very helpful. You know, it's like, for example, even if it is making people coffee, bringing fruits, bringing snacks, you gotta be that guy
Yeah.
that if people don't see you, they're like, something is missing. And then
Yeah.
when you get on site, you gotta be that guy. When you see a setup is happening, take out mic stands, start getting them ready, get the cables out, place them closer to where someone is setting up. Ask him, can I bring you any more cables? Can I bring any flight cases? When a setup is happening, you see we are putting tops there and some subs there. You can see it's going to be four aside. Push the other subs there, but never sit down. It's like, always be active and always be ready to assist. And sometimes the challenge with you is, sometimes you can hear the sound is bad, sometimes you can hear some things are not really the way that they're supposed to be. And right now, in this time, it's more of take note, observe, and when the opportunity arises where they want your opinion, give your opinion, but be slow to give
Yeah.
your opinion, because once you irritate people, now they don't want to see you, and then it means, again, your learning process is gonna take longer. So just know that right now, it is the opportunity for you to make mistakes. It is the opportunity for you to observe those guys who've got experience, see what they are doing, and then also think about how can it be done better. For me, that is one key thing with me. Whenever I observe anyone, whatever anyone does, it can always be done better. But you've got the opportunity to think about that. So all of those things now, they challenge your mind. So now,
Yeah.
it is really you being the most helpful person that these people want around. The more they have you around, the more you're gonna learn, the more you're going to be exposed to. And your setup right now, like at church, the setup that you have right now at church, literally, if I was to come to your church, I should see you just sitting on the mixer. I should not see you pressing buttons, because I'll be like, you've been serving in this church for this long, and you look like you are creating a new show every Sunday.
Yeah.
So that will
Yeah.
show a certain level of like, okay, it is about you doing sound and not about the actual job that needs to happen, and really, those are some of the key things. It's always about the job that needs to happen. If you have achieved how where you get the best results, you're in the same church, you have the same audience, everything is the same venue. So it means you cannot be doing different settings every time, looking for the perfect
Mm.
what. Yes, and then it is more as you go out there. Yeah, so basically, that's really it. And in live sound, companies know you can you can studying gives you the fundamentals, the theory, and some of the practicals of live sound. But people know in the industry, the most valuable asset is someone who's able to deliver results on site under pressure. And right now,
Yeah.
it is the opportunity for you to get into as many shows as possible, whether they pay you, they don't pay you, just be there, don't complain. Yeah,
Mm.
and don't get involved in the politics. Yeah, yeah. Just
Yeah.
be there. Learn. Yeah, so really, that's it. And you just don't have to be hard on yourself. You are starting right now. It is the time for you to fail, and fail very quickly, and fail forward. Yeah, right now it is fine, because no one knows you. And after 5 years, now
Yeah.
people know you. If you mess up a gig, you are that guy that messed up that show. And some people, even 3 years or 4 years after that, they don't want to see you. And that is the challenge now,
Mm.
when people know you. So yeah, that's it. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Cool. My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay, waiting for a caller. I've got 3 minutes left, guys. 3 minutes left, and I go offline. Thank you, guys. I got calls from South Africa, calls from Botswana, calls from Nigeria, calls from the US of A. Any caller, any lucky caller to be my last caller? Okay, I see a caller. I see a caller here. Hello, sir.
Hi, Mr. Member.
How are you? Please let me know,
Uh,
where are you calling from?
yeah, I'm calling from Harare.
Okay, all right. And what is your question? And I've got, after you, I'm gonna take one more call, and then I call it a night. Cool. What is your question?
Cool, man. I understand that. We only have 2 minutes left. Yeah, I
Yes,
understand.
yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Mine is not a question.
Okay.
Mine is actually an appreciation. Thanks, man, for what you've been doing for in the year 2024. Obvious for the past, 15, more than 15 years. The impact you've been doing through sound, man, you've been providing like these classes for free to people. It's just been great, man. Maybe you might not know, but you've been effective. Not only in Africa. I heard like tonight the callers even from America and everything like that. Yo, man, you've been doing great work, man. Maybe we might not have the chance to say this, but thank you, my guy. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. And for 2025, man, we're expecting, big things.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Maybe the
amazing.
online class. Yes, man. And
I am working on stuff behind the scenes. 2025 is gonna be amazing. So I am super excited,
yeah,
and I'm really looking forward to it. Mm.
great, man, great. And just on maybe a funny story. To make sure that you make an impact. One of our sound guys. I'm a pastor, by the way. I introduced one of our sound guys to your classes, and this week, I think it was on Monday, he came with a new hairstyle, And he was just laughing and said to me, his year is plated now. So he said, I'm looking for a paper dye. I want to look like Remember. You are making impact.
Oh my goodness. And you know why I have this hairstyle? Can I tell you the reason? So
Yes, man.
so because I work across Africa, right? So the whole idea was, if I'm working in a venue, because I work in different venue, different places, different random people. So I just want, if I
Yeah.
work in a venue, I stick out. So I stick out in the audience.
Wow.
As I'm working, I stick out. So that is why I have this hairstyle. I've done a job in Nigeria 1 week. The following week, I was in Ghana at the hotel reception. This lady from BBC was like, were you in Nigeria last week? And I'm like, yeah, I was there. And it's literally for that. It is basically
It's
to
unique.
stick out. Yeah. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank
looking
you so much.
forward.
We love you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to your support next year as well. Thank you very much.
We will be there, man. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye. Okay, caller. Hello, caller.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. I can take one question, caller. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Zimbabwe.
Mm-hmm. And what is your one question, caller?
Okay, I'm still starting up in the live sound industry.
Yes.
So how can I like be a pro? Like are there any apprenticeship programs in South Africa? I heard there are some apprenticeship programs in some big companies, some big sound engineering companies in South Africa where I can start.
Yes. So there are there are different opportunities like that. And sometimes what may happen is this, with these opportunities, is some companies only take 10 people, some take 5, some take 20 people. And the need may be bigger than that. So what I then say to people is, if you don't manage to be part of those internships, if you have the money, go to a school which you have access to study, and then on top of that, find a place where you can practice sound on a regular, be it a church or a techno company close to you, or that you have access to. And literally you can start by just helping, because the whole thing is this: is once you are active and you are in the system, it's easy for people to recommend you. It's like, now, for example, there are people I've known for a very long time. If those people call me and they say to me, what is your name? What is your name? Manasseh. So there are people that I've known for a very long time. Yeah. Those people, if they call me and they say, remember, I want you to help out Manasseh, right? When those people speak to me, because I've known them for a long time and I have a relationship with them, I can say, next week, Manasseh, you're gonna go here, you know. So the challenge is always, when you're coming out from Norway, you have no relationship, no one knows you, you haven't been active anyway. It makes it difficult to get into some of these spaces, because sometimes some people, they act nice, but inside they are messed up. I've worked with people, my brother, you are doing jobs and they are stealing microphones, they are stealing laptops, they are stealing, like it's very sad. And these people, they are amazing people, the way they talk, the way they carry themselves. So this is why it's like, it's very important to be active. It's like, try, if you apply to these companies, but if you don't get in, don't lose heart. Find a place where you are active. And those people, if they've been in the industry for long, if you speak to them, they also know people in the network, and when they recommend you, things become easier. I hope that helps.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But for me, I've been practicing sound at my church for some time now.
Okay. Yeah. So now you need to now practice with the technical companies, because the church is more volunteer
Okay.
work. So and then
Yeah.
again, if your church does not have good budget, it means you're working on amateur equipment, which means when you really come into the industry, you still really don't really know. So now your next step up is the technical companies closest to you. It is the artists.
Okay.
It can be the gospel artists closest to you. If you find a way to get to them and you say, I want to help, and you help for free, and I always emphasize for free, because for free people don't complain. you know because people always want people to help, but in a way it is a way of you to get in. And once you're in, people will recommend. When people recommend, things go well for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Let me make my last call to the last caller, and then I go offline. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Remember.
How are you? So caller, I had to call you back especially because you are a very special
Yes.
caller, VIP caller, and you had your birthday recently. And guys, for those who know, right now I'm talking to one of the most amazing sound ladies I know. I've got respect for this lady. She is a hard worker. So yes, and you are my last caller for tonight. And then, in fact, for this year. And I go
Ah,
off.
I
Yes.
am so blessed.
Yeah. You are.
Thank you, Mr. Remember. Thank you.
Thank you. What is your question?
Mm.
And please just tell us where you are calling from.
Oh, okay, no. I'm Tabang and I'm calling from Tembisa in South Africa, east of Johannesburg.
Awesome. What is your question?
Yes, I know. Firstly, I just want to send my compliment to you and say thank you so much, Mr. Remember. You are one in a million sharks in South Africa that
Thank you.
took time to actually teach the females in this industry, because the sound the sound industry is very tough, I must say. As much as it's very broad,
Yeah.
it's not easy for you to actually find a what is it a what can I say, like a spot where
Yes.
you can not only feel like comfortable, but also be free to learn from other people, especially in the male dominated industry. It's not easy, but for the mere fact that you are willing enough to actually teach the females and also invite other females to also come through and to learn more about the sound department. I mean, it's amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yes, it's true. So my question is, as a female in the male dominated industry, how do you keep your head high? How do you stand out? And also, how do you not show your fear, but be fearless
Yes.
in the industry?
Yes.
Yes.
So there is something I learned to do earlier in my life, was turning the challenges into opportunities. So being a female, in a male. Hi guys, how you doing? Like, thank you guys. The guys that attended my class tonight from different parts of Africa. I also want to thank Temi, Benaboy's sound engineer, for being part of my special guest tonight. I also want to thank Davide, Andrea Bocelli's sound engineer, for being part of my class tonight. Thank you guys for coming through. People have been speaking to me via different channels. They need assistance in consultations and also making the right decisions in buying equipment. So now it is official. I'm available for consultations. You can basically invite me to your church organization, technical company. You can bring me in and I can help you through the steps of getting the most value from what you currently have, and also help you move forward in also investing in the right equipment that is the best value for the money spent, basically guiding you through the right steps so that you get to a place where you've got professional equipment that can last for a very long time, and that's also very, very efficient. So it is official, guys. I'm available, and you can send me an email on live@remember.africa, or you can send me a WhatsApp on +27 78 53 11181. I'm available. You can basically call on me and I'll come through to help you out. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Hi, how are you? My name is Member Chaitezvi. Today I was doing sound for an Africa Day event in Johannesburg. It was really an amazing day for me because I got to do sound for Oliver Mtukudzi, who was basically the first person I worked for 15 years ago when I started doing sound. I didn't even know anything to do with sound, so it was really quite an honor. The event was also live on SABC. So for this event, we're using PA, we're using 12-a-side K1s, L-acoustic system, which is like basically one of the most respected speakers in the world. And then we had L-acoustic Kara speakers. 3 is underneath that main hang of the 12-a-side K1. We had in total 24 subs, SB28 L acoustic as well. And then for front fields, we're using AX in different places where we saw that there was a bit of a dead spot. And then to align this whole system, we're using Smart to help align in terms of phasing between the K1 and the SB28s, and then also in terms of timing between the out stacked speakers as well, which were 4 stacks aside of VDOSC. The mixer in front of us, I was using a PM5D Yamaha, and then with my favorite signal processors, Summit Audio, for the main microphones. And yeah, I had one computer which I was running Smart on, and the other computer was just to sync music if anything came to me that needed to be played for the show. The event was for Gear South Africa, and Gear South Africa rocks. Thank you, bye for now.
2, 1, drop.
Woo, woo, woo. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Sometimes I've done shows and the artists are so good, I actually cry. I was busy cleaning up today whilst playing music on YouTube, and then this video played. So with this video, I just like the way it starts, you know, like the lights and everything. And then now as the lights come on, and then you see now the camera shots, you know, I'm like, just all of this, you know, I'm like the outfit, and then the models working on the ramp, you know, with the music, and then this lady when she comes out, you know, like the perfect imperfection, you know, beauty in someone's own eyes. I just love this part, you know, and just the interaction as well between the artists and the models, you know, just looking at it, you know. when I saw the quality of this video, it then reminded me of productions I have worked on, and you know, the event is just so nice, the production is so nice that it actually makes me cry. You know, like just that quality of that video that I showed you now, it made me just remember some of those moments. And I'm gonna share with you, I think, 3 of those events. The first one is gonna be Castle Light with Post Malone. Just the energy this guy had on stage was performing. I'm like, him giving like everything out when he was on stage, just him alone, just his energy and the coordination between the sound, the lighting and the graphics. Just looking at it, it was mind-blowing. The second one is going to be a gospel event that I did. I think it's like maybe 3 years ago or something along those lines, that some of the top gospel artists in the world perform at this event. And some of the artists performing was Tasha Cobbs, Kirk Franklin and Donnie McClurkin, among others. During Tasha Cobbs' performance, I had that feeling like, you know what, if this is the last event in my career, if this is the last event for me to mix, you know what, I am satisfied. I've got the t-shirt, I've given my all to the industry, because it was just really amazing. And then the other part was when Kirk Franklin was performing. It's like his music genius and all of these sounds coming, and it's like organized chaos, and you could see like this guy, he has mastered his craft. Like just those moments, you know, you see people responding, standing up, sitting down, and him doing his thing up and down on the stage. It was really, really mind-blowing.
Show me how my brothers and sisters dance. Can you show me how to dance? Can you show me how to dance? 1, 2, 3, dance! The praise is to you. I give the praise to you. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. You're the reason why. You're the reason why I sing. Everybody say it. is the fruit of your vision. God has brought
The last event I'll share would be Music is King, which is an event that I did last year, and it's a Black Coffee Music Festival. Because more and more noise pollution is becoming a big thing in South Africa, I had to figure out a way and tools to use so that I can best convey the music through the sound system so that people would have a mind-blowing experience without affecting noise pollution. But the solution needed to be simple, because the simpler the solution, the truer it would be to the music DJ Black Coffee was playing. I went with a simple plug-in emulation of some of the best sounding analog EQs. For those who may not know what an EQ is a tool sound engineers use to balance the sound. The same technology is also used on phones. That is what makes someone's voice sounds natural on the other side of the call. I then also used an external tool which is called a Max Bass VCL. This uses psychoacoustics, and to some extent it creates an illusion of loudness and bass. It just plays with the way people perceive sound. My life has been to inspire others to develop their skills so that the production quality in Africa will go to greater heights. I believe in Africa we've got a good opportunity to move from just having good shows to having mind-blowing, amazing shows. Some people may die without ever seeing such a production of such excellence, but I just hope in my lifetime many will.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. 251 Africa. If you want to follow our music, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, 251 Africa, one word with the K, not a C. Africa with the K, not a C. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, Ohio. Thank you very much.
Remember, my story is a story of an African boy with not much resources, but rose from there by studying life, by observing those who had gone before me, and also through the power of mentors. I remember in 2009 struggling to have $10, which is like 150 Rand. I also remember in 2010 going through my stuff looking for 1 Rand, which is 6 cents, so that I could find something to eat. But the story doesn't end there. Being able to rise from that and do sound for people like Barack Obama, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Richard Branson, Steve Wozniak, Cyril Ramaphosa, the current president of South Africa, Buhari, the current president of Nigeria. Also being able to do sound for 90% of the most famous artists in South Africa. Also have done sound for 90% of the most famous artists from Nigeria. You've also done sound for 90% of the most famous artists from Democratic Republic of Congo. And overall across Africa, have done work for 60% of the most famous artists. And also have done work for MTV base across Africa on different projects. Remember, my story is not about boasting, it's about inspiring. Remember, my story is a story about fears, insecurities, fighting to overcome them and also embracing them. So to be able to remember my story, I had to put together different things, from cameras to computers, like different things, to just put them together to be able to tell the story. Yesterday, I went out to buy a camera bag and a microphone. With the bag, there's a story to that. I remember last year, I did an event for African Music Awards. I had someone pick me up from the hotel, and then they dropped me at the venue where I had to do rehearsals. And then I realized I had forgotten my camera bag inside that car. And you must understand, this camera was worth $5,000. And I'm telling you, I was like freaking out, but then I had also rehearsals to do. Artists were waiting for me, so I had to focus so that I could get my job done. But I also remember, after I'd gone to the hotel, praying like, God, may I get my camera back? Fortunately, I got the camera back. And then last year, again in December, I did an event, a concert for Davido. So after the concert, I went on stage to thank a colleague of mine, Kelvin, and also thank Emeka, who were working with me. So on my way back to front of house, when I got there, my bag was stolen. This bag had 2 laptops, reference mic, different tools that I use, and all of that stuff that I lost was worth like $5,000. And that was very painful, but there is this thing there's this word that I learned. It's called collateral beauty. Like sometimes there is some beauty in loss, because it also breaks you. From those big experience and my camera big experience, I then learned that every time I carry more than 3 bags, something might happen that is not right. Okay, I might lose something. So I bought this particular bag. This particular bag, I am able to put my laptop and my cameras in the same bag. So basically it means that now I can cut down on having a laptop bag and a camera bag. So now I just have one bag that caters for those key essentials, and then also I've got another bag that I carry, which is my effects, so now I'll be able to carry a minimum of 2 bags. And then another thing that I got also was a video mic, a Rode Video Mic Pro. So most of the times when I am working, I use this particular mic, a handheld mic. It is a great mic, but sometimes it just takes too much effort to set up. And then also sometimes I also want people to hear what's happening around me when I'm talking to people as I'm working. So this particular mic will make that very, very easy for me, because with this mic I just have it attached to my camera, so when I'm working, when someone is recording, people can also hear what is happening around me. So I'm super excited about it. And then I also got they call it a dead cat something, so this basically helps to avoid pop sounds or wind sounds if I'm recording outside and it's windy and I'm doing like a concert outside or something. So anyway, let's check this out together, can we? So we're gonna pop this open. Let's just see what is in the box. Okay. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Oh, okay, that's cool. All we need to see is our microphone. So yeah, so I'm looking forward to this. I'll be using this with my EOS R camera. So much looking forward to that. Yeah, that's it. Cool. And whatever manuals in this box. And then this again I'll easily pack it in the bag. So basically that's it. So I'm really excited. I've been putting together different resources over the years so that I can be able to remember my story. So thank you very much. Stay tuned. Oliver Mtukudzi is a legendary musician from Zimbabwe and a music icon in Africa. My career started with this band 19 years ago. My name is Chaitezvi. I'm a live sound engineer. I have worked for bands, technical companies, churches, and also top international brands. I am mentored by some of the top minds in the world. How it all began. My father set me down in the year 2000 on 22 December. And he asked me what had I achieved that particular year. And I said to him, this year I am redoing the subject that I didn't do so well the year before, And then he asked me, what are the people that you went to school with doing this year? And I said to him, this year the guys that I went to school with, they're doing their advanced classes. And then he said to me, so next year what are you going to be doing? And then I said to him, next year I'll be doing my advanced classes. And then my father said to me, and the guys you went to school with, what are they going to be doing next year? And I said, next year they'll be doing their varsity. And then the discussion went on, and then the conclusion of the matter was just that my father said to me, the more you wait, the more some people are doing other things this year and you're still waiting to finish something you're supposed to do last year, the more you just continue, waiting for you to do something so that you can do something so that you can advance or grow. That is how life becomes different over years. Because he said to me, maybe 10 years from now, you meet in town, you bump into each other and your friend asks you, what are you doing now? And then he said to me, are you going to be able to respond with some confidence, or are you going to be hiding away from that particular topic? So basically for me, from that discussion, that's when I decided I wanted to become a music producer. And then in that journey of wanting to become a music producer, that's how I discovered sound engineering, and the rest is history. Just to help other people who don't know what sound engineers are, I've put a short clip from an event that I did in 2016. The event was Africa Day. This event as well, I also took some videos when Oliver Mtukudzi was performing, so that I can just share. And also for me, it's really an honor, to get to have my first job with a legendary artist, with an icon artist, And in this particular event where I did sound for him in 2016, it was just amazing because I was doing this job for another client, and then Oliver Mtukudzi is coming to perform at the same event, and then I get to see him, and I just get to pay homage and just make sure that he was happy. It was really an amazing time.
Africa Day means a lot to us as Africans. It makes us proud of who we are.
So I just want to say thank you to Oliver Mtukudzi for the life he lived. Thank you for the prices he paid, and also it is big because of the work he did. I'm able to also stand on his shoulders and be able to reach and have the opportunities that I've managed to have in my life. So thank you very much, Oliver Mtukudzi, for the life you lived, the price you paid, and the inspiration that you continue to be, because your music will continue to live forever. I also went online and I went through different sites to just find footage from the Africa Day concert in 2016, so that you can also see how the show looked on TV. Enjoy.
Oliver Mtukudzi, one way the Zimbabwean greatest artist ever.
Hi guys, how you doing? So I am recording this from Gear, South Africa, in the audio department. So I'm just going to be doing like a series of these recordings, looking at like different gear. So today, the main thing I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about microphones. So I managed to pull some microphones from the warehouse. I'm like, there is continuously events happening, mics going to different shows. So I was really like lucky to find a few mics in the cupboards to show you. So this is just going to help you just have an overview of the microphones used in live sound. And for those starting out, it is going to be like a really good introduction, to microphones that we use in live sound. And also, if you've seen my other classes, where I draw up the 3 blocks: input, processing, and output. This is part of the input stage. And we're going to look at the microphones that I have here. So I've kind of tried to lay them out with the way we also plug them in. For example, if we have a band playing, which is like the normal way we usually plug them into the mixer, like in that order, starting from the drums up to the lead vocal or singer. So the first mic I just want us to look at is this Beta 52, Shure Beta 52. This particular mic is mostly used for the kick drum, and also it is a large diaphragm mic. It is a large diaphragm dynamic mic. That's also something that you need to also know about microphones. We have dynamic mics and we have condenser mics. And the difference between the dynamic mics and the condenser mics is the condenser mics need 48 volts to be able to operate. So that is one key difference. So again, back to our Beta 52, this mic is most commonly used for the kick drum. But also because it is an amazing low frequency response, you can also find it being used for like a double bass in an orchestra, or like a cajon, like places where you want to capture the low frequencies. I've used a mic like this even on like traditional drums as well. When you've got like a percussion or traditional drum bass setup. So like for the drums that have the most low frequency, these are the kind of mics that I would use. A large diaphragm dynamic mic. So that's the Shure Beta 52. So there's also like some of the most key brands known in live sound. Shure is one of the key brands known in live sound. Other brands are also Sennheiser, AKG, DPA. I can continue to just go on and on, but that's just something that I just want to mention. But you'll see here, I've got mostly Shure microphone and a AKG mic. That's what I have here mostly, but so that you understand that you know what, this is not a brand-based thing about microphones, but I just want you to understand the overview of microphones. And in the end, the warehouse, there are different brands as well, but for the sake of this particular class, I've got mostly Shure microphones and also some AKGs. And Shure microphones in themselves, in the heritage of live sound, they've really come a long way supplying microphones for the live sound industry. And also, to some extent, other manufacturers in the industry, to a great extent, they've kind of referenced them to this particular brand, because it has been the most used of all the live events I've done in my career over the past 22 years. The Shure brand has been the brand I have used the most. Although I've used other brands and I love them and they work, this is like one of the most common brands. And as a live sound engineer, I would recommend, get your hands on some of them so that you can just have a taste of the history or the heritage of live sound. So again, back to our microphones. So we're starting with the Beta 52 large dynamic mic, mostly used for the kick drum and other low frequency instruments like African drums. Now I come to our Shure KSM 81. This particular condenser mic, so for this mic to operate, it needs 48 volts. This mic is great for like hi-hats. And also something to take note about condenser mics is they are they capture detail of sound. They are very good in capturing intricacies of sound because of the way the mic works. It needs 48 volts, it needs power to operate. So which means now, because it uses that power, it makes it more sensitive. It is just the design of the particular mic. And in another class, I will actually basically just talk about the different types of mic and also how they are also designed. But for the sake of this is dynamic, does not need power to operate. This a condenser mic needs power to operate, and condenser mics are very good in getting detail. So this particular one, a KSM 81, they also call them pencil mics as well because it kind of like long like this. We mostly use them for like hi-hats, we use them for like overheads. Very good on that application. This one here is a Shure KSM 137. So the key difference between these two condenser mics is this particular mic can handle very high sound pressure levels without distortion. That's also one thing with microphones as well. It's like depending on what is your actual application, the type of mic and also the sound pressure level that mic can also take also determines which mic you then pick for something. So for example, if I wanted to capture some African drums, for example, right, and I have the choice to choose between these two mics, and I'm doing and I know the proximity between my microphone and the African drums is a bit close. I know if I use this mic, I have to worry less about the gain on the mic on my mixer, and also worry less about also managing the what is the sensitivity of the actual mic. So these mics are very good under high sound pressure levels. But if I don't have the option, I know this mic will still deliver in that same scenario. So this mic, we can also use it exactly the same as this one for hi-hats, for overheads, for choirs. Like it's a good all-rounder mic for those kind of things. And then we've got this one here. It's called a Shure SM57. This is like one of the iconic microphones in live sound. We use this mic like for the snare, for the toms. It's really also like a general use, and it's a dynamic mic. This mic, one of the interesting thing I enjoy using this mic for is like if I'm doing an event and I've got a mass choir, like a choir of like 200 people, 300 people. When I have a mass choir, I like to have, and I know that choir is gonna do special chants in the show. I like having this mic somewhere in the choir so that I get some of the chants, and I get like a direct voice of the chants, so that if I want the chants to be more and more intelligible as compared to the choir mics, which are a bit further away from the choir, these mics are great for that because they have less of the proximity effect that other mics have. And proximity effect is basically when you sing closer to the mic, there's more low frequency as compared to when the mic is far away. So this particular mic has less of that proximity effect. So it is a great mic for guitars, for snare drum, for toms. It is basically a great mic for instruments. Cool. So this one is a Shure Beta 57. It is really an upgrade version or a different version of this one, and this is also a dynamic mic, and you can literally use it for all the same functions as this one also applies. And this one is a Shure Beta 56. So in principle, these mics are similar. The biggest difference is the mount. This you can easily just put it on a stand. It is really greatly designed to mic up like drums, percussion, whatever, because already when you put it on a stand, it is ready. Cool. It is also very easy to mount for that kind of application. Now I'm going to take you to a Beta 98. This is a condenser mic. Let me just move it from the clamp. This is just the clamp to mount it onto the drums or whatever instrument. So this is a Beta 98. This particular mic is a condenser mic, and it is great to use on like toms, on drums. It is great to use on toms. It's also great to use on like African drums, djembes, whatever stuff like that. It is a great instrument mic, and it is a condenser, which means it is also very good in like capturing transients as compared to a dynamic mic. And this is now where, for example, this mic can work on a tom, this mic can work on a tom, and these two mics, although the back will work on toms, the color of the sound that they give you is different. For example, this can sound more and more transparent, this can sound more and more warm, just based on the design. So, but it does not mean you cannot make this warmer or make this brighter, but they have biases. So just understanding that as well, that is how different sound engineers then pick different things for flavors. But as I've said, even in my other classes, as long as you understand the reference, like this particular mic was designed to do to make up toms, drums, traditional drums as well, based on the design and the application. It works for that. This mic as well was also designed to also work in those same applications. So it means, in principle, if you use them for that, you get amazing results. So that is one key thing that I always say: before you talk about color or flavor, you must understand the principle behind the design of the microphone and the recommended application. Only when you understand that, you can start being creative on top of that. But it's very important to understand the basis of that. Now I'm gonna come to this, to the other mic. This is a KSM32. This mic is a large diaphragm condenser mic. So this is like a smaller diaphragm condenser mic as compared to this one. So this one is a large diaphragm condenser mic. It is warm sounding. This mic is amazing on like choirs, when you mic up choirs with it. This mic is also amazing when you making up orchestras, it's like your overhead mics. It's also great for like overheads for drums as well. It is really an amazing mic. Some people use this mic for a vocal in a studio, but in live sound, using this mic for the lead vocal does not really work because of how sensitive it is. That's why it is great to mic up the choir, because you are further away from the source, and you want a higher sensitivity to pick up the sound from the choir with also rejection. So because most of the times the choir sing into the mic, they don't need to hear themselves in the monitors, because it is a big challenge to use a condenser to mic up a group of 10 people or 20 people, or you've got like 10 of these and the group is like 50 or 60. It is very difficult to then send the signal from those mics into the monitors for the choir to hear themselves. Just trying that, you get to a place where you have feedback, and you basically go to the same place where you have to take them down. But really, this is a great mic for the choir. It is a great mic for like overheads. It is a great mic if people are playing African drums to get the ambience. So it's literally a great mic to get like ambience. It's a very great mic for that. This one here, it is a Shure Beta 87. So this one is actually a Shure condenser mic. So this one sounds brighter and crispier as compared to a Shure Beta 58. Although both of them, they are good for vocals, but this one has a brighter bias as compared to this one. So again, depending with your application, sometimes I enjoy using these Shure capsules Beta 87 on wireless mics, because the vocal just cuts through very amazing. But any day I would take a Beta 58 capsule, because it is basically one of the most versatile capsules you can literally use on anything. And this particular mic,
Its history or heritage comes from this mic here, which is a Shure SM58. This mic here, guys, the Shure SM58, has been in the game for the longest time. This, to some extent, is the reference of all vocal mics in the live sound engineering industry. You know, it's like the thing that you have to measure against. This has been the industry standard. Some of these mics, other people, they've had them for years upon years upon years upon years. You will drop it, you will step on it, you will drive on it, you will pick it up, it will still work. Shure SM58. So it is an amazing mic, great for vocals. I've even heard people who have even stretched the uses of this particular mic, like even using it in a kick drum when they didn't have a Shure Beta 52. So it is really an amazing mic for vocals, very versatile, very rugged, and this is also a dynamic mic. And now I'm gonna take you to a D112 AKG. This is an amazing mic, and I've got like history with this mic. I remember 22 years ago, or like I think it is more like 20 years ago, the company I used to work for, we had a lot of this. This is a large diaphragm dynamic mic, which is the same as the Beta 52. So it basically works for the kick drum. You can also use it for the double bass. Basically for all those instruments that have a low frequency response on them, you know, that have those that basically produce those low frequencies. This is like a great mic to basically capture that. And there is something about capsules, right? You see that the bigger the capsule of a mic, it is the more it also captures low frequencies, or it is more that it is warmer. The smaller the capsule, it is the less it captures the low frequencies. You see that with designs. But basically now, with technology and design, systems are becoming more and more efficient than that. Even on a smaller capsule, you are still able, a mic is still able to reproduce those lower frequencies. But in principle, it is basically the larger diaphragm mics are more for the low frequency producing instruments, and then the smaller capsule ones, you know, are the ones for the for basically instruments or things that produce frequencies that are a bit higher. Although you are still able to get results with a mic like this, but this will be more efficient. And in live sound, sometimes the key thing is about efficiency. Any mic can be able to do the same job, but some mics are more efficient than others. So that's it with the AKG D112. This is a legendary mic. Now I'm going to talk to you about AKG C586. So this is a condenser mic. So this particular one, it is great to use to get like ambient sounds. It is basically great for that. So for example, in live sound, this is the mic that you use to record the crowd. This is the mic that you also use to basically capture the crowd, to send that feed to in-ears when a band is performing with in-ears, so that they feel connected with the audience. So this here now is a Beta 98H. So in principle, the capsules are the same. You know, this is a Beta 98 AMP. This is Beta 98H. So the capsule is the same, but it's just the mounts on them are different. So this particular one, because of the design and the flexibility, it is great for things like saxophones. Sometimes this also, you can also use it on like violins, because the mic itself and this frequency response is very vast. So it can really, as long as you can find a way to clip it on any instrument, you'll be able to get enough signal and a very good frequency response. So it is a great instrument mic. Cool. And then we're gonna look at so this particular mic, right? It is a wireless mic. So basically, for this mic to work, on the other side, it is a receiver. So this mic transmits wirelessly, and then there's a receiver that then receives that signal, and then you plug that receiver into the mixer. So basically, with most professional microphones, if not all, you have the ability to also change the capsules that are actually on the microphone as well, which is really, really amazing. So, for example, this is a Shure microphone transmitter, but there's a universal standard of how capsules are made. So here you can put an AKG capsule, you can put a Sennheiser capsule, you can put a Philips capsule, and there's just a multi array of basically capsules that you can use depending on the sound that you are actually looking for yourself. So I just wanted you to just know that about wireless microphones. And then we've got this baby here. It's a Beta 181, Shure Beta 181. It is a condenser mic. So sometimes you can check with the mics. These are all condenser mics. This is also a condenser mic. Sometimes the one that you choose to use is basically based on your application. Do you want to be discreet? So sometimes you can take a smaller profile microphone. And these mics, all of them, they are really great almost on any application the other one can do, But this particular one is this advantage of you can just change. Also, you have the ability to change the capsules on it. This one is a cardioid capsule. You can get an omnidirectional capsule depending with the application. So it is a great versatile microphone. So I think for today about microphones, that's it. So I just want you to take home these few things. We have two types of microphones. Two main types of microphones in live sound, which are dynamic mics and condenser mics. And again, with those two types of microphones, we've got large diaphragm mics and small diaphragm mics. And that also goes for the dynamic mics and also for the condenser mics. Large diaphragm, smaller diaphragm. And basically, the larger the diaphragm is, the more warmer the sound from that microphone is compared to the other mic when you just plug them in. And the key thing with live sound is basically almost any mic can work anyway, right? But the key thing now is finding the most efficient mic to use for the application to get the desired results. And one way you can really find that is like any microphone you find. If you go to the manufacturer website, they will recommend what are the applications for that particular mic. And if you work with those recommendations as your basic underlying thing, it means that you're going to get desirable results with the least effort. But if you try to just be creative without that information, it might be a lot of hits and misses. I'm gonna tell you something interesting. So there was this one particular client of mine. So they had a wireless mic. Their particular capsule. So the capsule here is a KSM9, which is a condenser capsule. So for these wireless mics, you can also get a capsule that is a Shure Beta 58 or Shure SM58. So for this particular client, when he speaks, you would hold the mic like this. You would hold the mic like this when he's speaking. So then his voice tended to be a bit thinner. But they wanted his voice to be bigger. So I said, guys, okay, let's change the capsule from a KSM9 to a Beta 58 capsule. And when we just changed the capsules, still leaving the same EQ on the mixers, the voice sounded bigger and warmer. So sometimes some of the challenges that different sound engineers have at different levels in live sound is less to do with the EQing on the mixer, but more to do with really finding the right microphone with the right frequency response for the application you have, and also for the scenario that you have. And in that, I end this class today about microphones. Looking forward to be with you again for the future classes. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Hi guys, how you doing? My name is Remember here, and I am recording this at Gearhouse, South Africa, in their audio department. So today I want to talk about some of the signal processors used in live sound, which is basically compressors and gates. So here I've got two compressors. One is a DBX 160, and the other one is a Droma 241. Droma 241. These are some of the compressors I have personally used in live sound. And I remember when I moved from analog signal processors to the digital world around 2007, it was really difficult to try get the same kind of sounds or the same kind of tones in the digital domain, because digital sound was like very, very accurate, very, very transparent, and didn't have as much color. But now the technology has come so far. So for me, I felt today, as I talk about compressors and gates, let me just bring out some of these analog pieces, so that when I take you through the different parts of that signal processor, like the different controls, you'll be able to kind of see, oh, this knob is here. And then on a digital mixer, you can actually see the same control as well. So the first one I'm going to look at is, let me look at this Droma. Many companies around the world in live sound, they still have this, like most of the top companies. So this Droma was like a compressor you would see in every other company that does live sound, and also most artists would request them on their technical riders. And most of the other compressors that you find also in digital mixers, these kind of compressors are like the references for the sounds. And now more and more digital mixers are coming closer, and even surpassing to the extent where, for example, you find more functionality. But one good thing about digital is you get to find all of these processors inside the mixer. You need less cabling and also less time as well to basically set it up. So let's look at this compressor, and let's look at the different parameters that it has. So on a compressor, these are like the common things that you find on analog and also digital. So for example, here there is the gate knob. This gate knob basically sets the threshold. So basically, on a gate job basically is you are saying when a signal is above a certain level, that is when I want that channel to actually open up. That is where I want the gate to actually open up. So that's what this gate is. And usually where you use a gate is like, for example, on drums, you've got tom 1, tom 2, tom 3. So because tom 1 and tom 2, the mics are very close to each other, you want when someone plays tom 1, you only want that mic for tom 1 to basically pass the audio, but you don't want the tom 2 mic to pass also audio, because it will be picking up the tom 1 being played when the tom 2 is not being played. So then now you're just gonna have phasing issues. So a gate's job now, basically all you're saying is when this tom is played, which means the sound level is gonna be at this level, because the mic on the actual tom 1, when you set the gate, the level has to be so high
that you can basically set your threshold higher, so that mic can pick up. Now, when you play tom 2, because that tom is further away from tom 1, it means the level of tom 2 is going to be lower than the level of tom 1. So that gate on tom 1 will be able to read that, okay, cool, this level is below the threshold, so I should not let the sound to basically come through. So that's what gets help in. They make you be able to say audio from this channel only when it's above this threshold. Open up. If it's not, close up. Sometimes the way we would use gates is, most of the times when you've got multiple microphones on stage, only when the band stops playing, then you actually hear feedback coming in. So now how would then apply gates is, it could be in choir mics, for example. So when the whole stage, everyone stops singing, you've got a gate set not at a high threshold, but at a lower threshold, so that when the band is quiet and the choir is not singing, the gate closes. So you are basically saying automatically you are switching off the choir mics, but the mics are switching off based on the threshold, on the signal the mics are receiving. And basically the gate is just set to control when do they allow the sound of the choir mics to come through or not. So basically that is what a gate is. And most compressors in the during the analog days had that gate knob, so it had the gate function at a very minimum level, whereas this particular one is a proper gate processor which has more controls over gates. But anyway, I'll come to that one last. Cool. So we've got a gate control which basically sets the threshold for a gate where we basically our gate goes on or off based on that threshold, which is basically the gate that says sound come in, sound don't come in if you are below a certain level. And then now we also have fast and slow. This is basically how fast do you want the gate to be closed or the gate to be opened. And then now on the actual compressor section, which is basically with any compressor, whether in the digital domain and also in the analog domain, whatever the brand is as well, the most common parameters you have to control is, so again, there's something that I need to say first. A compressor's job is basically to manage dynamic range. And dynamic range is basically the, on every signal, there is the lowest part of a signal. So for example, if I am speaking soft like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if I'm shouting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the difference between those two levels, that is where we have dynamic range. And then that is the dynamic range of the way that I'm talking to you. And then when it comes to audio, dynamic range is basically the difference between the noise floor, which is basically you hear the shh sound. Like on sound equipment, if you just take up the level, take up the gain, you get to a point where you hear the shh sound. That one, we call it noise floor. Cool. And then above that is like when there is a signal that is too high, you hear distortion. So that is basically the highest part of the dynamic range. It is basically that distance above just above the noise floor, basically the noise floor, and then just below distortion, or by the distortion. So in between is what we call the usable dynamic range. So what a compressor does is it basically controls this dynamic range. Because for example, if you are doing sound for someone who sometimes speaks soft and then sometimes they shout, it's very difficult to get the right place to set the gain. So what a compressor does now is you can basically set it that, you know what, when someone shouts, okay, I want the level to only go up to this level, but after this level, it should not go up any further. Or I want when the level gets to this particular place, if the person shouts, it should go up at the level of a ratio, for example, 2:1. They have to shout twice as loud to go up by just 1.
So basically, compressors now help us manage that dynamic range. Sometimes I would say to people, a compressor's job is like, for example, if you were taking a picture, for example, of an elephant. If you look at an elephant is very huge when you look at it. It's very huge. You can look from left to right, up and down, because it is just enormous. But when you take a picture, you can look at the same elephant on a very small screen, even like basically if you take a picture with your phone. So what your phone has done is it has taken this big animal and now you can see it on your phone screen. So basically a compressor job is basically it manages the sound dynamic so that it can fit within the dynamic of your sound system. So that when someone shouts, it doesn't distort or it does not become unpleasant to the ears. And then again, compressors themselves, like you see here, this is a compressor, and this one here, it's a compressor, and these particular ones are VCA compressors, which are basically voltage-controlled amplifier compressors. So there are different types of compressors. Basically, this is the design in how they actually affect the sound signal. So cool. So let's look at our different parameters on our compressor. So in the actual compressor section. So we have our threshold. Our threshold is basically setting at what level do we want our compressor to kick in and start affecting the signal. So for example, if it is for a president of a country, I want their voice to sound as natural as possible. So for me, I would set the threshold of the compressor basically at the higher end, that when he starts speaking loud, I don't want him to go above this level. It's the same thing when I'm doing award events. I set my threshold at a place where when people start saying, thank you very much, I want to thank my mother, whatever, and they're shouting, you know, I basically set it at that threshold where here is going to start sounding painful. So at this place, I actually then set, there's a knob here that is ratio to actually infinity, that when the level gets to this level, I don't want it to go up anymore. So cool, so we've got our threshold, we're setting where do we want the compressor to actually kick in. Okay, cool. And then after that, we've got our ratio. So when our compressor kicks in, now the question is, at what ratio now do you want the compressor to sound the sound, to basically affect the sound? So for example, if someone normal level goes up ×2, at what level do I want the compressor to go up? If someone's level goes up by ×5, how do I want the compressor to basically affect that? So with the ratio now, basically here I've got 1 to 2, 1 to 5. I've got 1 to 1.2, 1, 5. I've got 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to 20. So what this means is, if he comes up 3 times as much, he's only gonna come up by 1. Okay, if he comes up by 10 times as much, he's only gonna come up by 1. So basically all you're doing is what is the difference between the person's voice when they shout to what is the level that they are coming up in the sound system. And all you're doing here is you're basically trying to protect your speakers. Because if someone is speaking at a normal level and then they change by just shouting like in a split of a second, you don't want that shout to go into the sound system without being managed, because that is how you blow up speakers. That is how people gets their ears damaged. They'll be like, you know, so now, for example, in moments like that, through testing, through listening to the mic and finding the right ratio, I then decided, okay, cool, I'm going to make it 1 to 10 at the threshold where it starts being painful. Or I want at the threshold where it starts being painful, just below that threshold, I'm gonna set my ratio to basically infinity, so that when the person shouts so loud, it will never go up that level. So that is what ratio is. You are basically just deciding if a person goes up 3 times, how much should they actually go up in the sound system. So that's our ratio. And then we have our attack times. we've got attack and release times. Because basically now, once you set your threshold, this is where you want your compressor to affect the sound signal. Now you also need to set the ratio. How much is it going to affect the signal? You also need to also set, okay, how quickly do you want the compressor to actually affect the signal? And then after the compressor has affected the signal, how much time do you want the compressor to leave the signal if the signal is back to the normal level? So this is what the attack and release times are. Cool. And then we have our output level. So basically, when your compressor now is working on the signal, basically it reduces the level at which that particular sound was going to be when someone shouted without having a compressor in the signal chain. So sometimes you want to compensate that. You don't want the level to basically go too low. You know, you are happy with the compression threshold and everything, but you feel like you can do with a little bit of level. So that is what the level output is for. And also you also want to match your output of the compressor to wherever the destination of that signal is going to. But you don't want to change on any of the other parameters before. That is what that is for. And then our peak here, it is basically our limiter. Okay, cool. So that you don't want a signal to go above a certain level. That is what is that for. So basically, just to recap, our compressor, its job is to manage dynamic range. And dynamic range is basically the difference between our quietest point of a sound or the lowest level of an audio signal and the highest level of the audio signal. That difference between those two things is dynamic range. If the difference is too much, it means the dynamic range is too much and the sound system cannot be able to handle that. It is literally like saying, if you're the microphone close to an airplane engine when it's taking off, that sound, or you're basically trying to record the sound of someone playing African drums and your mic is very close as compared to someone just singing into the mic. Those two instruments have different dynamic ranges. And to be able to manage those dynamic ranges, that is what a compressor is for. It is basically you're trying to fit a big thing into a small space. And basically it is understanding dynamic ranges in real life, or dynamic ranges of our ears. It is way better than what actual equipment can do. Equipment has limitations. So compressors now help us to capture sound in the real live domain, and then be able to fit it in the electronic domain in a way that people can experience the different dynamics between the lower part and the higher part. Cool. And then now, this particular compressor, which is like one of my very, very favorite, very sexy compressor, and I love to use this on vocals. I love to use this on like drums and everything else. And then but this is like one of those you can really use everywhere. So yeah, cool. But this one is like a very special one. I love to use it on like vocals. And you see, the parameters are more or less the same. And with these compressors, the difference with them is they are both compressors. They both perform compression tasks, but one may do it in a much more smoother, natural way as compared to the other one. The same thing when you go to digital mixers as well. You know, every digital mixer can have a compressor in it, but another digital mixer, its compressor, the way it works and the way it sounds may sound more natural and more pleasant to the ear as compared to the other one. And the good thing is the technology has been continuously evolving, you know, on the digital mixers. So we'll just look at this compressor quickly and just see what what are the different parameters we have here. So this compressor has our threshold, which is basically us setting at what level do we want our compressor to kick in so that it can start managing our levels. Okay, cool. We have our ratio, which is okay, cool. So when our compressor kicks in, how much ratio do you want that signal to be affected? If the signal comes up 5 times as louder from the normal level we want, do we want it to only go up by only 1 times, or do you want it to go up by 2 times? So that's what our compressor knob is for. And then we've got our attack fast, our release time, release and attack as well. Cool. And then also these compressors, even this one, you can even set it on auto, where it basically listens to the signal coming in, and it basically decides how quickly or how slowly should a compressor act on the signal. So for example, on a snare drum, for example, or basically a kick, you want the compressor to act very quickly, very quickly. You want it to attack quickly, to release quickly, and then for creative purposes, you can play with the release, but there we want it to be quick. And then on a vocal, you don't want it to be too quick because you want it to sound natural without any pumping. Cool. Yeah, and we've got our output gain, which is basically once our compressor is affected the signal, how much more compensation do we want to do on the main output of our signal. So that's basically it. And everything, here it is like extra buttons to see different things to basically see on the meters. I want to see gain reduction. I want to see the output or the input signal. So it then has all of these extra fancy things, Cool. But in essence, us understanding compressors, that's it. Now I'm going to look at our gates, which is basically the last thing I'm going to talk about. Gates, their job basically is you want to make a decision on when should audio be allowed to pass through. So, for example, one time I did an event in Zimbabwe where I had these kids from Asia who were performing an act on stage. So the challenge was they were performing in different random spots, and I had condenser microphones hanged from the roof to the point where they were performing. So now, if I had all of these mics on all at the same time, I would get feedback because it is too many mics that are on, and I've got high gain on this mic so that I can pick up what are these kids actually saying, performing on stage. Because at that particular moment, guys, even finding headsets was very difficult, and they were big and bulky. So the solution I had for that event was basically condenser mics hanged from the roof, and it was picking up what they were doing. So what I then did was I then set gates to basically wherever the kids are and they are talking, that mic automatically then comes on, and then when they move to another place, that mic goes off and that mic in that section comes on. And in this day and age, we've got things like Dendugan in the digital domain that does that even in a more amazing way. There are different signal processors in the analog domain and also in the digital domain that basically cater to that. And so basically on gates as well, just to see some of the functions that we have here. So also on the analog compressors, we've got something that we call key source, right? Or sidechain. So basically, your compressor or your gate, you can decide, is it being affected by the main signal that you're processing, or you want a different signal to activate it to work? So that's what the sidechain and the key source is. And I can tell you this, when you start using that, you are now being creative and being very, very fancy and being very surgical, It is really amazing, but it is like an advanced level of
application as well. Cool. And then so on a gate we've got threshold, which is basically at what level do we want our gate to be activated or switched off. Cool. And then we've got our attack. How quickly do you want the gate to basically close? We've got hold, which is basically if the signal has gone below our gate level, how quickly do you want that gate to close? Sometimes you want the gate to close slowly so that it sounds a bit natural than just on and off. Cool. And then we've got decay, which is basically once our level is once our gate is closing, how quickly do you want that level to be taken down of the actual signal? And then we have our range, which is basically if the signal is below our threshold of the gate, how much lower do you want it to be taken down? So that is the range as well. Cool. So that is basically it on this particular baby, a gate. So this was basically me just looking at compressors and gates. And this also, you can even also call it an expander as well. You know, so we're basically just looking at compressors and gates, just looking at where it all came from the analog domain. And now we have all of these things now inside a mixer. And before, digital mixers were very, very behind, but now more and more digital mixers, their gates and their compressors, they are more and more sounding natural, sounding beautiful, because before, actual different companies were manufacturing these things, and other companies were manufacturing the compressors. So basically before different companies were manufacturing these particular signal processors, and other companies were manufacturing some of the top mixers in the world. So it made people specialize in basically creating different parts of the workflow, which meant that there was such an amazing cohesion between different products to have an amazing result. But then when we moved to digital, basically a mixer manufacturer also had to basically make simulations of how these compressors work and the gates work in their mixers. Before, it was not as great. Now it is amazing. And now we are basically entering into a place where now we are seeing other companies create amazing plugins. And now we are seeing it is basically becoming easier and easier to connect some amazing plugins made by different companies with like different digital mixers so that it all works together. So now we are basically in a season or in a time where digital mixers and digital systems are now becoming as amazing, as great as the analog stuff. But I'll continue to say is great, because if you work with the analog stuff, you hear that they just have a certain texture to them, which is what analog things do. They add a certain texture. Because I remember for me personally, it's like every time with like digital stuff, I'll be trying to get a certain texture and color just by plugging something in, or just by switching on a compressor in the signal chain before doing anything, and it was very difficult to get that color. But now it is becoming better and better. So I think for today, that's it. That is me talking about compressors and gates. And in conclusion, compressors, they manage our dynamic range, and gates basically processors we use to basically set that, okay, cool, if a signal is below this level, I don't want any signal to pass through from this channel. And it is great basically to minimize noise and also to minimize feedback also for live sound. So in that, thank you very much for watching. Looking forward to seeing you in the next class. Thank you. Bye.
All right, hi guys, how you doing? So first of all, my first guest today is Richard Smith. Richard Smith is the brand manager for L Acoustics in Southern Africa and basically in Africa. He works for DWR. So basically, one key thing about live sound engineering is, you know, you can do sound engineering for a very, very long time, but if the equipment that you use is amateur equipment, you are kind of considered as an amateur sound engineer. So one thing that I also aim to do with these online mentorship classes is to raise awareness for some of the top brands in the world, so that you know about them, so that when the opportunity arises for you to buy the right equipment, you have good guidance. So please, right now, I would want to welcome Richard Smith, the brand manager for L Acoustic across Africa. Richard Smith, welcome, Richard Smith. How you doing?
Hi, Remember. How you doing?
I'm good. It is really amazing to have you here, you know. And thank you very much for taking the time to come through. So, Richard, in principle, I just want to basically talk about what is L Acoustic, what is that brand, what is their history, what exactly do they do, and who actually uses them. Yeah. So if you can just talk a bit on that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, I was recently at the ISE conference in Barcelona and attended a function there for L Acoustics, who were celebrating their 40th anniversary. So the company is 40 years old this year. It was started by a man called Christian Hale, who was a physicist. He worked at CERN, which is the nuclear facility there in sort of on the border of Italy and Switzerland. And basically, he was a physicist and he was a good scientist, but he had a love of music and a love of women. And he used to have lots of friends in the sound industry, and he used to go to the old concerts and look at the old-fashioned sound systems. And he thought to himself, this isn't working. There's something not quite right. So to give you an idea, I don't know if you remember the old systems like the Turbo Sound flashlight and floodlight and Nexo Alphas and EV MTL4s, those type of things, where you had rows of speakers. So you had maybe like 4 speakers in a row and then 4 speakers down, and each speaker pointed to a section in the stadium. But the problem was that the low end in those systems coupled, because the woofers, you know, in each speaker were within a specific distance of each other, but the high end, there was potentially destructive interference. So how can Christian Hale came up with a way of explaining this? So he said, you know, if you have sound in a small venue with one person talking, that's like throwing a little pebble in a pond, and the waves that come out from that pebble are very even from where the pebble hits the water. But if you want to make that wave bigger, you use a bigger and a bigger pebble, or it becomes a stone and a rock and so forth. But at some point, especially in live sound, it becomes impossible to get one boulder that's big enough. In other words, so in sound, you cannot make one speaker that is big enough to transport around that's going to fill a whole stadium, right? He came up with the idea, why don't we basically take a whole lot of elements that are exactly the same and put them together to make one source. And that's how the line array was developed. So he, in fact, invented the monitoring line array.
Yeah, Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, but there seem to be some thinking. I don't know if it's correct or not, or if it's just talking in the corridors, that like L Acoustics to some extent wrote the book for line arrays.
He basically wrote what we would call, I guess these days, a white paper on it. So it was a scientific paper outlining the mathematical principles that would make this work. So he almost first did it as a academic exercise, and only later did it become a commercial thing, because he was doing it out of curiosity, just to see that it would work. And there were 5 rules which became what L Acoustics now call their wave sculpture technology, which basically make the system work. And since then, obviously, many other manufacturers have tried to copy it, and they can copy it to some degree, but there are certain things that are patented. And so, but essentially, they all now follow a very similar principle. But in the very early days, people laughed at him and thought, you know, he was a mad scientist and it wouldn't work. But slowly but surely it replaced everyone. And a lot of those other manufacturers, you know, they were at the time top of the riders and they were enjoying great success. And before you knew it, VDOSC at the time became the world's leading PA on riders because it was so efficient and worked so well.
And then out of interest, in terms of line array systems, is L Acoustics like the first people that came into the market with a line array system?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay.
So VDOSC was quite unique, and basically at the time they were very selective about who they allowed to buy it because it needed a different way of thinking. In the old days, you'll remember when we went into stadiums, we almost kind of, you know, looked at the stadium and, you know, there wasn't much measurement involved and it wasn't very scientific. And so L Acoustics were the first people to say, well, you have to measure the stadium properly. You have to, because the speaker is so accurate, you now have to aim it at the right place and all of that type of thing. So there was very little wasted energy. So because you can imagine the analogy went further that he was saying with the old systems where you were taking, say, a group of, say, 16 speakers and throwing that sound into the stadium was like taking a handful of stones and throwing them into the water. You can imagine how much destructive interference was happening. So
exactly, yes.
if you were the person having to sit in a seat that was maybe between two cabinets, you weren't having the best sound. You know what I mean? So and of course the inverse square law, you know, where the sound pressure level dropping at a doubling of distance didn't apply as much with a line array because you were having a different type of wave. That's a whole other thing that we can do in training.
So basically, in a way, it was basically a much more efficient system.
Yeah.
So in a way, in a different time, you know. And then right now, so what kind of people uses these products, these particular speakers?
So in the beginning, it was mainly only touring people, you know, people that were doing big stadium and arena tours. And then slowly but surely, Mamma Mia was the first musical to use VDOSC. And slowly the technology got smaller. So people made smaller line arrays and so forth. And so some of the biggest users of line arrays now, besides for festivals and tours and that type of thing, are churches, funnily enough. So we have many clients in Africa, you know, that have big churches or will come and inquire for us, because the thing is that a line array is made for long throw applications. So, you know, anything above, say, 35 meters, maybe 40 meters would require a line array, you know, and especially things, you know, much more than 50 meters would definitely require a line array. So look, some people are, there was a period when they first came out where people thought that was the answer to every job. And what I'm here to tell people is that even though L Acoustics promotes line arrays, it's not the answer to every job. You know, each job is unique, and there are different products and different categories of products that will be used in different types of jobs. So L Acoustics break up their range into 3 different distances, if you'd like, and there are different products in each of those. So what we call short throw, which is up to, say, 15 meters, and then between, say, 15 meters and 35, 40 meters, and then from 40, 45 meters and beyond. And so, the 45 meters and beyond is the line array, basically.
And what are some of the speakers that you have, the flagship and the entry level? Because I think most of the people in this class right now, they are like maybe from church organizations, small to medium companies across Africa, and a few take part in some of the biggest events on the continent.
Yeah. So something that people would know well if they were reading, you know, articles about big artists or big venues is something like K1 or K2. Those are the 2 flagship PAs that would be used in arenas or stadiums. But what has become a Cara is an 8-inch line array from L Acoustics, and is actually their biggest selling box. We use those in a lot of churches in South Africa and in a lot of medium-sized rental companies. It's something that can do anything between 2,000 and about 10,000 people, depending on. It's very scalable, so that's a very popular speaker. And then what's become a great thing, especially for churches and for small rental companies, is something they call the A series, which is a very modular system. It's like a what they'd call a constant curvature PA. So it's something in between a point source box and a line array box, and it can throw up to 45 meters, and it can be used with like one aside box or up to 6 aside boxes. So it's very scalable. It's almost like the Swiss Army knife of PAs for small to medium rental companies, because it becomes quite affordable. You know, with a line array, the problem is there's a minimum starting point. You know, you can't really use a line array properly without at least, say, about 6 boxes aside. Whereas something like the A series, you can start with one aside, you know, on a pole if you want to, you know, which is great.
Got you.
Yeah.
No, I think this has been very, very informative, and I'm really looking forward to do more and more conversations with you. I'm looking forward to come spend time with you so that you can really show people more of these products, because I know some people have never heard of this brand. But this brand has been like very, very instrumental in pushing the standards for the experience of people of live events, you know. So Richard, thank you very much for taking this time to come through.
Absolute pleasure.
Yeah, you know. So
Thanks for
now,
having me.
Thank you very much, Richard. So now I would like to call my next guest. So my next guest is Kyle Robson. Kyle Robson, he's the product specialist for Digico. Kyle, are you good? Are you ready for me, Kyle? Cool.
Online, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Cool, Kyle. So Kyle, please, can you just talk about Digico, their history? Who are they, and what kind of products do they actually make, and which kind of people use these products?
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Thanks. Remember. So pretty much, Digico had started out as a company called Soundtracks, and Soundtracks were renowned for sort of high-end studio consoles. In 2000, they broke away and started up Digico, and they started off with the D series. So we actually have some D series consoles in South Africa that are still up and running and working 100% perfectly today, which is really cool. From the D series, they started with the SD series, and that would be the first console would have been the ST7. So a lot of people get confused with the numbers. And Digico have made it even harder with the numbers with the latest consoles. But ST7 was released in 2007, ST8 2008, ST9 2009, and so forth. And the ST7 has actually been a flagship console of Digico for a good 15 years. Before it's now been replaced with the new Quantum. And even when I say replaced, they are still used. You can still purchase them. They still requested on riders around the world, and they are notorious for being just a very high-end console brand that will cater, you know, for a lot of the shows that are out there. The other thing that's really nice about the Digico stuff is that the platform is all the same between the consoles. So if you know how to use the baby console, you'll know how to use the big flagship, for instance.
Got you.
Which is really nice.
And it seems like I've noticed on like technical riders, engineers seem to prefer to request it a lot. Like you find a Digico mixer in most technical riders. Why is that? For example,
the big things that we see of why people enjoy these consoles, and it's also one of the reasons that I fell in love with the consoles. I've been working with the consoles since 2007. And it's something I normally talk about in my training as well, is that when I first jumped on the console, I actually hated it with a passion. There was too much happening. It was too complex. And what I'd learned to love with it is that I started finding that I could do one thing that I couldn't do on a previous brand, which became two things, which became four things, which eventually it got to a point where I didn't want to work with any other brand except for DigiCode because it could cater to anything I wanted it to do. It's what we like to call the option monster. So you can build it as simple as you want it, or you can go really complex, be able to move things around, have the flexibility. The power is there to do some extreme routing. I mean, there's so much headroom. And the reason they've done that as well, and this is why the consoles have lasted so long. I mean, 15 years for a console, that's a very long time compared to other brands that are out there. They future-proof their consoles like crazy, which is, you buy a console with X amount of channel count one day, and a couple of years down the line, you've doubled the channel count. Just with a little bit of software, which is very nice.
Yeah, and I've seen that with the digicals. Yes, they are very versatile. You can do a lot. Like you can do a lot. So again, I'll be looking forward to spend more time with you. Come through when you're doing some of the trainings, so that more and more people will get familiar with it, so that when they are making their next purchase, they can have access to one of the best mixers in the world as well. So Kyle, again, thank you very much for taking time to come through today. Looking forward to see you soon. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Absolutely. Thank you, remember. Thank you, guys.
Hi guys, so that was Kyle and Richard. Kyle was the head product specialist for Digico, basically one of the best mixers money can buy in the world. And also speaking to Richard Smith, who's the brand manager for L Acoustics in Africa. Basically, these speakers are some of the best speakers money can buy. I also see on the questions, some people are asking for the pictures, right? So in my Instagram account, in my link, in my bio, there's a link for a WhatsApp group. So I will share pictures again in that WhatsApp group as well. So with that, that's good. And also, guys, please keep on sending questions. Please keep on sending questions. I will start taking those questions, answering them one by one. Just now, please keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. I'm just gonna bring in a surprise guest of mine, guys. G, are you there? G, are you there? Okay, cool. One of my good people. I just want to see if he's still there. G, are you still there? Yeah, I'm good, brother. So I'm just gonna want to say G. G is basically one of the most amazing sound engineers based in South Africa. He even came through today to help me set up, and now he's just there checking to make sure that everything is everything. So G, I just want to talk to you for just a few minutes, G. Like so roughly, G, how long have you been a sound engineer? How long have you been working in the space?
Yo, remember, I would say close to 20 years, man. I started around 2005, as we spoke earlier today. Yeah, around about 2005 is when I started out. Yeah.
Cool. And G, the guys that you have seen who have shined as sound engineers, if you had to break it down to like maybe 3 character traits, what would you say has been like some of the guys who really become outstanding in this work and really excel and really excel with like sustainability? Like if you had to pick like 3 traits, what are some of these things these guys have?
Character traits, top 3, I would have to put attitude as number 1. Your attitude has to be right from the beginning. You gotta be humble.
Got you.
You gotta take everything in your stride.
Got you.
but like I say, the most common thing that I pick up from some of the top guys in the business that have been in the business for a long time is attitude is number one, the attitude.
Got you.
Number two, passion. Passion, you gotta love what you do, first and foremost.
Got
You
you.
gotta keep learning. You gotta keep learning. You gotta have that hunger to learn more. One of my mentors, Crystal Hutting, there's a
Yes.
saying that he says that when the day comes where you feel there's nothing left to learn, then quit and go do catering. So go
I
cook for
like that.
events. Yeah, if you feel like there's nothing left for you to learn,
Yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
you might as well quit.
I
And
like that. I like
thirdly,
that.
yeah, man, like if you think, I mean, like I said, I've been doing this since 2005, and here I've signed up for this mentorship class. That I feel like there's so much more to learn, to gain from the likes of you, the likes of Richard, the likes of Kyle.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm always looking to learn and find out what's new. How can I take it to the next level? So you
Yeah.
gotta
Cool.
have that. So attitude, you got your passion's gotta be right. And then thirdly, I'd like to say that willingness to give back, you know,
Yeah.
as you pick up information,
Yeah.
be open with it as well. Like what you're doing, like
Yeah.
the way we taking it back to our conversation earlier today,
Yes. Yes.
is
Yeah.
why I got involved and volunteered is that I believe in the cause. You want to give back. I mean,
Yeah.
10 years, 15, 20 years from
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
you probably not going to be doing it in the way that we're doing it now.
Exactly. Yeah. True. True.
So
True.
just we want to keep that quality growing. So the only way we can do that is to give back,
Yes.
to teach the
Yes.
ones that come after us.
Yeah.
So three
Agreed.
qualities. I mean, there's a lot, but off the top of my head, I'd put those three
You
as
know.
the
Yeah.
most pivotal.
And for me, G, I've seen you in different spaces working on some of the biggest projects on the continent, big in budget, big in profile. So I'm really looking forward to just be having conversations with you. So that other people can pick up some stuff. Because I really believe knowing how a mixer work, knowing how speakers work, knowing how microphones work is very, very important. But now over and above
Yeah,
that, it is the way you carry yourself, the way you present yourself, the way you respect other people as well, so that our
Work
industry,
ethic.
Africa can continue growing. So thank you very much,
Yeah,
G. I really, really appreciate taking this time. Looking forward to have more conversations with you. Thank you, G.
of course, my man. We're gonna have plenty to talk about, man.
All right. Bye for now.
Cheers, dude. Thanks.
Okay, guys, please keep on bringing the questions. Please keep on bringing the questions. In a few minutes, I'm going to start answering all the questions that you have sent through. Keep sending the questions. Keep sending the questions. I see them. Keep them coming. For those who are watching on Facebook or like Instagram, the way you can access this class for you to be able to ask questions, there's a link in my bio. That's the link that you need to use to be able to have access to the class so that you can ask questions and I can answer them in the class. So Precious, are you there, my brother? I'm going to bring you on, guys. I'm going to bring on my next guest. I just want to see if he's there and ready for us. Yeah. I see you. Okay, guys. So my next guest is Precious Taiwo. Precious Taiwo is one of my guys. This guy is one of my guys, one of the dopest guys I know. He's based in Nigeria. He does sound for some of the most amazing people from Nigeria. In December, he was I did some shows with him. He was also doing some shows with Davido and also doing some shows with Ashake, So Precious, thank you very much for taking the time to come through, And Precious, for
Thank
me,
you.
my brother, I just want to know, my brother, what is your secret sauce so that, because I see you in all of these, some of the biggest productions, how do you get in there? You know, what do you think is one of your character traits that get you in these spaces?
Okay, I'll just go back to the beginning, right? I started off as a tech, and the first thing I was taught was making sure the console is not the glorious position. So the idea for many engineers is to be the mixing engineer, but I was taught the other way around, to just solve problems and then work my way up to mixing. So most times when I'm on the project, they're not bringing me in to mix. They're bringing me in because they know that if I'm on the project, everything goes well. So not necessarily mixing, just because probably know how to talk to people nicely, how to get things done, and then I always know a guy. So if something is wrong, I know a guy. If you want a cable, I know a guy. So then the riggers, I'm friends with riggers, lighting engineers, what have you. So on big production whereby everybody's trying to protect their own stuff, I try to make
Yes.
sure everybody's okay. So we try to work in the same space. So if lighting guys have to chill for us to get things done, we talk to them nicely and then we get things done. So I think that is just it.
Got you. And if you are to look at sound engineering through your own eyes, which are some of the topics that you believe a sound engineer need to understand? Which is an area that you believe a sound engineer need to understand? Because, and also our people in this class, they are, most of them, they are beginners. The other guys are intermediate. So like for those levels, so for that, for guys just coming in and guys who've been in for a while, which are some of the areas in live sound do you think technically they need to focus on and build a strength?
Okay, for me, their ears is the first thing. Um, every genre of music are mixed differently, right? So if you approach every music with the same approach, you're not going to get the desired result. For example, if you're mixing for the African band or the Nigerian band, let's say you're mixing a juju band, right? If you mix it with that of with the ear of, let's say, a jazz engineer, what you're going to get out of it will not be something pleasurable, because at the end of the day, for me, I mix monitors mostly. So for me, monitors engineer, the first thing I'll say is learning how to satisfy the band. So as monitors engineers, most times we're looking forward to how it should sound for us,
Yeah.
forgetting what the music actually needs. So probably you might need more guitars, you might need this, no, but if the music and the genre need less of that, you do less of that. Then another thing too that is not also technical, I think, is just man of approach, which is very key, because in a show whereby, which we've been in that position whereby we don't have enough time to sound check, we don't have enough time to do everything we want to do, to put labels and icons on things. At that point, if things are going south, the way you approach the musician is very, very, very important. Because my dad will always say, when someone tells you my friend, and when the person that is your friend tells you my friend, sounds differently. So my friend to an enemy sounds like you're insulting me, but my friend from a friend sounds like my friend. So if you're nice and polite to a musician, even when things are falling out, they can understand with you. So I think that is all sound
Yeah, you know,
engineers need to.
yeah, and you know, on that last point, I totally agree with you. For me, I always say, if you build a good relationship with the artists, you know, when there's a problem, it's our problem, and we're all working together to fix it. It's no more the sound engineer's problem and the artist on their side. You know, that whole connecting with everyone, and not only the artists. You know, it's also the guys in production. So that when we've got problems, when there are delays, it's all the things that are delaying us, and we're all working together with understanding to support each other. And I've seen you do that very well time after time again. And for that, my brother, I've got high respect for you. So Precious, again, thank you very much for coming through today. You know, looking forward to have more and more conversations. And then, you know what, they just something, this is just personal. You know, I like Ashake, man. I love his music. And I'm like, this guy has been in the scene, is it like 2 years or 3 years or something like that? And his work has
Yeah,
been
he's funny
amazing.
enough.
Yeah, his music has been amazing, you know. So So for that, I'm looking forward to one of these days to come through to one of your shows. Hopefully, you're gonna be coming to SA soon. But if I'm in Lagos on the next show, I am coming through. So again, thank you very much, Precious, for making the time to come through today. Looking forward to have further conversations with you. Thank you, Precious. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna start answering questions right now. Okay, guys, so thank you everyone for coming through into this class. And remember, this class is called Online Mentorship with Remember Chaitezvi. And the whole goal has been, like, not many people have access to sound engineers who've got vast experience on like different projects. And what I seek to achieve with this platform, I'm gonna do my best to basically come online once every month, so that basically when you've got questions, you bring them through. Whatever I don't have time to answer in a class, I'll make time, in other days to basically record those responses. And I also feel as though sometimes when you ask a question, you never know someone else has the same question. So through this platform, you know what, there is no repetition. Something is recorded and people can easily go back, and reference. So guys, please keep on bringing the questions. I'm gonna start answering them right now. And also, guys who are in the class right now, I am putting a question under poll. I just want you to just answer that for me. So my question is, did you know about L-acoustics before today? L-acoustics before today. So you answer yes or no. So it is there now. You're gonna see it come up now. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. And then my second question in the poll is gonna be, did you know about Digico before this class? Okay, yes, no. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for the guys who have who are responding to the poll. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Okay, the other poll is coming just now. Once it's in. Okay. I am putting the other one. Did you know about? Please, guys, keep on bringing the questions. I'm gonna start answering them now. Did you know about Digico before the class? So all of these questions, they help me create other classes for you. It helps me know what are the needs, and it is easier to manage things from there. Okay, cool. So the other poll is coming. And then also, guys, for those who have not joined, in the link in my bio on Instagram, there's a link in there for a WhatsApp group. So if you are not part of that WhatsApp group, I highly recommend you join in there. So in there, I send in updates and in other stuff, because like there is this particular class, I made a big announcement. Other classes, it will be just in that group. So right now, I'm going to start answering questions. Right now, I'm going to start answering questions. I'm just making sure that my last poll is live. Okay, cool. It is coming. It is coming. Yeah, save. Okay, cool. It is going to be live just now. I'm just waiting for it to go live. It's gonna get live. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start answering questions. Okay. Okay. So the first question is how do you EQ your toms on a live outdoor situation? So basically, how you EQ your toms on a live outdoor situation or an indoor situation is still the same way. And one of the easiest way for you to EQ your toms is before you even do anything on the mixer, go next to the drummer, hear them play the actual tom, hear how it sounds like, right? And then there are other things on how you actually place the mic, right? But you know, when you place the mic in the right position, which we'll do also examples where I'm going to do videos, you know, where how do you place the mic on a tom, but also this information you can also easily find online on how to place mics on toms. But now how to get the right sound now, it is basically listen to the sound on the tom naturally with no mic next to the drummer. And then when you come to the mixer, when you push in that tom into the PA system, you must at least try to get the same tone you had when you were next to the drummer on those actual toms. What that does is this is if the sound on the tom is wrong by the drummer, when the drummer tunes it correctly, it's gonna sound good if your EQ was just communicating what is happening from the source. So this way of being able to get thing to sound good is the first step, because we must understand live sound is about sound reinforcement. So at the first stage, all we're trying to do is we're trying to communicate what is happening at the source. So that is something that is very, very important. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go to the next question. Okay, cool. So the next question is how my next question here that I'm going to answer is what are the key things to what are the key things to know about digital mixing console for sound quality? Okay, digital mixers basically in essence they made our life easier because we've got many of those things just in one mixer. We don't need outboard gear anymore. But one key thing you need to know about digital mixers is you need to know what page are you on. You're not just supposed to press, because one of the challenging things with digital mixers, because one button can perform many tasks depending what page you're on or what layer you're on. One key thing you need to understand with your particular digital mixer is just to understand the layout, and then understand how do you get a signal into your particular mixer and how do you get signal out from your particular mixer, and then also have the right outputs in the right places so that you can manage your levels or your EQs, you know, because if you've got a PA system left and right, and then you've got other speakers in the front, is like front fills. So you being able to have a good idea how to configure your mixer on those particular outputs is very, very important. And then also with digital mixers, sometimes when you don't know, you can think your EQ is working, whereas the EQ is off on that particular channel. So one thing with digital mixers is you need to know exactly what are you touching and what is it affecting and what page are you in. One of my mentors said when digital mixers came in for him, what he would do was he would have a notebook. Every change he made on the digital mixer, he basically took a note of it. But this was like in the early stages of like digital mixers, because it was just because you're having to flip through so many changes, you may forget what you have done. But now more and more people are now kind of like accustomed to them right now. So it really is just understand your mixer, understand the layout, understand what does what, and then use it, but don't use it to extremes. Because the first thing is get signal in, get signal out, and it must sound like the source. Because what we're doing in live sound is we are always reinforcing. We're making what is happening at the source to be heard by many people. Cool. My next question is this. And this is someone from Cape Town just saying thank you. My next question is this: the importance of show files and what's the best way of going about them. So in principle, because before, when we didn't have digital mixers, you literally had to write notes of where are the knobs, where's the gain, where's the EQ, where are the faders. But now with digital mixers, if you've got 3 bands performing, it means if that day is, or for example, if that show, for example, is a show for, let's just say, L Acoustics, okay, let's just say music festival, okay, so let's just say cultural music festival. You're doing a show called cultural music festival. So when you get to that particular venue, you need to configure your mixer for that particular event. So for you now, because this mixer was coming from another show, it means you need to reset it and create your show. So that is why you create a show file to save that particular show. And then now, once you have saved your show, inside show now, there's also things called scenes. Some mixers call them snapshots. It is basically now inside the show file. If you had 4 bands performing, band A, band B, band C, you can literally then save snapshots for each band, so that when the show is running, when they say band A is coming to the stage, you can easily recall your settings and everything goes to what it was during sound check when you did a good feel and you know this is the best start for this particular band. So basically that's it with the show files. So now with the different mixers, how they save these files is different. The scope of what they save is different. So this is something that you then need to understand with your particular mixer. What is the scope? When I save a file, what exactly am I saving? So that is one thing that you need to understand. So someone asked, software to use as a beginner sound engineer. Software to use as a beginner sound engineer. For me, I think one of the softwares to just have a look out for is software called Smart. What Smart software does is it is basically a real-time analyzer. It is a software that basically shows you what you are listening to. And for me, sometimes I say to people, it's like if you want to take out a screw, right? And that screw requires a star screwdriver. Getting the right star screwdriver to unscrew the screw is very, very important. So for me as well, as a sound engineer, yes, we need to use our ears to listen so that we can make decisions by understanding how is it sounding. But now with Smart software, it helps you as well, if you know how to set it up properly without bias, show you how is the system behaving. And there are certain curves that are like that show that this is sounding pleasant or this is not sounding pleasant. But with understanding and experience, you get to understand more and more how to work that software. So for me, one of the softwares to look out for is Smart. Look out for that. And then there are other softwares that work as Smart, but it's good for you to start with Smart and then look for alternatives if you don't have enough money to pay for that particular software. But personally, that's the software that I use among all the other softwares that I use. But I think that's a good start to start your homework on it. Now, my next question is, how do you go about dealing with the low end between the bass guitar and kick drum? So basically, in principle, the kick drum and the bass guitar, when they are all populating the same frequencies, there's something that happens that is called masking. You lose definition. So in principle now, the kick drum is more about hearing the attack and the beat of the thumb. Those are the key things. And the bass guitar is about hearing the body of the low end. So basically with that understanding now, it then means in terms of as a basic principle, because even if you go to a bass guitar player, when you hear him play and you go to a bass combo and you listen to the bass amp, you hear how it rumbles. If you go to a kick drum, it goes like pop, boom, it doesn't go, that is what you then do when you're doing creative EQ. So like at the starting
point, if you are able to hear the kick attack and then hear a bit of the thump, that is good. In the bass guitar, you're supposed to hear the whole body of like low frequency. You know, if you start off like that, that is a very good starting point for you to be able to hear the kick drum in the bass guitar. One of my mentors taught me that, you know what, when he does sound check, he brings in the drummer and he brings in the bass guitar like 20 to 30 minutes earlier before the rest of the band, because he understood when you have your nice balance between those key elements on the low frequencies, it really serves as a very, very good foundation for the rest of your mix. Now, the next question is, how do you get separation between instruments? So basically, in principle, a one tool that we use in sound engineering to have separation between instruments in a mix is basically EQing, right? So EQing, for example, if I have, let me just say I've got 40 people singing and they are holding microphones, for example, right? How do you hear all these 40 people sing and they sound like one voice? So one of the key things then with EQing is I try as much as possible to remove frequencies that voices do not populate. Like, for example, one of the simple things on a mixer is a high pass filter, you know, so it's activating a high pass filter, and then when I listen, I hear, okay, cool, there's a bit of muddiness. These frequencies are making the vocals not to be clear. I take those down. So with that kind of EQing, I'm doing corrective EQing. I'm trying to make the mic communicate what is coming in that particular source of the mic. And most of the times when I do things like that, I can literally have 24 mics EQ'd the same way, but they sound different because the voice that is going into that mic is the one that is being communicated. And with my EQing, I've mainly first removed coloring of that sound that does not belong to a human voice. So that is something like on voices. So now with the same thing, when you go to an electric guitar, you go to an acoustic guitar, you go to keyboards, when you listen to those particular instruments, you know, you listen to them individually, you can hear which frequencies they populate the most, you know. And it's literally then making sure that those are the areas that you have them shining the most. For example, the ability to use things like high pass filters and low pass filters just on channels, knowing that this particular instrument will never play anything below 100 hertz. So you've got your high pass filter. This particular instrument, you know what, I'm gonna cut it off at 16 kilohertz. That's a low pass filter so that it doesn't sound too harsh. Just knowing how to use those things, it also helps to make also your mix shine as well. Okay, cool. Now let me look at the next question. I would like to ask, how do you design and tune a sound system? So how you design a sound system is dependent on the software for that particular system. So different brands, it could be L Acoustics, it could be DMB, it could be JBL, it could be Martin Audio, it could be EV, you know, all of those different brands, they've got their own softwares for designing. And this is basically you knowing, okay, cool, if I place my speaker here, how is it going to work in this particular venue? How is the coverage going to be? So that is what you use the software for. So it means before you place the speaker in that particular room, you really have an idea how is it going to basically respond. You know, how is the coverage going to be? So there you can then make great decision. So I'm going to give you an example. In December, I was doing an event in Nigeria. This venue, I think, was like 40 meters long. And then the speakers I had in this particular venue, I then said, like, you know what? I want them to cover only 35 meters of this venue, because the last part of this venue were bars. So I was like, no, I don't want these speakers to be too loud where someone is by the bar and they're trying to order something, you know, like it can also be, I've done also events where I know there's a wall at 40 meters, so at least at least by like 39 meters I want this system not to focus too much energy there. So all of that now it's easier to then do in that particular software. Now when it comes now to tuning a sound system, that one now it is about using softwares like Smart. It is also simple things of like, you've got a song that you know, so this way it's called using a reference song. So for me, I use a song by John Legend, All of Me, and I use a song by this other guy. I forgot his name, but the song is about once I was a young boy, whatever, something along those lines. So these songs, they John Legend's song is very strong on the vocal. So when I play that song, if the system is sounding harsh, I know it's gonna sound harsh, so I can tone it down a bit. If it's sounding muddy, that's where I hear it. The second song, when I play it, it is vocal and low end. Then there I can hear the ratio between the bass and the high end as well. So it helps me balance. So with tuning after Smart and I play my reference songs, you know, it then gets me in the right place. Yeah, but this is just an overview, and as more and more as we do these conversations, I would then have like separate conversations on these particular topics so that I can elaborate on them and take you step by step. And cool. So now the next question is how to match all vocalists key, or how to make the sound gel. How to match all vocalist keys. Okay, cool. So how you can match vocalist keys is through auto-tune if they can't match themselves to the keys. So that is one way to do it. Okay, cool. And how to make the sound gel, it all comes back to what I said earlier about EQing. And also it also helps when your band is also a good band that also knows, you know, how to arrange their music very well. Cool. The next question is how can I glue my backing vocals to sound like they are on the same level? One of the ways to glue sound together, one of the things that we use are called compressors. Compressors manage dynamic range because, for example, vocals, if some people don't maintain their level very well, if they sing just too loud or too low, they also get lost. But because they are backing vocals, you also want them to sound like one unit as well. So using things like compressors, they also help you, you know, to become the glue. And also compressors themselves as well, there are also different types of compressors. Some are like very transparent, you know, some are like more like gluey, you know. So it is really knowing which type of compressor is what to use. But the key thing to understand is this is one of the tools that you can use to glue your sound is called compressors, you know, and that is a very good place to start and see the different tools there. And again, guys, thank you very much for coming through. Guys who are watching on Instagram, guys who are watching on Facebook, thank you very much. I'm going to go offline in about 10 minutes. So if you wanna submit a question, you know, I might not answer it in the next 15 minutes, but I'll make time to go through all the questions and answer them. Use the link in my bio to get into the class and submit your question, and I will get to that question. Okay, guys, now the next question is this: how does one join the corporate side of sound engineering, whereas they have no qualifications and have been doing sound engineering for years, a lot of exposure, no written CV? How and can they land a role, say, in a big AV companies? So someone is okay, cool. So basically, for you to work for like big companies, you know, someone has to refer you. You know, those are like some of the things. Someone has to refer you. But also, if you reach out to these companies and you have experience and your work speaks for itself, there's a chance that they may give you an opportunity. But there's also one of the ways
that I've heard that other people have gotten into some of the biggest companies. You know, it is through just arriving at a door. You knock the door, you say you're a sound engineer, you say you're available, and then they'll say, sorry, right now we've got our own guys. And then you say, okay, guys, am I able to come help out in your warehouse? You know, you don't have to pay me. You know, can I come and help out in your warehouse? You know, if you've got, you know, some form of a track record, someone knows you, you can say what you have done. Sometimes, you know what, the door opens, you get in, you start helping out, whether it is cleaning equipment, fixing cables. And for me, I always say, when you help out like that at a warehouse, there's always a day when everyone is not available and they need another guy to go do a job. That's also your way in. But some people, they just want to get into a big company, and you want to get in as into a big company, and you want to be recognized already as someone who knows what they're doing. And things, you must understand, the bigger the company, the higher their reputation as well. So they won't really just take a chance on someone that they do not know and also does not have a reputation, and also no one who's reputable is also recommending them. So really, it's just getting yourself in this space. And for me, this is what this online mentorship is about as well. If you attend enough of my classes, if you come help when I set up, if you watch all the videos, if you engage with all the stuff, if you get in touch with me and you show me what you are doing, you know, I'm like, if you tick all the boxes, I will not mind even make a recommendation, you know. Yeah, so that's the answer on that. Now the next question is, how do you mix your drums in an online live stream? So basically, when you are mixing things for a live stream, or you're mixing things for TV, one of the key things is managing dynamic range. You need to know your levels. So for example, your drums can sound amazing in the PA system. If your feed to stream, you know, if you're driving your things too hard, if your loudness level are above what is recommended by the particular place where you're streaming to, all of those things have effects on your sound, because those streaming places, they also have their own systems in place that basically starts managing the levels of your sound. So which means if you are running too loud, you're going to lose dynamics. When you lose dynamics, things don't sound well. It just sounds like flat. It's just a mishmash of things. So that's something to look out for. And as much as possible is have a different mixer to mix a live stream. This is also one of the best ways. So this way now, you're not trying to balance sound in the venue and also trying to balance sound for the live stream. But in the event that you don't have that ability, one of the things is basically have your separate output for live stream that you can control the levels on. Some people, they go on a live stream, they are sending left and right to the PA system, and they're sending again left and right to the live stream. Now, if it is too low inside the venue you're in, you push it loud for it to be good in the venue, but now on the live stream, it is bad already. So it's really just understanding those particular dynamics. So the next question is this. Hello, say, I'm 17 years old. How do I go about deciding what speakers to buy permanently for our church? So one of the key things in deciding what speakers to buy, for me, I always say, always know what are some of the best speakers in the market. Today, for example, we were talking about L acoustics. You know, just kind of, you know, do your own research, go on the internet, it's free. You know, go on the internet, it's free. You know, see with the kind of speakers in terms of size for your church. Is it a church for 100 people, 200 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 20,000 people? See which kind of speakers work in that particular space, right? Just know, okay, this is the best in class type of PA to use. Okay, cool. How much does it cost? Okay, cool. You know, and then you see with your church, do they have enough money to pay for this kind of speakers that are flagship? If not, there are different options. But this is why also I am here. Hi guys. So today I just want to talk about what is live sound. Okay. So we know there's like different types of sound engineering. So for example, there's studio engineering, and then there is
live sound engineering. So these two spaces are basically different spaces, and some of the overview principles of how you work in these places are different. So for me, personally, I've been focusing on live sound for the past 22 years. All right? So I just want to define for you what is live sound. So live sound, the key thing about it is about reinforcement. That is one key thing you need to understand about live sound. It is about reinforcement. Forgive me for my handwriting, I write Kesov. Okay, cool. So live sound is about reinforcement. Reinforcement is about there is sound from the source, and how can you make this sound be heard by many people? So for example, if someone is speaking to 5 people in a room, you don't need to really reinforce that sound as compared to someone speaking to 50,000 in a room. So the key thing, or the key principle, or the key purpose of live sound is basically to reinforce the source. So now when someone needs to speak to 50,000 people, there's a need to basically amplify that particular voice. And to amplify that voice, we then need different tools to basically do that. So for example, it is a microphone, it is to basically pick up the sound, it is the mixer to help balance that sound, it is the amplifier, and then it is basically the speakers. And then with all of those things, we are then able to reinforce that sound. That is basically what live sound is about. And one key principle about live sound is the sound, once you reinforce it, needs to sound the same as the source. That is one key thing. The only other times when we make the source sound different when it is reinforced, it is basically for creative purposes. So live sound is basically about reinforcing the source, and once you reinforce it at the most basic level of live sound, the reinforced sound must still sound like the source. And the only time there's a difference is for creative purposes. So I'll give you an example. There are events where they have someone who is basically speaking behind the scenes. So it could be an award event like Grammy Awards or things like that. So an announcer is saying, please welcome, the next host is this person and that person. Usually you want that voice to sound bigger as compared to like how naturally a voice sounds. So in those instances, that is when the reinforcement, you manipulate that voice to sound bigger. So basically with that, live sound is basically, as I said before, reinforcement of the sound at the source, and the sound must sound as true as the source. And then the other way is live sound basically is about reinforcing the source, but the sound, when you then hear it from the final output, changes because we have made a creative decision for the sound to sound bigger. So in live sound, we have basic things that basically completes our system. So we have our input, we have our processing, and then we have our output. And so this in live sound, we basically call it our signal flow. So on the input, this is basically the source that we want to reinforce. So we have different sources. Like for example, my voice right now as I'm talking to you, I have a microphone that I'm wearing. This mic signal goes to the mixer, and then from the mixer goes to a speaker that is powered, and then the sound comes out. Sometimes sources can be a guitar, A guitar, inside it has a pickup. So you plug in a jack into that guitar. That guitar is connected to the mixer, and then it basically also goes to the speaker output. We also have other sources. It could be a violin, like for example, orchestra. An orchestra, there are many people playing violins, violas, double basses, so you have different mics miking up those different sources, which then goes into a mixer, which goes to amplifiers, which then goes to the speakers. So with this signal flow, what it does is it helps you when you see different sound equipment. Once you understand where it sits in the signal flow, it basically removes this overwhelming feeling, especially when you're starting out to explore live sound engineering. It removes this overwhelming feeling of like, oh my goodness, this thing is complicated and there's all of these different things. I don't even know how this thing works. So basically with any sound equipment, one of the key things is when you understand this signal flow and understand where that piece of equipment sits in this signal flow, it really helps you delve more and really explore more to understand how the different pieces work in this. So literally our signal flow starts from the input, which is the source, goes into processing. This is where we've got our mixers and different signal processors in here, and goes to our output where our mixers are and our speakers are. So at the most basic level, live sound engineering is just about reinforcement. And when you understand that purpose of live sound, it just being about reinforcement, it just really, and for me, sometimes I say to people, just understanding that core principle, that live sound is about reinforcement, that in itself removes the trying to understand and comprehend some things in live sound that seem complicated. Because once you understand the purpose, in that, when you then see something on your journey of live sound that you don't understand, whether it is a piece of equipment, whether it is a piece of software, when you understand the purpose is about reinforcement, all you need to understand on that software or that piece of equipment is understand, okay, cool, what purpose does this software serve? What purpose does this piece of equipment serve in the signal chain? And what value does it actually bring? So I believe as you start on your journey of live sound, or as you continue on your journey of live sound, never lose sight on what is the actual purpose of live sound and why do we actually do it. So there's something also that I just want you to also just know. Live sound started, I think it is somewhere maybe in like the 1940s officially, and the challenge then was, so before people would gather, bands would play, singers would sing, the speakers were a bit smaller, and people would hear the guitars from their own guitar amplifiers. But then, what then happened was, at one particular event, or really, it was really like a season, these events were becoming more and more popular, and more people were now attending these events. So the crowds were becoming bigger. So now it was now very difficult to hear the people singing and also be able to hear the instruments. So from there now, different people who were literally doing this sound engineering, or basically who were focusing on reinforcing this sound, they then saw there was a need to basically create better speakers, better amplifiers, or literally bigger speakers, bigger amplifiers, or basically amplifiers with more capacity or power output to be able to amplify this sound from the source so that people will be able to hear. So with that, that basically then birthed the industry of live sound. Before that, most of the sound engineering was basically more for TV, more for the recorded media, because people would listen to something at home, either on a TV screen or they would listen on a radio. But at the end of the day, because of that challenge of many audiences going to watch people perform, or many audiences going to go to listen to someone talking, because of that challenge, we then had to create in the industry or in the sound reinforcement space more efficient speakers and more efficient amplifiers. And sound engineering itself, we have gone through different phases. Like for example, before we used to use these speakers that were point source. It was basically, we just put different speakers together, but as time also progressed and the audiences grew, we then came to a phase which is where we are in now. It is a phase of line array systems. And in other classes, I'll basically break down these different types of systems. But the line array system, which is where we are right now, they are basically more efficient systems that, with the less amount of boxes in terms of ratio to weight and in terms of the actual space that they cover, they are very efficient, and they can really work very well over long distances in the most efficient way. So whenever you are in doubt, and as you start the journey of live sound, or as you continue the journey of live sound, and you face different equipment or software that seems complicated, one thing that can help you to basically have less of the overwhelming feeling is understanding the purpose is about reinforcement. So any equipment made today, made yesterday, or that is going to be made tomorrow, all you need to understand is what purpose does it serve in the signal flow. And in that signal flow, it's knowing, does it sit in the input, does it sit in the processing, or does it sit in the output? And actually, what value does it give? When you understand that, now trying to understand that particular tool or piece of gear is going to make it very easy for you to understand. Because, and I always say to people, no one makes equipment or a piece of software to be complicated. All you just need to do is once you understand the purpose of that piece of equipment or software, now you just need to go through the way these people were thinking as they were creating it in the software. Once you connect to that bandwidth of how they were thinking and what is the workflow on that, you see that it is very easy to literally work on any piece of equipment or any piece of software. But as is with everything in life, it is going to be a journey. You're going to fall, you're going to rise, you're going to fall, you're going to rise. But just continue on that journey, knowing that nothing is made to be complicated intentionally. It is just a matter of you understanding the purpose, and understanding what are the desired results. And in that, I end this conversation on what is live sound. Thank you. Hi, guys. So I just want to talk about something. So I call these remembers blocks of live sound. So I'm just going to write that down. Remember blocks live sound. I call these remembers blocks of live sound. So I came up with these blocks a couple of years back, and these blocks have also evolved over time. So in live sound, the first block we have is the input, okay? So the input is basically the source of the sound, where the sound is coming from. And And this source can be a microphone, this source can be someone playing a guitar, this source can be someone playing a piano, this source can be a computer playing sound, this source can basically be an orchestra, this source can be a choir singing. So that's the first block, input. Second block is processing. So this block of processing is basically, this is where the mixers are. So for example, if 5 people are singing, that's 5 different mics. We need to have a way to be able to balance these mics and control them. So in the processing block, this is where the balancing of these mics is happening. Also, there are some people that when they sing, their voice may sound a bit high-pitched or very bright, and you want that voice to sound a bit warmer or bigger. So for that, we employ things like equalization. So all of that happens in the processing block. Okay. And after the processing block, we have the output block. In the output block, this is where we have our amplifiers. Our amplifier's job is basically, we send a signal there, right? But this signal is not strong enough or big enough to move a speaker. So an amplifier now gets this signal from processing, and then they amplify that signal and goes to our speakers. So basically our amps and our speakers, they are all in that same block on the output. So of these blocks here, one of the most complex blocks to understand is the processing block. And the processing block is basically where the magic happens in live sound engineering, even in studio work as well. Because in the processing block, this is where you can manipulate sounds. This is where you can add effects to create a different listening experience. This is also where you can manipulate sounds so that they sound comfortable to people's ears in an environment. And this is where you find a lot of softwares and a lot of different gadgets and pieces of equipment. Because here, there is no limitation of what pieces of equipment can be put in. But the more you are on the output, it is literally to do with the last stage, which is basically amplifying a signal and moving the speakers for the air to move, for people to hear. And on the input, it is basically a microphone picking up that sound, or a converter from digital to analog, or digital signal going into processing. So here, there is less complexity in these two blocks. This one, a lot of complexity. And the magic happens here. So our next block from here is the environment. So in live sound, the environment also affects how people perceive the sound. So for example, if you are working in a hall that is a lot of echo, you can do whatever you do here, but because of your environment, it is going to color the sound. And in live sound, understanding that you need to take into consideration how the environment is coloring the sound. Then this can also inform or influence what decisions you need to make on the output. So for example, if you're working in a venue where it is a lot of reflections, then it means the way you need to set up that venue is you need to set it up in a way that you basically reduce as much interaction as possible between the sound system and the venue. So sometimes how you end up doing that is by employing more speakers to use in that venue than you'd normally use for a space that size, because with more speakers that you use, it means you are moving more air, and basically that sound is now directed to the audience. And when the sound is directed to the audience that is listening, and there's more speakers, it means we are reducing the interaction between the speakers and the actual venue. Because now we've got multiple sources directed at the audience as compared to a few sources trying to cover a big audience, which then means that you do not have control on how much now the level now has to be more, because it is less sources, so your level has to be more. So which means when the interaction happens now with those speakers and the venue, is going to be more reflections. But when you've got more sources focused on the audience, it means you don't have to take up the level that high, so which means reflections are less. So that is the environment informing on what you are doing on the equipment side of your setup. But now there's also another element that affects live sound. And this is my last block. And this block is the people. And in live sound, this block is one of the most challenging blocks, because you can do everything correct on the input, correct on processing, correct on output, and you also take into consideration how your environment is behaving, but someone may feel something is wrong with the sound. So the people block now, when you're a live sound engineer, is you need to understand who is talking and who is giving feedback, and what authority do they have. Because when you're not careful, as a live sound engineer, different people can come to you, they can give you different feedback. The feedback can be different kinds of feedback, and it can become confusing. But one thing that will make life easy for you in the people block is you doing things right on the input, on the processing, on the output, and taking consideration of the environment, how it affects all of these other blocks. And you doing it right literally has to do with you've done something according to industry standards. You've done something according to best practices. And only when you have done that right like that, it is easier now to deal with people. So that, are you dealing with something to do with perception or someone's personal perception? Because someone might have been to another event where they had a different system, maybe in size, maybe they were working in a different environment, so they are expecting something else that they had or saw somewhere, and they want you to do the same thing. But now when you understand now, and everything here has been done according to best practice, it then means you are able to explain. I've had instances where I'm doing an event, and someone says, I can't hear the lead vocal, right? And for me, as the sound engineer for that event, I can hear the lead vocal. And I've done everything according to industry standards, right? So what I do is, I then ask them, where are you in the venue? Okay, they showed me, I went with them. Because I had time, I went with them. It was on an interval. I went with them. And then I said, okay, cool, from here you can't hear the lead vocal. They said yes. And then I asked 4 people around them, could you hear the lead vocal? 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 And all of those 4 people I asked, they said they could hear it. And then in that moment, I then said to the person, you know what? I do not know what is happening, but all these other people in your same listening space can hear the lead vocal. In that moment, that person understands that, okay, you know what? Then there might be something wrong with them. Or maybe, but in that moment now, they have to deal with themselves, and I don't have to change everything here to make one person happy. So the people block can be challenging because if you try to make individuals happy in live sound, in an environment, you may end up creating a listening environment that is not conducive for the many. But also, the key thing about what authority the person has is also very important. So I always say to people, live sound is not only about what you think is good sound. It's also more so about what you're keeping your clients happy, making sure that you are creating the listening environment in the way that they are also happy with. Sometimes a client may request something that doesn't work. So I'll give you an example. I was doing an event, and a client required me to take up the sound levels up and more up, right? But the thing is now is if I took the sound levels as high as the client requested, it means that I was going to create an uncomfortable listening environment for the audience. And it also meant that I may also induce injury to people's ears. So in those instances, I need to understand I am the sound specialist, and it is my job to also educate the client, in best practices so that we do not cause damage to people's ears. So understanding who is the people, what authority they have, what is the impact of their decision in what you're doing is very, very important. So that the higher the authority is, the more you need to entertain them, is the more, if you need to educate them, you need to educate them. And sometimes clients will make you do something that you may not agree with in terms of how the sound should sound. And for me, these are things of color, how the color of the sound is supposed to be, or how the balance of the sound is supposed to be. And that a client has the final say, or the creative director, or it can be the producer, they have the final say on that, because these are creative decisions. But then there are things of principle. Like, for example, in live sound, our goal is always to create a comfortable listening environment, and our goal is also not to induce, listening fatigue or to damage people's ears. And in that, I end my conversation on Remembers Blocks. Looking forward to seeing you in the next class. Thank you. Bye for now. Hi, guys. So I just want to talk about something here, what it takes to be a live sound engineer in Africa. And, being a live sound engineer in Africa is very different from being a live sound engineer in Europe or Asia or in America, because they are different. They are completely different environments in terms of resources available, in terms of the skill available in the markets. So basically, I'm just going to break down what are some of the key things required in the African market. So basically, I'm just talking about what it takes to be a live sound engineer in Africa. To be a live sound engineer in Africa, you literally need to understand the whole overview of how your entire system works. So, for example, in developed markets, there are clearly defined different roles. So, for example, you have a mixing sound engineer. His job is literally to mix the show. So, literally, he programs the mixer in the way that he wants it to be in terms of running the show. He decides how he wants to EQ the different elements of the show. You know, that's what he does, you know. And then you have a front of house tech, sometimes we call them babysitters. His job is basically to set up all of that equipment at front of house so that when the mixing engineer arrives, he's able to program the things that he requires for the show, okay? So also in developed markets, you know, and even in Africa, you also find companies or productions that also have these clearly defined roles. So also you will have, this is, for the sake of this class, I'm going to say in developed markets, and whenever I say that, I mean America, Europe, or like Asia, and then Africa is the developing markets. So in the developed markets, you also have a system engineer. A system engineer's job is basically to EQ the sound system, to balance the sound system, and to basically set up the whole sound system in a way that it is the most efficient. And himself also works with different sound technicians who have roles to actually physically set up the actual equipment. And depending on the actual setup, the system engineer may assist the other team members to actually set up the system, but usually not, because he needs to be focusing on making sure that he is configured and also set up all of his digital equipment, even analog equipment, as far as signal flow to the actual system, and also setting up all of his measuring software as well, you know. And then on stage, you're gonna have a monitor mixing engineer. His job is only to focus on how to balance the sound for the band on stage or whatever is happening on stage. And then you also have a stage technician. His job is to make sure that everything is paged correctly, everything is working correctly, and then also manage all of the microphones, everything, so that everything goes to the right place. So this is the ideal standard. And you'll find this in the developed market. And you'll find this on some of the big budget events that happen in Africa, or events that basically the biggest players are working on technically. But now when you work across Africa now, coming back to this conversation, what it takes to be a live sound engineer in Africa. When you are working in Africa and you're working in different regions, which is what I've done for many years now, is you need to be able to understand the different disciplines, from how to mix, to how to set up the equipment, to how to design the sound system for that venue, to understanding how to balance things on stage, to understanding how to make sure that the right mics go to the right place. So you actually need to have an overall understanding of this whole universe, or this whole big picture. You must have an understanding and skill for the whole picture, so that depending on the country you go to, or the project you're working on, or the skill or the lack of the skill that the team you're working with, you are able to fill in the gaps. If you are able to develop those skills, that you are a bit of an all-rounder, but also you also develop a skill not to micromanage, that you can also look at how everything is going and see where there's lack and basically go in there and fix it. If you are able to develop such skills, that kind of life sound engineer, you'll be able to make it on the African market. Understanding the big picture as a life sound engineer, whilst you're working in Africa, is very, very important, because only then, when you understand the full picture, are you able to fill in the gaps where there is lack. Because in the different markets, you know, people have different strengths. And if you're not able, or if you don't have these skills, you will see that your results when doing live events are inconsistent. And the weakest link is basically based on whichever region you are working in. Whatever weaknesses that the team has, that's going to be the weakest link for you to achieve great results or consistent results. But then again, there's also something that I want to talk about, which is excellence. You know, what is excellence in live sound? Excellence in live sound, just saying the word, just saying we have high standards, just saying we are professional, does not mean anything unless you have a reference. So in live sound, our reference for excellence is basically the industry standards. It is basically you looking at other productions that are bigger budget, that are high profile, even more so from the developed market, looking at those productions, seeing how they execute, you know, seeing how they execute these projects. What do they use? You know, how does it work? So for me, literally it's saying in live sound, if you're 4 seconds late, you are late, and it's unacceptable, you know. But only when you understand that by observing other high budget productions, can you then set a higher standard for yourself to know that, okay, you know what, this is not acceptable, you know. And also seeing those that have gone before you in live sound and learning from them, seeing how they work, seeing how they execute, learning from them, and then also knowing that whatever is done, whether by those who have gone before us, whether it is the industry standards, there's always a way to make it better. So as a live sound engineer, even more so in Africa, you know, I'm just saying to you, do as much as you can to research on what are the industry standards. How do people actually make a vocal like this? How do people make an instrument like this? And where an industry standard has not been made, try to learn from things that may be similar scenarios and see how it has been done. And then try to see if the learnings from that can be applied on a new situation that you have. Because if you don't build on a reference, you are literally like trying to recreate the wheel. The wheel has been created. Don't try to recreate the wheel, but use the wheel concept, for example. Use what is the industry standard and build on top of that. And for me, only when you understand what is the industry standard can you start being creative to build on top of that. Because when you try to be creative, when you do not know what is the industry standard, it literally means it's either you're going to get it right or you're going to get it very wrong. But when you build on industry standards, it means that you're going to get it right at the most basic. But now if you build on that to be creative, it means you're actually going to create an even magical experience. And in that, I end this conversation. Looking forward to see you in the next class.
Okay, cool. So the first question I'm going to answer right now, there's Emmanuel just asked, is it possible to use Clang technologies for in-ears on a PreSonus Series 3? I think that's the model of the PreSonus mixer. So basically, for those who might not know, Clang Technologies is a monitoring system that has the ability for someone to be able to listen in 3D. So yes, it is possible for you to use that system with a PreSonus mixer, because for you to basically use the okay, guys, I see you guys at backstage. Guys, I've got some amazing people just waiting who are my special guests. Dio, if you can just mute your mic for me for a second now. Cool. Thank you. Okay, cool. So I was just talking about the Clang system. It's basically a monitoring system. And yes, you can use that system with any mixer. You can even use it with an analog mixer as well. It is just really a matter of how do you patch into that system. So with like a PreSonus, for example, it's either you can go analog out into a system that can convert that into Dante. If PreSonus does have Dante cards or is Dante enabled, you can basically convert that into Dante, and then you get into the Clang system. So there is a way. And for you and Manuel, as we talk further and we speak about your particular situation, we can actually address that, and then we get into that. So right now, I'm just gonna bring some of my special guests onto the table. So I'm gonna bring in. I got some amazing people here. So I'm gonna bring in Dio. Dio, my brother, you are now live on stage. If you can just switch on your mic for me. Cool.
I hope you guys can
So
hear me
that
very
I can.
well.
Bros, we can hear you very well, you know. So this
Okay.
is Dio, one of my guests I'm gonna bring in tonight. Dio is the front of us sound engineer for Burna Boy. And Dio, bruh, I've been seeing you've been doing some really crazy shows, you know, like it's super dope, you know. So
Thanks,
so
guys.
so yeah, man. So I just want you to just speak a bit on how the ride has been, you know, working with Burna Boy over the the past year, 2 years, whatever, you know. How has it been? Because there's been like a really big shift or big move in how things are happening with African music right now, and you've been one of the guys like right there, you know, riding the wave. Can you please just let us know how that has been? And guys, if there's anyone who wants to ask Burna Boy sound engineer any specific question, please type it in the Q&A. But Mr. Dyer, please just tell us how is it been things right now with this wave.
Good evening, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I can see my guys, Precious Towel, Kelvin, waving to you guys backstage. Well, if there's anything that comes to mind when it comes to where we were and where we are, if anything you're gonna move on, take away from this whole conversation today, is what I call continuous improvement. It's a project management term. When if you build an iPhone, you have what you call iPhone 14 now. Well, iPhone started from when iPhone started, there was no iPhone 1. It was just iPhone. But as it went on, it became iPhone 2, iPhone 3, 4. I think they did 8 and then went to 10. I don't think there was ever an iPhone 9. But and also if you check the same iPhone, even when you have an iPhone 14, you get updates. You say, oh, iOS 13 points, this, and then 2 weeks later you have updates. Then you get into the apps, and apps are the ones that like destroy your data most, because your whatever app you're using, maybe your Spotify today, by next tomorrow you have another update on the Spotify app, which is like another 300 meg. Then next week you have another update. So in agile project management, it's called continuous improvement. And I believe that anybody who's listening tonight, if you're going to take anything out from what I say today, it's that statement that says continuous improvement. Do not be satisfied with where you are today. It's as simple as ABC. And for especially for us and the Burna Boy team, the way we look at it is we see a problem, we solve it. And from every solution comes an idea, right? From every solution comes an idea. So if you're looking at, okay, the snare didn't sound right today, what's the option? What can I do to make the snare sound right? I said, okay, can we change skins? Can we change microphones? So it's all about solving that problem that you had today to make yourself better. Now, tomorrow, because you solve your snare problem, does not mean you would not have a floor tom problem tomorrow. And then you find what's the best solution to solve the floor tom problem, and then you solve it. So as you're going along every day, each time, you realize that the more you solve problems, the more problems come, but the better you become, the more you solve problems. I don't know if I'm explaining myself well here. So for me, it's the shift. I think you're muted. Remember?
Yeah. It's cool. I was like, no,
The shift.
that is point on. Yeah.
Yeah. The shift for us has come from the fact that we are never satisfied with what we did yesterday. We had a gig, we had a show at Afro Nation in Portugal yesterday, and as I'm speaking to you, I'm in the dressing room right now. We have a show in Denmark, almost 24 hours later. But between the travel period that we've traveled and we're back, the travel period that we're back, we've had conversations of what we were not happy with yesterday and what we can make it better today. You know, and I'm sure we have another show on Saturday. The same thing will happen. So never be satisfied with where you are at, because like remember said, there's a big shift in African music. People are beginning to recognize African music, and it's important that we all keep abreast when it comes to information, when it comes to technology, when it comes to human relations. You know, as engineers, we relate with humans as much as possible. So don't just learn the mixer. Let's say if you're going for a course on human relation, if there is a short course on how to relate with humans, how to treat people. Because when you're going on tour, you're going to go on tour with different people. You're going to go on tour with male, female, straight, bent, gay, whatever, you know. And it's what makes you a better person if you're able to relate to other people. That would just be my own small pep talk.
100%. So my brother, before I let you go, right? I just want us like in like a minute, just give me how your front of house setup looks like, just out of interest. You know, just to just give a small picture to how like such a front of house at your level looks like. You know, just to paint a picture for some people.
Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can share a picture real quick. I think that might make things easier. Just hold on 1 second.
Just see if you can say shit. Yeah, let's see how Mr. Dyer's front of house looks like. You know, what is there? What are the toys there? And now I've completely lost your camera right now. Okay, cool. He is gone off completely, so I'm gonna wait for him to to come back in. So what you were saying was basically, as a sound engineer, there's something about continuous improvement, even as an artist. So it's just understanding that if you do something today, there has to be a continuous improvement, and that is something that is very key. And you also spoke about being able to relate with people. It's actually a very, very key attribute that one needs to have, because you must be able to communicate with people. Someone said you must be good, but you must also be good to work with, because some people are just good, but they're not good to work with. So people will kind of tolerate them, but then at the end of the day, when they find another option, they will then just use another option. So for me today, I've got Kelvin. He's a sound engineer based in Nigeria, and he's also a director of one of the the biggest companies there that work on some of the biggest projects in Nigeria, from TV shows to concerts. So welcome, Kelvin. Kelvin, I've just brought you to the stage.
Hey man,
Yeah,
thank you
man.
so much for having me tonight. Remember, I must say you're doing a fantastic job, and you're inspiring a lot of us. You're inspiring the present generation, the next generation, and the next generation. Because I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
any content that is being done on TV stays for a lifetime. So thank you so much for having me here today or tonight.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, brother. And
Yeah.
and it's so amazing, right? So I was saying to someone earlier, I said to myself in one video that I recorded a long time ago, I said to myself, 100 years from now, I just want to be
Hmm.
part of those people who were basically key in pushing the standards across
Hmm.
Africa in terms of technical excellence. And I believe this platform of the live mentorship classes is a place where we're going to have different sound engineers across Africa, or artists,
Hmm.
anyone who is part of the ecosystem. They can come in, they can ask
Hmm.
questions, and we'll be
Hmm.
able to give them guidance. So for me,
Hmm.
Kelvin, what I really want to get into, I know currently you are touring with an artist from Nigeria. I believe it's called CK. And
Yes.
also you've got vast extensive experience of working on some of the biggest shows in Nigeria. And right now, with no doubt, Nigerian music, Afrobeats, is doing amazingly well around the world.
Yes. Yes.
And I think it is quite cool to be like based in the place where it is the heart of all of this is happening. So for
Yes.
me, one of the first things is, I just want you to share a bit about your background, right? And right now it's really not going to be too in depth, because we're going to have other conversations around this. But I just want to
Hmm.
know, what do you think are some of the key attributes that you think you possess, that you'd recommend other people, be it sound engineers, that you'd recommend they need to possess to be able to work at some of the highest level
Hmm.
on projects and productions? What would you say are some of those factors?
Okay, so I'm gonna just try and break it down in five categories. As I remember on the top of my head, number one is establish trust with your clients. Number two is communication. You got to have that communication skills. It's been something that I've battled with for a very long time. I'm always behind the scene, like a lot of people don't even know me, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here to work. We have to deliver and all. But, in the midst of that, it's always important to be as visible as you can, on the day to day. The third would be anticipate their needs. It's always important to um, think into the head of your client. Have a conversation with them, know what is their needs. And find a solution to their needs. There's nothing like you can't buy anything outside than providing bringing value on the table. It can't be bought. The fourth one would be a problem solver. I mean, if you're able to anticipate client needs, of course, the next thing is for you to be able to solve their problems. And the fifth one will be collaboration. I mean, collaboration is very key. It's very essential. The reason why myself and Remember can be on the same table today is because of collaboration. And I think the world is becoming a better place with different people collaborating, and bringing magic on the table. So I would say all of these five things are my go-to ways, in handling business for the past years. I've been doing sound and being a business owner. Yeah.
Got you. And now, please tell me. I think like 2 weeks ago or something. I think you were in Switzerland. Where were you 2 weeks ago?
Yes,
Or
I was
3 weeks
in
ago. Yeah.
Switzerland. Yeah, I was in Switzerland for a festival with CK. It was really, really amazing. I had a very, very good time, wonderful time. And for me, the most important thing, like I said, collaboration, it's very, very vital. You go out there and see how things are done differently. You can never be a one man island. You can never know it all. Every day is like you're starting a new school afresh. People have different approach, different method to solving problem, and it can never always be your own way. If it is your own way, then I guess you would only be the richest person in the world. But there are different rich people all over the world who apply different processes in achieving results. So it's always very key to leave your comfort zone, go out there, mingle with different top engineers, technicians, directors, and all. Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah,
so yeah.
and for me, one thing for me is always understanding. The more you mingle with different sound engineers, is the more you understand
Yes.
and learn different
Exactly.
philosophies. Because
Yes.
sometimes the best solution is Kelvin's idea. Sometimes the
Mm,
best solution is Remember's idea. Sometimes the best
mm,
solution is Precious' idea. Sometimes the best
mm,
solution is Alex's idea. Sometimes the best solution
mm,
is Susan's idea, Sandra's idea.
mm,
And
mm.
understanding and having an open mind to basically
Yes.
see people do their own part in their own way
Yes.
without forcing your way. You get also
Yes.
explore other ways. And as far as
Yes.
sound engineering is concerned, especially live sound, it's like a team effort. It's a collective effort.
Mm.
There is no
Yeah.
ways you wanna design the system, you wanna patch the system, you wanna tune
Yeah.
the system, you wanna mix the system. I'm like, you
Exactly.
wanna plug in, you
Yeah.
wanna plug in every cable. I'm like, it's just
Mm.
too much work to do as a
It's
person,
too much
even
work.
if you can
Yeah.
do it, even if you've got the
Yeah.
ability to do it, but it's
Yeah.
just too much work. You end up being
Yeah.
so tired, so drained, and there's no ways
Yeah.
you can do back-to-back events, and
Exactly.
the ability just to be able to basically open up your mind and let
Mm.
everyone do their part, I
Mm.
think is really key.
Mm.
So
Mm.
so so I really
You
like
know,
what you're saying on that. Yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the past few months, touring and traveling and working with different people, I've learned so many things. I've learned that sometimes listening to people, goes a long way. Sometimes the same approach you've been applying, there are different approaches and different ways that makes it sound better. As a matter of fact, I do not believe that my own way is the best way. My
Yeah.
last trip I had in Switzerland, um, after CK's performance, I had to even stay back, just to listen to other different people mix, just to hear
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
dynamics of the different songs and the different mixing. And I got schooled. And since then, when I got back to Nigeria, I've been practicing every day. It's
100%.
been
Yeah.
me in the house applying different things. So it is a key factor, to always, try to see what, people do,
Yeah,
outside,
yeah, yeah. You know,
and how
a-
they do stuff.
and that thing of saying of like in the house, in my place for the since like January. I've got an
Mm.
S21 mixer set up. I've got L acoustic 50-inch sub set up. I've got an L acoustic
Yeah.
8-inch sub set up. I've got an LA4 M set up. I've got like my effects or whatever plugin stuff set
Yeah.
up, and I'm even playing through playing through
Mm.
tracks, playing with
Mm.
different setups, different signal flows,
Yeah.
just to see
Yeah.
what is the best way to be able to express things,
Mm.
So so
Mm.
so there I really, really agree. And Kelvin,
Yeah.
I know we're gonna be having different conversations, and I'm looking forward to them. And I thank you again for making the time to be here today. So we
Thank
are
you
going
so
to
much for
reschedule
having me.
the yeah, we're going to reschedule the class in like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I will know the actual date
Mm.
when I check my calendar. But dude, it's
No
been
problem.
amazing. And you know what? Keep on
Thank
doing
you
the
so much,
amazing work.
Oliver.
As you go
Thank you.
out into the different parts of the world representing Africa, man. I'm like,
Thank you so
keep on
much.
doing an
Thank you so much.
amazing job, man. As we as
Thank
we
you.
as we show the world
Yeah.
an expression of our expression in Africa. So I
Yeah.
thank you,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah.
Keep on the amazing work. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Also, want to say thank you too, as well, for this you've put together. Thank you for everyone that came in earlier on, and I want to say apologies for whatever that happened, and hopefully it's going to get better. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Exactly, and
Yeah,
the thing with live events, right? It's like sometimes it
yeah,
doesn't go right?
yeah.
Because
Sometimes.
it all happens, but it all happens real time, right?
Yeah,
But
real
you
time.
have
Yeah,
to be ready for the worst case
yeah,
scenario. Like today,
yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
guys, if it does not work, we're gonna
Mm,
record something, and that's what we did today.
exactly.
We are making something happen, and then
Yes.
from today we learn something and we apply it next
Mm,
time. And as we
mm,
do that, we become better.
mm,
Things become better because
mm,
can you imagine you are having sound engineers set up cameras,
mm.
set up lights, gotta set up a live stream to multicast,
Yeah.
gotta set up. I'm like, dude, it's a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah,
But we do
yeah,
believe because we have started, we're gonna have
yeah.
other people, come onto the
Yes.
party, and be part of the team to help do all of this work so that it is not too much load on any one person.
Mm,
Because at the end of the day,
mm,
we do know across Africa there are other people who would want to come into this space,
mm.
and just a little guidance here and there will help them
Yeah,
accelerate their
yeah,
process so that they can be the next biggest thing. Because we know,
yeah.
our lives, they are seasons of life. We are here
Mm,
today in this generation,
mm,
the next generation
mm.
is coming. And I think
Of
in
course.
like in like the developed markets, one thing that they easily do is skills are transferred from the generation before to the next generation. And here in Africa, most
Yes.
of the time, most people are just learning on their own. And then sometimes
Yes.
it means what you're trying to learn, Kelvin learned it a long time ago.
Mm,
So if you learn
yes.
from Kelvin, it means you don't have to take as much time as Kelvin took to
Mm,
understand something. So I
mm.
believe as we continue with this platform, with these live mentorship classes, and everything is recorded, it will just help for other people to also just watch on
Yes.
demand as well, and for them to
Yes.
be helped. So Kelvin, thank you
Yeah.
again for making the time. Looking
Thank you so
forward to
much.
more conversations. Thank you, brother. Love you
Thank
lots.
you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Cheers. Good night. Bye.
Good night.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, it's been epic. It's been real. Now I'm just gonna attend to some of the questions, guys, that you sent through earlier. So I'm literally just going through the questions. So 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 one of the questions that I did answer in the other one was really someone asking if they were asking that their sound sounds good by front of house, which is basically in the room. So the sound sounds good in the room, but it doesn't sound good on their own line, right? So I was saying in a perfect world, right? the sound that you hear online, or for example, if it is a live TV broadcast, the sound that you hear on broadcast, there's actually a different mixer, and there's actually someone who's there balancing that sound for online or for broadcast. Only in that way can you have perfect sound for broadcast. But sometimes we found ourselves not in a perfect world where you have to do sound for the room, for the live audience, and you also have to do sound for the guys online. So the only way for you to be able to get some of the best results is you basically need to tune your sound system in a way that it then works as your monitor, like for example, like your studio monitors. So what that means is, if you play a well balanced song, and that well balanced song without EQ, it sounds good in your main auditorium. It then means if you mix with the reference of a balance like that, it means to some extent your target online is not that much too off. But now, if you do not balance your sound system to some reference, so for example, your sound system might be biased on the bass or might be biased on highs, so it is not balanced. It means when you are tuning on your mixer and doing your balance on the mixer, it means you are fixing things to sound perfect in the room, but your room has got so many inconsistencies. So when it sounds good in the room, those things that you have fixed to sound good because of your system that is not balanced, actually online doesn't sound as great, because your adjustments and your tunings, you are having to overcompensate as compared to if your system was balanced. So basically, that is one of the reasons why the sound sounds different in the room and as compared to what is online. And I remember a long time ago in my own career, I was doing an event in one venue in Zimbabwe. It was like for about 3,000 people. The sound was amazing in the venue. That particular night, I was not the one actually mixing, but I was observing someone that I held in high regard. He was like one of the top engineers from Zimbabwe, and I'm observing him mixing, and the mix sounded amazing. I could hear the bass was thumping, everything was balanced, nice. And then I was like to myself, "Oh, the people at home can hear this. It's amazing." But later I didn't realize, no, at home they don't have speakers that are like the ones in the room in terms of the frequency response and how deep they go. And from there, I then realized, you know what, on TV, you can only go to a certain level in terms of how much bass can be reproduced on a TV speaker. So really, those are just some of the key things. So let me just look at the other question here. So someone was asking if I was recording this. Yes, we are recording it, and it's going to be made available to you. And this one is actually a recording on itself. Someone asked earlier if one can use a Klang's system for in ears with a PreSonus mixer. So basically, Clang system is basically a monitoring, a personal monitoring system, mostly for like bands, so that they've got a different control for themselves to control their balance. So for example, a bass guitar player is able on himself to control how much drums he can hear, how much of lead vocal he can hear, how much of the BVs or the piano he can hear. So what then makes the Clang system even more special is you can basically do a 3D mix, which is basically an immersive mix. It's not just hearing something left and right, but you can basically place something in a space. Like for example, a guitar player, whenever he's playing his guitar amp is always like on the floor behind him. So using Clang system, and you put it to the 3D immersive way of mixing and listening, it means you can actually place a sound somewhere down there. It's not just left and right. So you can actually place things down there. If the drums are like somewhere there, you can place the drums somewhere there. So it means it's not just listening to left and right, but it's actually manipulating where those sounds are in a space. So it's like really 3D. So the Clang system, you can literally use them with any system, whether it is that particular mixer personas, any mixer. The only key thing is understanding that for you to get into the clang system, for example, you need Dante. So when it's Dante, then it means you need a way to convert whatever sound protocol that you have to get into Dante, and there are different solutions on the market to help on that. And for you in a specific, if you can't find the right solution with your system, please again come on here, post your question. We'll be able to attend to it. And then I've got a question here from Walter. You're saying, say what has helped you to improve your live mixing skills ever since you started as a sound engineer? I want to improve the quality of my mixes when doing different genres. I I have just started out as a young engineer. Okay, cool. So one of the things to help you improve as a sound engineer is understanding everything you mix is a reference, and the reference is in your head. And that reference is informed by the type of music that you listen to. And also that reference is also informed by the events you go to, how those things are mixed. So if the reference in your head is not that good, when you're also trying to mix, your mix will also not be that good. But one thing to understand about mixing is the first level of mixing is about reinforcement. So something must sound like the source. So if you go to a guitar player when he's playing and when you listen to his guitar amp, when you come into the auditorium where people are listening, that guitar should sound the same. When you go to a drum, like a tom, for example, or a snare where someone is playing, when you're listening close to that snare drum, how it sounds when you come into the venue, that's how it should sound. So the first job as a mixing engineer is your tones, your sounds should sound like the source. That is the first level. But then, as a sound engineer, one thing you also always looking at is you must always create a comfortable listening level. What that means is you must not have levels that are too high, such that they're like blaring the ears, and also in terms of the balance between the bass and the high frequencies, it must be a nice even balance so that it's not just harsh or too bassy, but there must be a nice sweet balance. So understanding those key things is really key. But the key thing that will make you a better mixing engineer is to inform your references. Go to other shows, seek out some of the top engineers in your space, go to shows that are high production value. From there, you'll be able to inform your mixing. And also when you're starting, if you're mixing for a church or for a company, wherever you are, the people that are the clients or whatever, or the bosses or the musicians or whatever, they can also help you in a way of guiding you what might be the best sounding thing. But sometimes if those same people also don't have good references, it means again the limitation of how good your mix is basically based on that. So basically it's really a continuous evolution of things, of listening to better mixes. You have better references, continue to create a comfortable listening level. Things must sound balanced and comfortable. If you do that, I believe you continue to grow and become a better mixing engineer. So let me go to the next question. What is the role of SPL in live sound? So basically SPO stands for sound pressure level. So sound pressure level is the way that we measure sound, so that we will see, okay, cool, is this comfortable listening level? And now are you getting to a place where you're gonna start damaging people's ears? So SPL is literally how we measure sound. And for different events, for different spaces, even some in some developed markets, they even have regulations and laws that state that your sound pressure level should not be above this particular level. So on that, on SPL, in different conversations, we are going to unpack that and even give you some guidance on which are some of the most advisable sound pressure levels that do not cause ear damage. And the thing with sound pressure levels it's okay to expose people to high sound pressure levels, but if you expose them over an extended time, you then cause ear damage. So all of these things, we are going to unpack them in different focused conversations. But for the sake of this conversation right now, SPO stands for sound pressure level, and it's a really key element as far as live sound engineers is concerned. And it becomes even very key when you start working with some of these big systems in the market. When you're doing an event for like 5,000 people, 10,000 people, 20,000 people, it means you've got a huge system that the amount of pressure this system can actually exert, if you don't manage it properly, you can actually cause ear damage. Yeah. So that's it on that. Let's look at that. What is the next one? Okay, cool. What is the best way to do PA tuning? So some of the best ways to do PA tuning is there are softwares on the market. One of them is called Smart. It is a real-time analyzing software. It gets you to visually see what the PA system is doing. So with such softwares like that, for example, they get to analyze for you to see what is the sound system is doing, and also understanding what graphs you're actually looking for, the ones that in principle communicate what sounds pleasing to the ear. So using those tools like that will help you tune the system better. But then over and above that, it is using reference songs. So you know when you play a certain songs, it is supposed to sound a certain way. When you play it without EQ on that particular channel, when you listen to it, when you hear something is not right, something is over emphasized or under emphasized, then you can then tune the sound system so that that song sounds beautiful. By just employing those two elements, and then when you then after that, after tuning your system to those references, when you then put any other signal into it, you will see that your EQs in the channel will always be similar in different spaces, because you are always tuning a sound system to basically be true to the source. So basically, again, the best way to tune a sound system is you have software that can help you analyze, because sometimes with just using your ears, there may be limitations in what you can actually hear and what corrections you are actually doing. But it's also good to be able to train your ear, because sometimes if your software is not calibrated properly, you'll be tuning things to the software, whereas there are some errors in your software and these readings. But when you balance out the two things, using your ears and a reference song, for example, and using the software, you'll be able to come to a good compromise when you get really amazing results. Okay, cool. And then let me go to the next question from one that I want to ask. If you are okay, cool. Hello, nice to attend. You say, first question: how can we get a chance to be mentored practically by you? Okay, so someone is asking how they can get how that they can be mentored with me practically. Let me see the second question. Second question is how do you manage to switch different big mixers on different uh, on different events? Okay, cool. So someone is asking, like how can they be mentored by me practically? So the challenge is this: there's so many people who want to be mentored by myself, and then again, we'll find that it is actually common with some of the engineers across Africa who work on some of the biggest projects. People want to be mentored by them, but sometimes it becomes very, very unpractical to meet with people on a one-on-one. So what we're doing right now with this particular platform right now is it is one of the first steps in mentoring people, such that there is some place where you can learn from someone like me and other engineers across Africa who work on some of the biggest projects. This is like one of the first steps. And for me, the more you engage in this particular platform, and the more, for example, when you're doing this thing, you say, guys, I want to come in and help. The way you are part of that network, it makes it easier for someone like me and other people to basically have more one-on-ones. But also I do have other paid products where people actually pay to have lessons with me. And I can tell you this right now: people who pay to have lessons with me one-on-one, it is not cheap, but that's the only way I can manage how many people I get to spend time with one-on-one, but I believe sound engineers at different levels. There's two things that you can actually do, that you can learn from me, that you can apply right now. And for me, as we speak continuously, as you come into this class, as you help in some way on this free mentorship, whether it is creating graphics to inform people, whether it is creating WhatsApp groups in your country to invite more people in, and just be one of the source of just communicating. The easier you do stuff like that, is the easier you come in like more the inner circle, and it is the easier that we can spend more time, and then I can teach you more on a practical, because that's the only way we can basically separate some of the people who are not really sure if they're really in this for the long haul, and people who are really in this for the long haul. Because for me, in principle, if I spend time with someone on a one-to-one, I have to believe that this person is definitely committed to this space of life sound engineering, and they look forward to also be one of the key people pushing the industry forward in Africa. Okay, cool. So then the second question was like, how do I manage to switch between different big mixes at an event? I remember one time I did an event with TOC, SWV, and Cisco. So we had three mixers on the same job. So basically, there are these signal processors that I prefer to use. They are called Lab Groupen LM44. So basically, I can plug different source inputs and then direct those inputs to the main outputs, which basically go to the PA. So basically, I basically use a speaker management system to be able to plug in many mixers into one system. Cool. Let me see what is the next question again. What is the best way to balance the following to get the best desirable sound? Drums, keyboard, organ, bass, guitar, lead guitar, woodwind, brass instruments. Okay, cool. The best way to balance different sections, be it drums, keyboards, organs, bass, whatever, is also, in a way, you need to understand the type of music that you're doing and what are some of the key driving elements in that. So that is also good to understand. But in principle, at the most basic level is you must be able to hear everything, and nothing must be too loud or too low. That is the first basic thing in terms of balancing your mix, right? And then in time, you then get to learn that there are some things that form a foundation for a mix, and there are some things that are the melody of the mix. There's some things that are like the rhythm section of the mix. So when you then understand all of those different elements, it becomes better in terms of what do you make to kind of put through more in the mix. It's like, for example, if a band is like as you've asked, if a band has a brass instruments, for example, the brass is not supposed to be apparent in the whole song from start to end, or like in the whole show. If it's apparent in the whole show from start to end, then that must be a brass show, a brass focus show in itself. But the thing is like those instruments like brass, they are like places where they feature. So when you know places that they feature and they do like solos, those are the places that you need to push them more as compared to the other parts where they kind of have to kind of like sit within the mix where you can hear them, but they're not too loud or too low. But in the places where they're supposed to shine, you kind of push them a little bit so that they really shine. Cool. The next question was, what is the best way to balance microphones for singing? Some of the best ways to balance microphones for singing is always to know who is the lead singer. The lead singer should be apparent as compared to all the other singers. And they then form the reference of how loud all the other mics are. And they also form the reference of how loud all the other elements of the band are going to be. Because in the most basic principle, right? A microphone, for example, is the one that is the most prone to give you feedback, even more the mic for the lead singer, because you're trying to get the most out of it. So because it is prone to give you feedback, it means how far that mic can go then determines how far everything can actually go and be balanced. Some people I find they will mix, for example, their drum, their band, all the other instruments, and the brass, everything is loud, and now you can't hear the voice anymore. And they try to push the voice, and then they start getting feedback. That's that ooh sound, because they're trying to push this mic, but this mic has gone up as far as it can, but they're still trying to get more from it. So in those instances, it means you have to take everything down so that that main lead mic can be heard. So once that mic is heard, it means you then build the rest of your mix using that as a reference just underneath it. Okay, cool. Now the next question is, why is it important for a sound engineer to check speaker frequency before a live concert, recording, or service? So basically, it is important to check your speakers, and checking speaker frequency using software or using your ears and listening. Sometimes you can just tell, for example, if some speakers are off, if there are no highs, if the highs are off, or if something is muted. So this is why, for example, for every event, ideally, even if you were there the night before, you just need to listen to something so that you know that everything is working. So that's why it's important for one to listen to the sound system frequency, like basically every time. Now I'm gonna answer another question here. Is we know that there is serious shortages with Dante cards. What other products can be used? Would the Digiface Dante work in a live sound situation? The Digiface Dante is actually a very, very amazing product. And yes, it would work. It just means you must have the other protocol to go into it. Yeah, so yes, and there is a shortage of Dante products, because of COVID, so there's been some shortages, but hopefully in a year or so, production is gonna get back right on schedule. But definitely, yes, you can use the Digiface Dante. I'm actually personally looking forward to also employ that as one of the things in my traveling bag. Cool. So I just want to see if there are any other questions that I might have missed. Okay, cool. So let's see. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I think for today, guys, in terms of questions, that's it. I am happy. You guys have been amazing. So I'll catch you on the next one. I'm really looking forward to a live class with all of you guys, where you are sending in the questions live, and we're just answering them as we go. But I hope from this recording that I've just packaged for you offline is going to be really helpful you. Is going to be really helpful, and it's going to be like one of your building blocks stepping forward. But just know, guys, we're going to be doing this often, and anyone who can help with what we are doing right now, anyone who can help with what we are doing right now, whether it is transport, whether it is with internet, whether it is with money, because it costs money to come to this place to set up. I'm like, in any way that someone can help, so that this burden does not become too much on only a few. But guys, thank you very much for coming through and for watching and for listening in. And I am definitely going to catch you on the next one, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you lots. I'm going to see you on the next one very soon. Bye for now. It's a wrap. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Cool.